recording starting as well. We have this table is going to be Grant Fetter versus Keith Conroy, and on our second table we're going to have Joey Greek versus Kyle Poole. So we are well into the first round for both tables, so I apologize for that delay. So I'm going to go ahead and take us over to Kyle's table. Pretty impressive. So here we've got, looks like, correct. Now the real trick, can y'all hear yourselves on Twitch? Yeah, it's just checking to see what audio we are getting through Twitch. That is a good question. I will have to go check later on. So, but what we are looking at currently, let's see if I can get the fight icon up here. We have Fiends, more Fiends. I'm assuming this is the porthole, which we will get a closer look at here in a minute. Yep. Yep. Looking here. Oh, it's so weird. This is reversed on mine. Let me get his list up and running too. So we're a little behind on some things. That does help. Okay. Yes, it's going to be... Discord audio is not going through. Okay, hold up. So that should be a merciful, easy fix. Yeah, we can do that. That's an easy fix. Oh, you know why? It's just because there's no Discord channel on this one. That's it. That's the only difference. Bam. Y'all on Discord say some things.
Some things. Luke, can you hear me? Luke, I am your father.
Thanks, 4-Foot Snake. Good to see you guys are staying up to watch.
So that means they missed all of our super sweet and insightful commentary minutes worth of this match that we started watching.
They should have caught it for the other table, just not this one. So I'm going to turn down my mic a little bit, hopefully cut out some of the background noise.
So I'm guessing that Joey is shooting some lightning bolts right now into some of Kyle's stuff. Kyle, of course, has several hordes of rabble and then a whole bunch of mincer mobs and some war trombones. Fun fact, Kyle's list is actually one of the highest drop and highest scoring drop lists in the tournament, and also has one of the highest number of Defense 6 units, if you count the mincer mobs with Big Shield as being Defense 6. So So his army definitely skews towards lots of bodies and some really hard to kill ones.
Mike, if you're pretty familiar with the list, do you want to take us through kind of left to right what you can see?
Yeah, I could try. So up there at the top, so of course Joey's at the top with his Wolf Father and Night Stalker buddies, and that's going to be the big spidery looking units in Joey's army are going to be his fiends, and he's got two hordes of those. You can see there's one on the far left at the top and one kind of towards the mushroom forest there. Those two blocks kind of in the middle there are going to be his butchers with all the kind of blood on the bases. And I'm guessing that the kind of orangey unit behind that obstacle in the middle of the table is his Wilt Father. Over on the far right, I believe those are Joey's Soul Flayers. And then he's got a couple of Mind Screeches hanging out behind his butchers in the middle. And I think that's his Portal of Despair behind his fiends all the way over on the left. He's also got a couple of individuals that are going to be hard to pick out. He's got a horror with lightning bolt replaced with Bane Chant, and he's also got Shakira. But I can't quite tell which of his two individuals there, kind of in the middle of the table, are which. And then on Kyle's side, obviously the big horde-sized units are going to be his Rabble hordes. He's got three of those. You can see there's kind of one turned at an angle all the way over on the right, one kind of in the middle, and then one behind. I think that's probably a hill all the way over on the left. He's got three troops of Mob Beast packs, so those are going to be his kind of smaller, chaffy-looking units. I think Joey's already been shooting those, kind of in the middle of the table. The big flying unit that he's moving there, I'm guessing, is his Wingit, as he only has one Wingit, and I don't think anything else flies. He's got a couple of Kings on Chariots, so those are going to be the kind of rectangular, long dinosaur models, kind of center left, and a little back from his Rabble hordes. And then the big units of the kind of Triceratops-looking dudes, those are going to be his Mincer Mob regiments. And then he's got war trombones sitting around somewhere. So some of those square bases around in the kind of middle of the table are going to be his trombones.
Is it even a goblin list with only one winger?
Well, he also has a Bang It. So I think so long as you got one of each and a Whiz, it still counts.
Yeah. Well, looking at it, it's not a goblin list anyway, is it? Yeah, it's a dinosaur list.
Not the dinosaur list. And to Kyle's credit, he is not the kind of guy that just brings all the lightning and all the artillery. Like, he likes a goblin list that can go in and mix it up and do some fighting. And so that's why you're going to see a lot of the Mob Beast packs and the Mincer mobs moving up and actually engaging Joey's forces. That's typically the style that he goes for, is not a stand back and shoot kind of list. I had the pleasure of losing a GT to Kyle a few years ago, so I'm fairly familiar with how he tends to play. And Joey also lives like an hour from me, so I also tend to play him a lot. So this for me was the match that I was most interested in seeing in this first round of the Masters, just because I know both of these guys fairly well. And there's actually a little bit of a cross-regional rivalry between the two of them, actually, Joey being from the Mid-Atlantic and Kyle previously being from the Midwest, but he's now moved down to the Southeast. We had this little competition called the Golden Sweater contest, where when there were enough Mid-Atlantic and Mideast guys at the same tournament, whichever region came top would get a golden sweater. And it was this god-awful, like, shiny, lycra-looking, non-breathing, super, super bright sweater that both of these guys, I'm pretty sure, have passed back and forth a couple of times. I'm not sure what happened to the sweater. It's that kind of material that, like, it doesn't breathe, so if you wear it for more than 10 minutes, you start sweating, so I'm sure it got really funky really fast. And it's also that kind of material that if you tried to wash it, it would pretty much like peel off, like the shiny outer layer would just peel off. So I'm not sure that it's still surviving. But these guys have kind of a friendly rivalry that goes back several years. So it's really cool that they get to play here in the first round of the Masters, and everybody gets to watch.
Did they
And
challenge each
Kyle's
other?
up. Mm.
We lost there.
Did they
You
challenge
there for a
each
second,
other?
Matt?
You still
Go
coming through,
ahead,
Matt?
Roger.
Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yes.
I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So Paige asked, did they challenge each other?
No, they don't do first round challenges at the Masters. This is just a random fun
Yeah, fair enough.
happenstance.
Yeah. And Kyle's obviously going for the flex attire with a sleeveless little number that we can see on the. So trying to intimidate his opponent across the table.
That is pretty standard for Kyle. You will often see him wearing like a pair of jean cutoffs and a tank top to a tournament. I don't know if any of these guys did team T-shirts this year. Matt's there in person, so we can probably tell us. Like, are any of the regional teams rocking like customized shirts this year or anything?
So my plan is to get our. We're also experiencing some difficulties with the phone camera. The hotel Wi-Fi just doesn't want to play nice with it. However, what I can say is very safely, we do have a whole lot of different team shirts here. We've got the various Texas teams. I see a number of Hangover Heroes. I see the Midwest shirts. I see there are probably some other ones here that I don't recognize. There are some that are just wearing their typical tie-dye affair, it looks like. Looking at Shannon Shoemaker over there. So, but yeah, no, there's a good showing of shirts.
Good. And Paige, you were asking what the dinosaur unit next to the Wingit is. To the right of it, I believe that's going to be one of the Mobbies packs. And the one to the left on the Chariot base, I'm guessing, is going to be one of his Kings on Chariot. The one that's kind of behind it and to the left. So it looks like Kyle may have tried to chaff up the Wiltfather by throwing a little Mobbies pack in front of it. And I'm guessing he moved his Wingit up far enough that the Wiltfather can't draw line of sight to get a sneaky charge off on it next turn.
How many minutes are they allowed per player? Yeah, Masters.
Should be 65 per player with a 10-minute pause window, basically.
All right, 65. Okay, that's reasonably generous. So he shouldn't have a problem. I was just thinking it's going to take him a while to move all these units, but with 65 minutes, it shouldn't be a problem at the end.
And he's well practiced at high drop armies. Like the Midwest region of the U.S. was known for quote unquote trash armies. That's what they kind of dubbed it themselves. They went all bodies all the time. And Kyle was one of the big proponents of that style. So this is kind of right up his alley.
Yes, for those wondering the scenario, it is Salt the Earth. I'm also going to switch us over to the other camera to give you guys some more stuff to talk about while I continue sorting out our audio. I'm going to switches.
Okay. So if they are playing Salt the Earth, then you can look on the table. There are some orange and black circular tokens that I'm guessing they are using as the Salt the Earth tokens. And now we are looking at, I believe this is Keith and Grant.
I am very interested to see how Grant plays his list. Because being a Basilian player, I don't find Elohai being very fantastic. They only have Crushing 1, and you're bringing a whole army of it with only one Binge Hunt source.
That's true, but in this first round, he did pull Herd, who are very low defense across the board.
That
So
is
it
true as
might not-
well.
It might not bite him as badly here. But of course, the Keys Forces of Nature list has, Herd list has a good amount of speed, and he's got 3 flying beasts of nature. So I feel like this is going to be watching this game is going to be kind of like watching a dogfight, right? Like planes fighting each other rather than a Kings of War rank and flank style game, perhaps.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's
You're
going to be
breaking my immersion.
going to be really. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Grant's been playing this list for some time now, so he knows exactly what it can and can't do.
And that's Grant leaning over the table now. So his units are going to be the more kind of gray and white colored ones, and Keith's are going to be the more green and brown colored ones. I'm not really familiar with their specific armies, so I'm going to have trouble picking out specifically what the units are, but. All right, so that was a unit routed by Grant, and then an overrun to get really close up on. I'm guessing that's the Spirit Walker Horde of Keith's list. They're on the hill, kind of in the middle of the table.
I do love the visual difference between this table and the previous table. We've got all this space for days on this table, and then the exact opposite on table 2.
Yeah, I think I heard that the terrain maps are not the same on every table this time around, but they are fixed. Is that correct, Matt? Do you know if they're doing dot deployment this year?
So no dot deployment for certain. So the tables do have fixed terrain. They do have different maps, so some of them are going to be... you are not going to play on the same table twice in this event, ideally, and they will have different things you'll have to account for, as you can see with the Grant Feder table and Keith Conroy. You can see the massive piece of impassable right in the center of the board, as opposed to Joey and Kyle's table, where they have a lot more room in the center, but some impassable on the sides.
Right. So there's a map for each table, and they're going to randomize the tables to make sure that people don't play on the same set of terrain, but they don't have a different map for every round, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah, there's definitely not enough room to rearrange the map for every round. That would be a pretty Herculean effort on all the guys who have already set the maps for each individual table.
Sure.
Yeah, and my comment was primarily around number of units.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
With the board space being taken up, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean when you got 4 regiments of Elohi in a 12 drop army, it's going to look pretty sparse. A quarter of your army are just those little large infantry regiment sticks.
Yep. It's a good point you make, Paige, about the CS1 with the Elohi, but I think the difference is when your entire army has CS1, you know, that lack of any extra punch is not as much of a problem. When it has CS1 as a minimum, I should say.
Yeah. One of the things about Elo High is that you're paying for inspiring, and you definitely don't need all your units to be inspiring. So there's theoretically some points wasted there. In theory.
Yeah, but on the other hand, I guess it means that you can afford to spread it out. If that's what you want to do, and often I guess you would do to. Whereas in a typical army, you would have that problem covering, inspiring, and not being able to spread out as much. So I think it also would have its uses.
All right, so I think we're looking at Keith moving here. It looks like he moved a troop of harpies up on the left side there to land in that terrain. And I believe he's trying to move a lichen horde now. It looks like maybe Grant pushed up hard on the far left side there, and he might be trying to redeploy a bit. Since it looks like he's got two regiments of Elohi, or maybe that might be a Panther and an Elohi regiment, and an Elohi horde behind it. So I think maybe we might just be seeing some maneuvering by Keith to try to get away.
Would you say you liken that move, Mark?
But and playing a scenario like Salt the Earth, units like Harpies and even those little regiments of Elohi are, or even the Gur Panther troops are so very useful to just be able to dart around for the objectives. It's going to be a tricky game where everything is so mobile. It's hard to pin things down and keep them there.
You're right about the inspiring, allowing the army to spread out Crozier. If you look at how the Elohai are placed, they're like all across the board. You can see them in sort of like 5 major areas, right? The sides, the center, and the in-betweens. Usually when I play with 3 inspiring swords, there'll be just 3 pockets, center, middle, center, left and right. So he has that, the in-between areas covered. I think that's how you can pattern flank charges and all.
Exactly, and that's what he really needs to do with this army, with so many of them being regiments, right? So being able to do that allows him to threaten flanks almost on every bit of the board.
Yeah, which is really interesting because when you take a typical Basilean list with just a sprinkling of Elohai, they tend to be not spectacular. And now when you crank it up to the max, it seems to be achieving something.
Yeah, I'd say in my list building for Basilia, that Basilia, that I tend to like them in there as this combination of you need to think of them as disposable as well, almost like chaff, just very expensive chaff, but that they're likely to be able to do a dual role for you.
Flying thick chaff. How the mighty have fallen.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah, you use them as thick chaff, but if they get a flank, they are equivalent to a horde in terms of its offensive output because it's basically a horde number of attacks.
Yeah, it sounds similar to how people started thinking about Tortured Souls in the Abyssal list after they got nerfed a couple of times, and the horde. It kind of got to the point where the hordes didn't seem worth taking, but a couple of regiments to threaten flanks and get in the way of things at the right moment seemed really, really beneficial to people. Kind of towards the end of second and around the beginning of third.
Yeah. Definitely, I still think Tortured Souls are very good in regiments in third.
Oh yeah, I agree. Kind of for the same reason you guys were saying as the Elohi. Like if you get so many of them, it becomes kind of angle overload on your opponent, right? There's just one too many threats to track that can hit you from really far away. And you can't cover every flank every time. So they are playing Salt the Earth, and it looks like they're using kind of grayish brown circles. I can see several of them spread around the map. One on the hill over to the right. One on the hill kind of in the bottom left. One in the terrain above the big impassable building in the middle, and then a few others just freestanding.
All of the Earth is definitely one of the more interesting scenarios out there.
Yeah, H, do you want to, just in case there's anyone's watching that hasn't played a lot of Salt the Earth, do you want to run through the scenario?
Sure, I'll just explain the scenario by memory. If you are controlling the objective at the end of the round, you are able to burn or remove that objective from play. It doesn't give you any points, you're just removing it from the game entirely. So the question will always be, do you want to burn the tokens on your half of the board? Because technically, if the opponent doesn't come and threaten it, you would score it, right? But if you burn it off, you ruin that opportunity to score it. On the other hand, if you feel that the opponent is probably going to land on it by the end of the game, you want to burn it off. And when you burn it off is also a big question, because if you burn it off too early, the opponent will start to swing its forces to other places. If you burn it off too late, well, you still have to control it to burn it, right? So you might lose control of it, so you don't have a chance to burn it if you try to hold it off. So there's always that question to ask.
Yep.
Yeah. And I think it's with these new scenarios and with these, whether it's Salt the Earth or whether it's any of the bluff scenarios, that they make it really interesting for tournament play, right? Is that it's at that point, the scenarios themselves aren't easy, and they're actually going to change depending on your army and your opponent's army. So this is where that, pre-tournament practice really pays off with the list that you're taking. So that's certainly something that Kyle will have going for him on this table. I mean, Joey's played Night Stalkers for a long time too, I think, if I'm wrong, Mike.
No, that's his typical
if I'm
army.
not wrong.
You're correct. Yeah, no, you're right there.
Yeah.
That's his normal. Yeah, these are both guys playing armies that they've been playing pretty much the whole time. They've been playing Kings of War, I think.
Mm.
This is the Masters, so they're bringing the best.
Bringing the best. And I think we're watching Joey shooting some lightning bolts, trying to pick off some of Kyle's support pieces, maybe trying to get rid of one of his trombones in the backfield there.
Does the Winged have an impressive combat profile, melee combat profile?
The
Because
Winged?
it seems like, yeah, because it seems like he could fly behind the Night Stalker army to threaten some rear charges.
I think it pretty much always does better shooting because it does blast D3 and it's only got 3 attacks.
Right.
And it doesn't have anything like crushing or thunderous. But its shooting attacks have vicious and piercing. So I think by the math, you're always better dropping bombs on people than trying to get a sneaky flank or rear charge with it.
Right.
And we're getting a repetitive question from Luke from Queensland about Joey's arm tat saying Joey. And Luke, while you may laugh, I think that's actually a stroke of brilliance. You're guaranteed to never forget who you are, especially on a big night out in the middle of Masters. So
he did it purely for us, so you guys wouldn't have to ask who's playing on that side of the table. Okay, it's a courtesy.
A courtesy tat.
If only every player had that level of commitment to Kings of War live stream.
Exactly. That is just commitment. Yeah. Matt, I also want to ask a favour. If you see my boy Jeremy or Rob while you're there, just give him a big old butt squeeze, please. Just wash your hand afterwards. Cue stunned look on Matt's face on the stream.
All right. So there was a nerve check, and that's going to be Butchers taking off possibly one of the kings on chariots, or maybe one of the individual mincers.
Do the Mincer mobs unlock?
Do the mincer mobs unlock? No, they are irregular. But it's
So
goblins.
he's using just the rebel to unlock the rest of his army.
Basically, yeah. And it looks like Joey then reformed the butchers, so they are out of charge arc for that bottom mincer mob, kind of the bottom right. It looks like Joey may have flown his soul flares. Yeah, we can hear you. Flown his soul flares past tiles units on the far bottom right there. And soul flares do have that sneaky wind blast 5, which can potentially come in very, very handy in an objective-based scenario like this if they're still alive at the last round to just nudge something off of an objective. So that also can play into the do I burn something or not math that Kyle's got to be doing, knowing that he could sit on something and just have Joey blow him off of it at the end. Like, do you burn it and move on, or try to get away, or burn it and then try to charge the soul flare so they can't do it?
Well, if you can sit in the middle of the objective, I don't think the little bit of wind blast is gonna throw you off the objective.
Yeah, for something like a rabble horde, definitely. But for something like a chariot base, it's a little more.
Right, I'm not speaking currently. I'm just testing to see if the crowd is being cut out as long as I'm not currently speaking is the goal, so I can limit how much echo there is.
Got it.
Yeah, we're not getting any crowd when you're not speaking, Matt.
Excellent. Yeah, there's no way for me to completely cut out the crowd, at least not without a significantly higher desktop, which in the future I think the solution to all this is to just build another damn PC. That'll be my end goal. Anyway, thank you all for continuing to hold the fort while I got as much of that sorted as I can. Next goal will be to work on the phone camera over lunch, but for now, we're going to jump back to and Grant.
Oh, good. We've got the ultimate professional Mike Adkins holding the show together.
I'm here for you.
Yeah, I think Dash 28 should have "We Love Mike" shirts. Actually,
I would never be able to bring myself to create such a thing, so someone else would have to do
all
it.
right. Yeah.
All right, back to watching Elohai and Herd run circles around one another.
Yeah, so it looks like top right there, we've got one of the beasts of nature, Dewey, threatening the flank of the Elohi horde.
Yep.
Is what it looks like. Yep.
So from a first glance, I think we're rolling out.
And otherwise, Keith is pretty well.
I think it's the Spirit Walkers who are rolling out currently.
Yeah.
So
gotta be that many dice. It's gotta be.
Yeah. I don't unless it's the flank. Looks like there is a flank of Lycans on that regiment of Elohi. Elohai?
Yeah. Elohai, Elohi, Basilean.
Looks like they're abusing some.
7, 8 for that break. Yeah, they're probably going away.
Oh, they're using the dice camera. Yep, they're dead.
For the nerve checks. Good deal. One down.
And the Civil War.
Go.
I believe that those are Gur Panthers. Their footprint is a little bit larger than the regiments of Elohi.
You think there was a Gur Panthers that just routed?
Yeah, the footprint is bigger than the regiments of Elohi.
Yeah. Okay, glancing around the table, I do think I still see several units. It could be Elohi. I only see one more Gur Panther. I think they're on the far left. But 1, 2,
Yeah, it's
3, 4. Yeah, I can still pick
it's a
out 4
little hard to
regiments of
tell.
Lohi.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we've got one on the. I think we got one regiment of Lohi on the far left, next to those Gur Panthers. I think we've got one in the middle next to the impassable terrain with the table number on top of it, and then one over there on the hill on the far right, and one that's probably surrounded by Keith's things, just barely on the screen on the far right. I think that's all the regiments of the Lohi.
And I'm getting some interesting intel from the other tables. If everyone could see my screen, which they can't, I will hold my earpiece for my intel coming in. And there's a tight game going on with Dustin against the Kings of Men gunline first up, apparently. And there's a chance that we could see Dustin
in the face of chaos, but not this one. Not today.
Wow, that would be a big upset.
Yep, and apparently Jeff Swan is also in a very tough spot right now.
Is there still time to go to the betting stations?
Who is Jeff playing?
Sorry, Paige, I didn't quite catch that.
No, still time to get to the bookies is what he's asking. If anybody would like some hot Kings of War action, Paige is up for it right now. Feel free to feel free to PayPal me the money you would like to bet, and I will be happy to hold all of it until the end of the first round.
and offer you no odds.
Right.
So Grant's having. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying. So Grant's now just looking like he's seeing what arcs is finishing up with here with his horde. Not sure quite what they're probably discussing. You know, the options of what he can see on the right hand side of the table there.
Mm-hmm. And for folks following along at home, the Dustin Howard match that Matt was just mentioning, he's playing a guy named Jason Britt, who is from the Charlotte area. He'd previously lived in the Southeast over in Alabama, I think, and he moved to the Mid-Atlantic and brought that Southeast shooting meta along with him. He's playing a very, very shooting-heavy Kingdoms of Men list. And, if lists like that with a ton of shots roll hot for the first couple of turns, when you're playing ice elementals that take a little while to get across the table, like you could definitely end up putting him in a tight spot. So we will keep an eye on what's happening on that match.
Every horde loss there is a big deal, right?
Yeah, exactly. And Jeff Swan is playing Kyle Peach, who, if folks have been following along the UB tournaments, usually ends up, towards the top of a lot of those events and does pretty well. If you can send Rob around to check out games, I would also be interested in what's happening on the Eric Trowbridge and John Van Oss table, and the Adam Ballard and Shannon Shoemaker table were the other couple that I was very interested in.
I will probably get up myself here to take a quick restroom break after getting all this sorted and chugging so much caffeine it's not funny. And I will get you those numbers and as close as I can figure out to how those games are going. If you can list them in the Discord, that way I know and have a list ready, that will help greatly in that effort.
100%.
Okay, I'm just going to start typing the 32 tables, Matt, and we'll go from there.
Just copy and paste the link to the matchup spreadsheet.
Yeah. You'll need a pen, take notes, and we'll see you in an hour. So on this table, Mike, we thought that the circular tokens were obviously the tokens. So Grant's here leaving them all well behind, really. So it looks like what he's trying to do is control Keith's position and then hoping maybe to come, or either not defend them and just contest the other side of the board, or come back and contest them later.
Yeah, I mean, when so much of your army flies like that, Granted, I don't think they're nimble anymore, right? So he could be overestimating how rapidly he can jump around the table. But yeah, I would think with two highly mobile armies like this, they're not going to give much thought to where those objectives are until at least turn 4. And like you say, mission 1 is about containment, right? Like if you can get rid of Gur Panthers and Harpies and things like that to like really limit the units that can just zip around and grab one at the last minute. If you can get those off the table early game, then it makes controlling the objectives a lot easier towards the end. So yeah, they might just be kind of play and kill for the first half of the game.
Yeah. It's also interesting what we're seeing here. We're seeing the differences between maybe a little bit of UB and tabletop. I think Keith was quite generous to Grant there. I reckon that horde of Aloes pivoted more than 90 degrees, which can make a big difference given they're not nimble, that it opens up a lot middle of the board, a lot more of the board to them.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, down there in the bottom left of the table, Keith was trying to redeploy that Lycan horde that's kind of on the edge of the pond right now. So those Alohi that turned are basically in pursuit of the Lycans that are redeploying, and now are facing a spot where they can threaten the middle of the table. So those Spirit Walkers need to finish up whatever they're fighting there, which I'm guessing is another horde of Alohi that's about to come in, and then turn around. Or they're going to get rear charged another turn or so here. It looks like they probably already have kind of near the blocking terrain there in the middle of the table. That's either Julius or Samacris, probably just south of it. I think Grant brought both of them. Yeah, Julius and Samacris.
Oh yeah, he's got both of them.
Yeah.
Just looking at that horde from the naked eye, it doesn't look like the horde would be able to see the Spirit Walkers, but could be wrong there.
Yeah. I think he's setting out some proxy bases to figure out what he wants to do. So the black squares may or may not be moves that he's going to make, or they may just be moves that he's thinking about.
So what we would see if this was Paige on the Twitch is we'd see him with all these proxy bases going, all over the table. I think Paige would come with like the old 4 cross puppet handles with 4 bases attached to each of them, seeing what they could do across the top.
I've checked that horde of Elohi with the front arc marker on it, and it can see the Spirit Walker. You could split the edge.
It can?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. I placed a ruler on my screen on that template.
Good job. Or making
That's
it,
probably what
like
black proxy base is for.
Yeah, that's my guess as well. Yeah, I keep wanting to like click on things and try to zoom in to see what they can see.
Yeah. Trust Mr. Mathematician to have ruler overlays on his screen for everything.
Yep. Well, thanks to everyone for joining us. This is the live stream of the 2021 U.S. Kings of War Masters, coming to you from, I believe, Fort Worth, Texas, which is separate from Dallas for reasons that are probably important to people from Texas and not really important to anybody else. We are currently looking at Table 1, which is Grant Feder and Keith Conroy. Grant is playing Basalians, I think is how that's pronounced, and is on the Basalia, and is on the mostly gray and white based units, and Keith is playing Herd on the mostly kind of brown and green bases, and the first round scenario is Salt the Earth. The other match we will probably switch back to as soon as Matt gets back from his quick break is Joey Greek versus Kyle Poole. And we will hopefully also have some updates on some other key matches of interest from around the hall when Matt gets back.
Would you say Fort Worth is a very worthy setting for this tournament?
Well, so this is my understanding is basically this is hey, what if we ran Lone Wolf twice this year and one of them was Matt? So my understanding is like this is where Lone Wolf happens. Mark Cox is running it. he's one of the sort of marquee TOs here in the U.S. as having a ton of experience running events of this scale. And for a year coming out of the pandemic, I think the Masters Committee just decided to keep it simple and go with somebody with a good proven track record who just ran a tournament just a couple of months ago with COVID restrictions that were effective as far as we know. I don't think anyone got sick as a result of attending Lone Wolf, which is very encouraging to hear. So as far as I know, this is sort of Lone Wolf Part 2 now with people from the rest of the country.
Yeah, well, my understanding is that 59 out of 70 players in that room are vaccinated as well. Power to America and producing your own vaccines. Yeah. Whereas, we're still working out the code of how to put them together down here in Australia.
Ooh, and that looked like one of Joey's Fiend hordes got routed over there on the left. That's going to be a tough loss for Joey. Looks like he was probably engaged with some rabble in the front and maybe a mincer or two mincers in the flank, perhaps. And that's going to be kind of a big loss, as that is one of Joey's main hammer units. Kind of looking at the layout of the table now, you can kind of see how Kyle is pushed up pretty aggressively on the left there. Joey has kind of pushed down center right a bit, but Kyle, of course, having more drops than just about anybody else in this tournament, also still has plenty of units on the left. So it's hard to say, exactly how the flow of this game is going. But right now, Joey looks a bit surrounded, and it looks like one of his butcher regiments might be getting a flank charge from a mincer mob at some point in the near future, kind of towards the bottom middle there.
Yeah. At first look, visually, it doesn't look great for Joey, does it?
No.
No.
Yeah, there's a lot less of Joey stuff than I expected to see at this stage of the game.
Yeah, did he lose a lot of units?
Yeah,
it looks like he's lost the Butcher Horde and lost something else top right. He's got a unit up there off the side.
Yeah. The Wilt Father does not seem to be turning the tides.
Yeah, it looks like he's still middle table there, but he got fed like some maw pups, and now it looks like maybe he's fighting a goblin on a chariot, maybe. So it's possible that he's just getting chaffed up. And when you're playing this high drop garbage style, trash style list, like you've just got units that you don't care about that you can throw in front of threats all game, and it can chew through them, but like it doesn't really seem to make that big of a deal to your opponent, because they plan on losing, half of the units that they bring every game. That is unfortunate. I thought that Joey had the best chance out of the Mid-Atlantic to finish highly this year, so it would be very unfortunate if he loses the first game. But it's possible that Joey losing the first game would break his Sunday curse, which he's had for several tournaments now, where he wins every game on Saturday, but then loses every game on Sunday. So it could be that maybe if Joey loses the first game this tournament, and then Submarines, he'll manage to win one or two of the games on Sunday and still finish well.
Last few years, has the Master gone undefeated? Obviously, discounting last year. Has it always been an undefeated run?
I don't think so. I think when Brad won, didn't he draw one game?
So Brad drew one game, but had such a commanding lead at the time that he could effectively anything but a massive loss, and he would have still won the entire event. He was 17 points ahead of the next person, so he had to take a deafening loss to actually lose. Which is why he played for the draw, because that was the strategic play after 6 games, was just don't play. And then I think Pat Zoro Allen lost one of his games the first years, but I'd have to check. Real quickly, just getting y'all an update on the 2 games that were requested, which are the Shannon Shoemaker versus Adam Ballard and the Eric Trowbridge versus John Benass. For Shannon versus Adam, it looks to be a lot closer than was reported. It looks like, if I had to give a quick estimate on it, that Adam is probably winning by a snip. And then for Eric Trowbridge,
Oh, we lost sound on Matt. Such a
So-
cliffhanger.
So it sounds like Eric is not doing too hot. Our returning master has 3 of his forwards and a couple chaff units left, and John has almost everything still on the table as of right now.
Oof.
That's right, because John has a lot of shooting with I think 3 regiments of flame bearers,
Yep.
Bale, and some sprinkling of shootings from warlocks and fiends. He does have the tools to break up those hordes that could just march forwards.
Yeah, it's interesting that we don't see that much of the Abyss, because I actually think it's one of the lists where you can almost build any army style that you want. So I'm surprised we haven't seen it more.
I think the play style for Abyssals changed a lot from second edition to third, or maybe what the rules committee intended for their play style to be changed, and it kind of threw people for a loop. But I think I agree with you that the Abyssal lists I've seen people playing with recently don't look a lot like what you saw in second edition, but do seem pretty effective. Kind of doing the same thing that Paige was just talking about, sort of that sort of combined arms shooting style. Like it's definitely not an alpha strike list anymore like it used to be.
Yeah, with the Tortured Souls going down to speed 8.
Mm-hmm.
I think they lost the Thunderous one as well. They're just crushing one now. But that being said, I think Jeff Trace from Australia won a major tournament with Forces of the Abyss. Is that right, Roger?
I think that's right, but with a typical, but more of a, I don't think you can put the style of list down to an army build list, and a Tracy style of list is more probably appropriate. I mean, I think the Abyssal Warlocks point for point. Yeah. The Abyssal Warlocks point for point are one of the better units in the game, I think.
I'm going to bring us back over to the Grant and Keith table here.
An interesting fact is also that all the Abyss players at Masters brought very different lists. All of them have very different lists. So it's very interesting to see.
Yeah, which I think. Yeah, I think that points to what I was saying, right? Is that it's a very versatile list, and probably one of the most versatile lists you can get. We're getting flashes of Serpico as well on Matt's screen. Just he's there, and then he's not there.
A whisper.
He's there, and then he's
Everybody
not
say
there.
hi to Todd. I'm sure he's working hard.
Oh, there's his hand. There's his hand.
Hello out there in TV land.
Hey, Todd.
Hello.
All right, so
I'm
back
going
over
to grab
to
an American
Grant.
whiskey to celebrate.
Okay. That's so funny. I've never heard anyone say American whiskey. Here we just say whiskey. It threw me for a second. I was like, "What's an American whiskey? Is that an Australian joke? Like they drink water and call it American whiskey?" It's like, no, he probably actually means the whiskey distilled in the States. What's going on, Todd?
Hey, fellas.
I mean, if you call it whiskey without the country, it should be Scottish, right?
Depends on how it's spelled. I think Scottish whiskey does not have an E in it, and whiskey from everywhere else does. Something like that. I don't know. I'm glad everyone's here for the whiskey content and not so much the Kings of War. So,
Let's talk about table 1.
Yeah, let's talk about table 1. Grant and Keith are here. All right, Croger, what have you brought? What do you got?
I have brought a delightful little drop that I just bought from a company called Westwood, which is made from Pacific Northwest 2-row barley. Quite a good drop.
Nice.
Yeah,
all right.
Knowing what it's like down here, I probably paid triple whatever you mob would pay for it.
All right, so let's see if we can figure out what the general board state is for Keith and Grant right now. Looks like Keith is measuring stuff over there on the right. Yikes.
Grant has a very commanding position. He has pretty much won the left side. He's going to sweep over to the middle very soon. And it just depends on how long it takes for the Spirit Walkers to take up the middle board of Elo High. It looks like it's taking a front and flank charge. So I don't think it will last very long. What is that unit with those big wings somewhere in the middle right of the board?
I'm guessing that's just one of his beasts of nature.
It is a beast of nature.
Thank you. He does have
but you're right. First glance looks like he's in a very commanding position at the moment, Grant. I think
Grant has also won the right side. You can see his 2 regiments and whatever character that is coming around to flank the middle. So this is what we call the Pincer Maneuver, where you win both sides and you swing to the center.
You figure that's either Julius or Samachris, one or the other over there?
And on the far right, I would say that's Julius or Samachris. And I think, this is where we see, as long as he can keep pivoting around to control those beasts of nature, even the regiments, that's where part of their strength is too now, right? You're seeing unit strength 2 competing against unit strength 1 with those beasts. And if the beasts can't get a flank or rear, they're not going to put out a lot of hurt.
Yep. Kind of in the top.
Yeah, which turn is this?
I don't know. Do the guys on site know what turn these guys are on? Are we on like turn 4 or something like that?
I'll check here, and we're not sure right now. We've been dealing with technical. Sorry.
Got it. No worries. I'm trying to tell if that unit of Keith's up in the top right is Moonfang or one of the beasts. What do you guys think? I don't see any wings on it.
I think that's Moonfang.
Okay.
I believe that is Moonfang, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, out there on his lonesome.
Out there on his lonesome.
Looks like it's very out of position. It looks like it can't even charge. It can't even charge at the hold of Elo High. Depending on where it's facing, I can't tell.
Grant and Keith are currently in the bottom of 3.
Bottom of 3, thank you. Yeah, it's hard to tell with armies this fast. Like everything flies around everywhere, and you're like, and it's the bottom of 2, and they're on the opposite sides of the table from where they started.
Yeah. Which my feeling then is it's going to get pretty ugly.
I had thought it was going to be a little bit more cagey before they engaged, but yeah, they went at it quick.
So we've got a question there for you, Matt. Get you.
So from what I saw, Mark versus Mckay was a little hard to tell. It looked like Mark was doing significantly had good board control. I'll get Todd or one of my other caddies here to go take a quick check. Alex, I'd have to go look. I did not get to spot his table. And Corey versus John. Ooh, that's a good one too. There were a lot of good matches.
Many fall in the face
Give me 1 minute,
chaos,
and I'll get you some
but not
updates
this
on
one.
those games as well.
Not today.
Sure. Yeah. And that's going to be Corey Reynolds versus John Green Jr., I believe. I don't think Corey has ever won the Masters before, but he almost always finishes at the top in the Northeast rankings, often with a perfect 300 score for the season. For folks that aren't familiar, you get points for your tournament placement at qualifying tournaments, and if you win the tournament, you get a full 100 points. And most regions, you count your top 2 or 3 finishes, and the Northeast does your top 3 finishes. So if you win 3 GTs, you get 300 points for your Masters qualifying score, and Corey's done that at least once. So a couple years ago, when their team shirts were jerseys that had numbers on the back, Corey's his number was 300. And as someone's mentioning in the chat. They sometimes refer to him as Mr. 300 up in the Northeast. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he's doing here in the first round.
Yeah, well, from the sounds of some of the first, for some of the first round results, we may very well, given that you need to go close to perfect, we might very well have a different master again. No one's won it twice, have they? In the US?
No. If I remember correctly, it's Pat Zora Allen, then Alex Chavez, then Brad Mckay, and then Eric Trowbridge.
Yeah. That is correct.
Yeah.
This is the 5th Masters?
This will be the 5th U.S. Kings of War Masters. That's right. And if the game between John and Eric go the way it sounded like it was going, then Eric might take a loss in the first round, which I would call an upset for a returning master to lose in the first round. Although John is a really, really good and tough opponent and usually ends up towards the top at Masters. So that's
John who?
Vanas. John Vanas from the Northeast. He's one of the Unplugged Radio hosts.
Unplugged Radio.
Unplugged.
Yeah. He's the guy that hates everything.
Yeah, he stood me. Yeah, he stood me up on the episode that I was on. Yeah.
Right.
Matt, I'm just thinking maybe for future rounds, if there's anything easy we can give them, so a turn counter might be nice on the 2 tables that you're recording for the future rounds.
A turn. We were trying to figure out a way to get the clocks back in action. Unfortunately, in 2019, the last time we did the stream, we had giant iPads, effectively, and those iPads allowed us to basically capture the entire clock. So even if we didn't know the turn, we could at least keep an eye on players' clocks. Turn counter. I will try to see if I can scrounge up something that we can use. Again, the biggest thing here is that I don't want to put too much work for the players. I'm happy that they use the trays. It's fantastic for those nerve rolls. But ultimately, it is still Masters, and the players are still under a lot of pressure as it is, so I don't want to basically strain them. It's all the strain for me. That's okay. I can be strained all day.
Yeah.
So I have my wonderful co-casters here on Discord to help salvage that. So, but I will see what we can do.
Cool. And it looks like Keith did manage to route that horde of Alohi in the middle with his Spirit Walkers and Lycans, but now he's in the very difficult position of trying to reform those units so he's not giving up flanks and rears to all of the flying stuff that he's surrounded by.
Yeah, and that horde on the left isn't long for this world, is it? So then really he's only going to have his what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4 units to the middle right. So right now, I think Keith is pushing the proverbial uphill.
Yeah.
The 2 hordes are Lycans?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that's really tough.
So with Def 4, Def 4, they're not going to stand up for very long. I think really this fast list is it's unusual for herd to come up against a list that's faster than them, right? And if they do, that's probably a really big weakness for them because they're typically lower defense, like those Lycans.
Yeah,
they don't like it being outpaced.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Anytime two
points for the Lycans.
Go ahead.
You're paying points for those speed 9 Lycans, but you're out-threat by speed 10 Elo High. Yeah, and on top of that, they have nimble. So if there's only a little bit of Elo High across the board, maybe you can maneuver out of their arcs. But you're facing an army of full Elo High, so it's so uncommon to see your Lycans just sitting there waiting to be charged. But that's what's happening over here. So it is a very tough matchup for the herd player.
A quick update on some of the games that were requested. So looking at the Alex Chavez game, he is currently slightly ahead going into round 5 from the sound of it, though there's not a specific on who's winning. Obviously, King can flip on a dime in a close match. So looking at Corey Reynolds, Corey claims that he is making it closer than it should have been, which, based on the table state, looks like John is giving him a picking. For Brad Mckay versus Mark Taylor, it looks like Mark is slightly in the lead, but Brad has the bottom of the turn, so it's going to be really hard to call that one again until it's done, until the dice are down.
That's really interesting because both Brad and Dustin Howard, they're both rocking the Ice Elemental lists, which is said to be really strong. So it's interesting to see how they'll.
I think Traumatic on the Discord server, we're getting a fair bit of your family noise through.
Wait, give that to me.
Jaguar's howling.
And I know Alex Chavez is playing an Abyssal list, which we were just talking about. There's kind of shooting supported Abyssal lists. That's the style he brought this year. He's got a little bit of experience playing Abyssals. That was sort of his side project army for a long time while he was playing Dwarves. So he's got some experience with it, but not as much as with Dwarves. I expect Alex to do okay this Masters, but we'll see how he does. I'm not sure it's the best list he could have brought, or that he got a ton of practice with it. But he's one of those guys that's just sort of naturally good at this game, and you give him any list, and he can spank you with it, whether you think it's a good list or not. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, who was it that brought the triple Lord on Frostfang list, Mike?
Oh, geez.
Do you remember?
Let me check.
There was a lot of doubles. And there was one Joker that brought 3.
Let me check some lists real quick.
Let's see who can find it faster.
Well, you're definitely leaning closer to the screen page, so.
So we all frantically look through the lists.
And so we're back on the someone said Chapman. Aaron Chapman. I think that is right.
That would make sense.
Memory.
That would make sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's him. Triple Lord on Frostfang.
And so now we've got the we've got the Kyle and Joey game back on. Last time we had a look at this game, it was looking like potentially that it could be a bit grim for Joey. I would say it probably still is.
Ooh, yeah, I think so. That looks like a horde of butchers he just picked up.
I'm going to briefly interrupt here for those in Discord who have not changed their name. Remember to set your nickname to your actual name, because pretend I don't know every single one of y'all's names.
And it looks like that's confirmation that Chapman did beat Anger Piglet.
What tournament software are they using? They typically use War Score, right?
So that went back and forth a little bit this year because warscore.net appears to be gone. So you don't have the feature where you can publish the round scores and the pairings to their website automatically. I think he was talking about. I think Mark was thinking about doing something else, but then I think at the end he decided to go back to WarScore because it's what he's familiar with. But I don't know how he's going to go about like publishing the results. I don't know if he's just going to print out the pairings and tape them to the doors around the halls the way we used to back in the day, or what?
Yeah. Oh, so who? We've got a comment on the chat. So who would Anger Piglet be?
That's Devlin.
Is that someone that's there?
Yeah, that's Devlin.
Oh, that's Devlin. Mm.
Yep.
Yeah, commiserations, Devlin.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, you draw your enchantment in the first round, you know it's going to be a tough start to your day. All right, so we are watching Joey Greek leaning over the table there across the top against Kyle Poole on table 2. This is Goblins versus Night Stalkers, and it's not looking great. It's not looking great for the Night Stalkers here.
Oh, so Devlin's saying there's a Facebook group and paper for posting round draws.
A messenger group, yeah, that makes sense. There's usually a one big chat, for everybody at the Masters, so that you can blast out announcements and questions and things like that. So that would make sense.
Yeah, someone's got to show Mark how to use Tabletop TO, because that does all that for you.
Yeah, I hear you on that. I think I'm a recent convert to Tabletop TO. I used it at my last event, and I do have to say that it was just ridiculously smooth and easy to not have to collect anything from anyone. Like, they just type it in on their phones and they're done, and I don't have to do any math. I don't have to resolve any conflicts. I'm kind of a fan.
Yeah.
If there was one thing that I could get it to do that it doesn't currently do, I would love to have a TO approval step before the pairings get pushed out to everyone, just in case anything needs to be adjusted. But other than that, it's pretty solid.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that would be useful.
Yeah, we know who's the developer. We should talk to them.
Yeah, I've got the developer. He's a local guy here, actually. So it was written.
Nice.
It was originally made for. What's the Star Wars game? The ship game.
Armada.
That's big.
X-Wing.
X-Wing or
No, sorry, X-Wing. Yeah, it was really made for X-Wing. So used to doing quite big tournaments, but he pretty much puts in any changes that we ask for. So
that's cool.
Yeah. Mm.
Well, if I can think of anything else, I'll let you know. But so far, that's been the big one. I mean, and of course, having used WarScore for years, yes, I wish it was as flexible as WarScore could be, but I totally understand how a web-based app, it's harder to add the kind of flexibility that you have in WarScore to it. I think maybe strength of schedule. I can't remember if it calculates strength of schedule for you, but that would be nice as well.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, and it's stuff like that. It's WarScore. Just add it yourself, but but it does the stuff that it does really well, and it is very convenient. So, all right.
So it looks like what's this thing in the middle of the table? Is that one of his hordes
Many
of fiends?
fall
and he's
in the
just got a
face of
proxy base
chaos,
down?
but not this one. Not today.
I think that's a fiend horde, and a butcher horde there that he just popped one of Kyle's units and then moved forward to block that Mincer mob from being able to get to his possibly last remaining fiends.
I was going to say, the board, I believe, is supposed to represent a horde of fiends that's just not balancing on the terrain. It looks like there's a tight contest for the center. It's really going to come down to... I will try to get a turn update for us so we know where they're setting. I imagine they're probably pretty late into it, but then again, the Fetter game is only on turn 4, so I can't imagine we're that far into it.
And I'm guessing that was the Wolffather.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make out that clock there on the table. Oh, it's just gone a bit blurry for me. But I feel like it only says 13 minutes left on Kyle's clock.
You might be right. And maybe 7 minutes for Joey?
7 minutes for Joey, 13 for Kyle.
Okay. And I think we just saw his Fiend Horde route possibly one of the Goblin individuals and overrun into another one. Kind of there in the middle, that big proxy base we were talking about?
They are on turn 5.
Okay. And again...
So I think...
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if Joey's going to be left with enough units here to really compete. in the
Yeah,
late
it's-
game, but also it's been hard to follow, I guess, what tokens have been taken off as well.
Yeah, like we can still see that one in the very middle. They are using those round orange and black tokens, and there's one in the very center of the table.
Yeah. I don't believe you can
was-
burn the center one. You have to.
No, you
Right,
can't
right.
burn the center one.
It's supposed to be the draw, the avoid the draw problem.
Right.
Many
So it'll be
fall in
interesting
the
to
face of
see,
chaos, but
when
not
we go
this
here.
one.
This might be the
Not today.
Wildfather. Maybe no, that's probably too many dice for the Wildfather. No, that's probably the right number of dice for the Wildfather. So it's probably the Wildfather against
Is
the
it?
Mincer Mob.
Oh yeah, he's got 10, doesn't he? Yep.
Yep. So that's going to be a good number of wounds against the Mincer Mob that already have some number of wounds.
So an update on some of the other games for Brad Mckay versus Mark Taylor. It was a draw.
Wow.
Interesting. Okay.
Austin Howard.
Draw's not a bad result. I quite like a draw around one. I mean, a bit different in Masters, but that keeps you at that middle of the pack. Doesn't get you playing the guys that have kicked teeth in the next round.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. According to some of my caddies here, we have also looking like it may be a draw for Eric Trowbridge and John Vaness.
Oh, interesting.
All of our former
Eric's
masters
fought
are
back there.
not quite losing, but not quite winning.
And I haven't received another update on the Dustin game, which I think is a really big game because he was a lot of people's hot tip with the success he's had for that. But he was looking in a bit of trouble against the Kingdoms of Men gung line.
So I know that Countercharge is currently filming the game. I believe they're streaming on their Twitch channel, though I'll have to see if I can pull that up. Or just annoy Rob here in a second and see if I can get an update.
Wow, they have a Twitch channel.
Since when do we have a Twitch channel? Rob's never told me about this.
You must have missed a memo.
Yeah.
Yeah, clearly not his
Could
favorite.
just be
No,
Facebook
Rob.
streaming, to be clear.
I didn't even know Rob knew what. Yeah, I didn't know he knew what the Twitches were.
I'm guessing like one
He's
of his
too old
kids.
for most of this new technology.
Yeah, I'm guessing like one of Rob's kids made the account for him on his way out the door to go to Masters yesterday.
Yeah.
Jumping back to our game here, looking at Kyle's turn. Kyle's sweeping in on the flanks. If I had to assume all the tokens on that end have either already been burned or there can't be enough scoring stuff left for Joey to hold anything that's still there. And it looks like there's one token at the bottom of the match. If you look, I'm going to move my handy indicator here. Right here, I believe that's a token on Joey's side that's not burned.
Yeah.
So, and then, oh no, we're going to lock that. Hold on.
What scoring system are they using?
Everyone watch the camera fly for a minute. But looking
was
Yeah,
that-
so Rob is just streaming on Facebook, by the way. He's just streaming in the
Streaming
Countercharge
on
group.
Facebook.
Right.
Yeah, with a very
So,
wobbly with his wobbly handheld camera.
Yeah, you're right, Matt. So far, we can see there are two visible tokens, but there might be some under some of Kyle's units. I think there used to be one behind the portal back in the top left, and Joey may have burned that because he didn't think his portal was going to survive. Oh, hey, there's another one. So we just learned that the Winged is babysitting one of them. And it looks like Joey's Mind Screeches are still on the table there in the middle, though.
Yeah,
So-
so he's got his 2 Mind Screeches.
The big thing here is it looks like the Rabble and the Mincer mob have charged one of the last units that Joey has with some scoring strength. I mean, the Fiends are still on the table, but I'm assuming they're facing toward the center and not toward the right. I
Probably.
think they can pick up the Goblin Horde and the Mincer mob at the same time.
Probably not. Well, and those are his Soul Flayers there, just off the side of the Mincer mob as well.
Yes.
And I believe that's a Butcher unit that they've got flank charged by Rabble right there.
Butcher should get picked up here, though. It'll be, I mean, if the Mincers do have Strider, am I correct?
Oh, I don't know. Mincer Mob? No, they do not have Strider.
Well, without Strider, then I take that back. Assuming that's difficult and not a hill, though it does look like it should be a hill.
I think it's a hill.
A little hard to tell. The units are sitting kind of flat on it.
Yeah, true.
Well, while they are while they are sorting that out, I'm going to go back to the grant table. We've given not as much attention to them.
Sure.
So it looks like Grant has swept the left flank pretty handily here. I see the Spirit Walkers are still alive and at least one of the Lycans, and I assume that's still Moonfang at the top right, as well as one Beast of Nature.
Yep.
Yeah.
Looks like he's got,
last time we looked at this game, there was a horde of Lycans in the bottom left, so that's gone. So he's just got the one horde of Lycans left, his Spirit Walker horde, and those two square bases. So
like
he's in a fair bit of trouble.
Yeah, it looks like Grant's Gur Panthers in the top left are holding a token. I'm guessing Moonfang and that Beast of Nature have their eyes on those two kind of top center tokens. It looks like Grant's got another regiment of Alohi kind of facing the token on the hill on the far right. And then there's the one in the middle. But it's currently a little difficult to tell who's going to get to it.
Yeah, the herd player is gonna try to hold one token with each of its fast units, the Moonfang and the Beast of Nature, and get as much scenario points as possible. What tournament scoring system are they using?
I believe it's blackjack, right, Matt?
Yes, it should be blackjack scoring.
Yeah, so there's
so
some
that means
merit to hold some
Sorry,
scenario
Paige, you
points.
go.
Trying to filter out as much of the background noise as I can.
It's going well. We're not getting much from you, mate. As well as keeping stuff alive, there's some merit in that as well with blackjack. So, but it's not looking good for Keith here. I'm not sure what Grant has actually lost. He's lost some Gur Panthers, a horde of Alohi, and I want to say not much else.
Take a look at this list here. Yeah, he should have 2 Gur Panthers, and there's only one left. Yep, so he lost one of those. He started with 4 regiments of Alohi. 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like there's still 4 of those on the table.
Still 4, but one of it is probably gonna die to the Lycans.
Yeah, it looks like he's picking up 1, so he's only lost 1 regiment there. And he started with 3 hordes of Alohi, and we see 2. So he's lost 1 regiment and 1 horde of Alohi and a Gur Panther troop. And then it's just Sam McChrist and Juliet and another individual. So,
which are all on the table still. And I think what we saw earlier in the game there from Grant is with that many flyers, he also wasn't afraid to use to give away one of his hordes because he knew, tactically that as long as he holds things up, that's still could work for him.
Yeah, this is definitely a favorable matchup for him. I think earlier. Defense 4 on most of the stuff, and out-threatening the Lycans is a big deal. So the points paid into the speed of the Lycans were sort of wasted.
So a couple updates as results are starting to filter in here. Alex Chavez won a minor victory in his game. The first of our previous Masters players to actually get a thing, not a draw yet. Still have no update on Eric Trowbridge just yet. Did get a confirmation from Batman plus Goblins. will get back to you as soon as I pull up the name. But that was the first landslide victory I heard.
Wins that I've heard are Billy Henninger lost. Jeff Swan beat Kyle Peace. Was the other one I've heard so far for results.
Mark Taylor drew Brad Mckay. It looks like Garrett Mercer was beating Jeremy Duvall. It was one of the other more interesting matchups I saw. For Shilkin, I'm not quite sure how their game is going. They're within eyesight of me, so you would think I'd be able to just tell you.
Yeah, Josh Shilkin playing Julian, who's a fairly new player in the Mid-Atlantic, but I think he played a lot of Warhammer previously. But I haven't actually met that guy. We have this little sort of newly grown or newly formed community in the Philly area that has sort of popped up during the pandemic, and he's one of those folks, I think. So he's a bit of a wild card. I have no idea how he plays.
He posted his army on Fanatics the other day. It looks fantastic.
Cool. Yeah, I heard that he was possibly going to end up being like a dark horse for the region this year, because he might be better at the game than people would expect a first-time Masters player to be. Well, we will find out. All right, so it looks like Grant is going after one of the Druids with a regiment of Elohi.
Yeah, he's done well. The Horde of the Spirit Walkers, I think, is protected from sight of the character on the right because of height on the hill. The lichens blocking his line of sight, so he won't be able to get a rear charge off there. And he's double charging that Spirit Horde, so that'll be interesting. I can't see. I don't know if you can see, Matt, but what kind of damage is on that Spirit Horde? Spirit
I
Walker
see
Horde at the moment.
I see three dice.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It can't be. I mean, that's a minimum of 12, right? So, or minimum of 13 technically, if you get down to the fact that there's a third dice. So, I can't imagine that a regiment and a horde that can be bane chanted if necessary, which may not even need it.
Nope. Defense 3, no need. They're going to be
So I
wounding
think
on
what we'll
twos.
see here is that Horde will be deleted, Regiment will overrun to block up those lichens, and then at that point it's essentially game over, isn't it?
Yep, it looks like he's probably moving Julius to threaten the flank of the Beast of Nature and stay out of its line of sight. I'm not sure what a couple of those round tokens are in the middle of the table, if those are the actual objectives or not. There's a couple that look a little different around that Horde of Elohi around the building.
And they don't look 12 inches apart.
Right, right. So those may be like item markers or something like that Grant is using, and not the actual objectives. Because I think we're looking at 5. We got kind of 4 across the top, and then the one in the middle in terms of objectives left on the table.
Yeah, where's the 4th one across the top?
I
can see. So he's just stuck his regiment on 1.
Yep, and there's one next to Moonfang. There's one next to the Beast.
I can see that now.
Yep, and the Gur Panthers are babysitting one. So assuming Grant holds the 2, he's got his chaff on right now, and can back up away from that Spirit Walker Horde and hold the middle. That's 3 points, and Keith can kind of grab one with Moonfang and one with his Beast, but his Beast is under pressure from those Elohi and probably Julius in its flank now. So this is a tough situation for Keith to be in here. If his Spirit Walkers manage to survive, he might be able to figure out a way to get a draw out of this, but I'm not sure how.
Yeah. I think
what the
we're
Beast of
essentially
Nature
looking
can
at
do.
probably that Keith will only get 1 token.
Yeah.
What the Beast of Nature can potentially do is to sneak around that piece of terrain and charge the Gur Panthers that's holding that one token. That would swing, the token count by 2 by killing off the Gur Panthers.
Yeah. Although I think we were at 5 when we checked before, so I'd be surprised if he had enough time left without a 7th. So
we are getting calls for time pretty soon. I'm pretty sure Mark is announcing either 5 minutes or like dice down, but they could be on either 6 or moving into 7. Some more updates from the room. Lex Simon took his game 17, and Stephen Hausnick was the one I was thinking of earlier, who won with his Ratkin/Goblins against Nick Nicholas. And for those of you who may have been asking, yes, Aaron Chapman did in fact beat Devlin Smith.
Yeah, Devlin came into the chat to report that in person.
What about Dustin Howard?
Let me see if I can get you an update on Dustin.
Tell Rob to hold his hand steadier on his live stream. Lay off the caffeine, Rob.
Doesn't have a gimbal stabilizer.
Someone chatting saying they heard Dustin lost. So,
well, that would be a huge upset.
Absolutely. Like you said, these shooting armies have a real chance of like just ruining people's tournaments, right?
I mean,
round 1, round 2.
I'm okay with that. If you guys haven't heard, Late Slot did a fantasy draft, and I actually took Jason Britt just because I liked his list. I was like, okay, well that's a good win for my team. But it's me, totally. Chris Kapsner, and John Becker up here in Minnesota did a fantasy draft for this whole thing.
Kyle Poole and Joey Greek, I believe they're adding up scores at this point, just to show the final result of the table. A couple results from across the room. It sounds like Eric did lose his first match. Eric Turbidge did not repeat his starting success from last year's Masters. Last Masters. Dustin Howard did in fact lose to opponent, and then we had Tom, one of the 2 copy-paste undead lists. Tom Ennis did get tabled his side, and for Ryan versus Hank, Hank had a pretty significant victory on his opponent.
Did Tom Ennis?
Yeah, did we hear that?
Tabled the opponent?
Tom Ennis.
He got tabled.
Tom Ennis got smashed.
Look,
got smashed by Tyler.
Is it time to say that Tom's all bark and no bite?
And just to really throw some fuel on the upset fire, Travis Tim only drew his first round.
Wow.
So we have a wide open field for a new master.
Yep, and a lot of our fan favorites, so to speak, are not in commanding positions to take it.
Yeah, I was about to say, man, Giants falling left and right here in this first round.
I will say, though...
Not only Giants, I think a lot of dark horses have gone down as well.
Yeah, it looks like Adam Ballard and Shannon are counting up their game. If I had to guess, Adam has probably taken that one, so there is still some hope for our guesses.
Matt, how's Shilkin doing?
Shilkin's table is still wrapping up, so I will see if I can get you an update on that score. Once we have all the scores posted, I will try to have them just on the stream so people can see them. Obviously, that may be a little bit difficult with our camera angles, but we'll do our best. And obviously, I'll try to get them posted in the Discord chat, if nothing else.
Man, hearing that Jason...
I didn't realize...
Go ahead.
You go, Mike.
I was going to say, hearing that Jason Britt managed to beat Dustin Howard reminds me of a couple of years ago when Jake Cherapika managed to beat Aaron Chapman in the first round. And like the entire room was just kind of shocked as Jake walked around, and people were like, "How'd you do?" And he was like, "Oh, it was like a 16 or 17." It's like, "Oh, well, that's not such a bad loss." And Jake was like, "No, I won." And everybody in the room was like, "You what? Hold on, what?" Yeah, like that is a pretty massive upset. But good for
Yeah.
Jason.
Confirmation on the
Jeremy Duval. All right, go ahead, Matt.
Shogun did in fact win his game with a 16, so he did take it. So he's also still in a good position.
And we had a question about Jeff O'Neill.
Jeremy Duval called it in
So
the
I just
matchup
realised,
cast
did we do
that-
this? Did we just do this? Did we just do this whole cast without telling anyone who was speaking?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Who cares, man?
Okay, and it looks like somebody in the chat is saying Jeff O'Neill won 20-1, which isn't very surprising. I'm going to go ahead and guess that anyone who consumes Kings of War content probably recognizes our three voices at least.
Yeah.
I'm probably the one that no one knows.
Then introduce yourself, Mr. Guest.
I'm Jason Burr. I'm from up in the Minneapolis area. I've been doing 2 or 3 now podcasts with Donnie Croche with the Lake SWAT. I took first or second at KCGT, and then took fourth at Bug Eater about a month ago. So
Nice.
I just got into the tournament scene. Last year was my first out-of-state tournament. I've done Renegade a bunch up here, and then I went and did Lady of the Lake, the last lady. But just kind of starting to get on the tournament scene a little bit more. Grew up playing Warhammer, but not playing tournament-wise. I was a basketball player and a coach for the longest time, still kind of coaching. So kind of cuts into prime tournament time. So I don't really get to play a lot of tournaments.
Welcome.
Thank you. He played Donnie, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. I'm just going to I'm gonna drop out a bit and have a chat on the podcast with Rob, and I'll be back.
All right.
Awesome. Thanks for joining us.
Matt, are you planning on like stopping the stream after every round and then picking it back up, or are you just trying to keep this rolling?
So we have a commercial screen, effectively, so the stream will continue the whole way through with a commercial break. While that's happening, I'm going to stop the recording because we're also recording at the same time and basically have the recording upload to the commercial break so people who missed the previous match can watch that while we're waiting for the next round to get set up.
Okay, cool. So there will be one continuous live stream, but each round will be its own uploaded video to watch later.
I assume Ryan's booming voice got picked up. No amount of decimal control is going to prevent that.
Yep.
But yeah, no, the plan is to keep the live stream going the entire time. The specifics will be the recording of the videos that will get uploaded later. We'll hopefully cut out the
cool.
Which will make it nice and neat.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it.
While we're waiting for these last couple matches to get tallied up and finished so we can get some results out to y'all, I want to give a huge shout out to our members in the Discord channel who come in and help cast these games while I was dealing with sound issues. That was a huge help. I wanted to get y'all some commentary while we were playing the games. I have basically almost done zero commentary this entire time while I was sorting all the audio out. So huge shout out. Thank you again.
Anytime. And having done a lot of these, I can tell you that like when you're hosting it, the less you talk, the easier it is on you. So that's you're doing it perfectly.
Once we get things sorted, ideally we'll get the phone cam working over lunch so we can get some more close-up pictures of some of the games that are within reach. So that should stretch out to the recorded table so we get some different angles on units for people. That's going to be the hope. Everything works at home when you got all the control elements in play. The second you bring in the hotel internet and everything falls apart.
Yep. And you're going over the hotel Wi-Fi, right? They don't even have like a hard wire for you to use in the ballroom or anything.
So we did have a backup. What?
I think that was a shout of saying 1 minute left.
Yeah, there was 1 minute left before they dice down. So we did have a live view unit basically just in case. So the bare minimum we would be broadcasting the actual tables. There are some limitations with that because one, it limits what I can actually show because now you're seeing my OBS screen, which I'll possibly show that later for people who are interested in what it actually looks like from the OBS. But it would be a lot more limited in what we could actually show, even if the broadcast signal would be stronger. And I don't know that it can record audio. Be the biggest concern. So far, the fancy hotel internet seems to be working okay. I think they upgraded over the pandemic due to increases in calls and whatnot, so that is helping significantly.
So very, very interesting here in the game that we've got up. So I guess the Spirit Walkers survived the double charge because they just took off one of the regiments of Elohi, looks like.
Yep.
And I'm not sure what he's rolling there. That might be the Lycans fighting Julius or Samacris, whoever it was that charged them. Yeah, so he's putting wounds on that large cav or large infantry monster at the back of that little cluster on the hill towards the middle of the table there.
Looks like
that was a handshake.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like the game is definitely over. I'm getting some clarifications on what's left and who's won. Because I think they're one of the last tables up and playing at this point.
Let's say 2-1.
It's either tied or it's 2-3 because it looks like Moonfang and the Beast of Nature kind of up there at the top are on 2. There's a regiment of Elohi on one side and a regiment of Gur Panthers all the way on the other side. I don't know whether.
So are the Angels holding one more token?
Yeah, I don't know. It's either 2-2 or 3-2.
They were pointing to the to the Spirit Walker area, like there's one underneath there potentially.
So I think based on what I heard from Devlin, now they are tallying it up, but I believe Keith won from the sound of it, and I'm trying to figure out what tokens are which at that point.
So if there's one under the Spirit Walkers, then he's got that one, and that would mean that Grant has the one on the far left and the one on the far right, and Keith has those two top middle with Moonfang and the Beast. Right. And if that Elohi horde isn't far enough back to have the middle one, then yeah, that's just 2 for Grant, and that would be 3 for Keith if there is one underneath the Spirit Walkers and Lycans there.
So did Grant get greedy? Is that what effectively happened?
Possibly,
yeah. Catch one regiment and hold the horde back for the token.
And I would be really interested to know what happened in the combat last round that we didn't see with that Spirit Walker horde. Like, did he Snake Eyes it or something? And that's why it's still there?
I confirmed no Snake Eyes, but it only had 15 wounds when he actually hit it. So either he rolled absolutely garbage for his hits, or there were less wounds than those 3 dice were indicating.
Definitely something interesting happened there. Well, that would be very different from how we were interpreting the game while we were watching it.
Yeah.
Yep, there it is. There's that third token.
No wonder why he had those 2 back to back in order to keep it.
Yeah, right. King of the Hill, last stand.
Wow, kudos to the hurt player, the one and only hurt player.
Are those so? The Aloha would have been hindered charging into that, wouldn't they have been?
Because it depends on what that piece of terrain is.
Right.
It could be a forest.
If it's just a hill, which I believe it is, then they should not be hindered jumping onto it.
No, I think you're right. I think that is a forest.
Right.
Because
I think that's a forest.
Yeah, because the hills the hilltops aren't textured, but there's another forest on the other side of the table that Grant just covered up with his score sheet that is textured like that. So you're probably right. They probably were hindered, and that may have accounted for it.
Do you have Pathfinder on any of his boards?
I don't think so. I think he took look.
Yeah.
No, he took. He's got striding on 1.
He had striding on 1, but if it wasn't used before that, then
if it was that horde,
right, that as well.
Right. So he sent his other Elohi around that building to threaten the Beast of Nature, or maybe to keep it from going after the Gur Panthers, instead of splitting the Elohi and either Julius or Samacris there by the building to go around and hold the middle. Probably because he thought he was going to pop the Spirit Walkers and walk forward enough to take that token. And that kicked the game over to Keith.
Well, it could be because of dice down. They could have more turns, but because of dice down, he didn't manage to get to that token.
Possibly.
Are we able to find out what round they were on when dice down was called?
How are you?
Because he does have that one horde and one character that's on the middle left. That's not doing anything.
Right. Well, they were kind of eyeing that beast of nature that was about to fly into the woods and sit on a token.
Yeah, and that possibly could have been his Boots of Striding one too, because he might have,
maybe.
He might have just been like, okay, I'm gonna pop those with the regiment, and then I'll put the other horde around, which he'll probably land on the token, and then I'll charge him. So he can't get to the so he defends the Gur Panthers and still gets to charge the beast.
And then dice down was called, right?
Right.
Yep. Although I'm not sure how they're doing it. Normally, if you're playing on a clock, even when you get to the tournament dice down for the round clock, you still get to finish out your clock. I'm not 100% certain how they're doing it. Yeah, so for folks watching, just to sum up, we believe Keith Conroy has won this game. I don't think we have confirmation on the other game between Joey Greek and Kyle Poole, but it looked like Kyle was going to be pulling that one down. Other matches of interest from around the hall. It sounds like John Vanas has defeated last year's master Eric Trowbridge. I guess you can call that an upset, because anytime the current master loses, you can consider it an upset. Also, Dustin Howard has lost to Jason Britt, which is definitely going to be considered an upset by a lot of people. Brad Mckay and Mark Taylor drew. So it's another former master that did not walk away with a win in the first round. Alex Chavez sounds like has won his game.
Travis Tim tied.
Oh, I'm on the screen. Let me put down my paintbrush.
Yeah, Travis Tim tied. Shilkin won.
Everybody straighten your shirts out. Look professional.
Everyone say hi to the Discord stream real quick while we get everything started. We're currently discussing who we want on the tables for next round. I'm looking at trying to get Eric and Tom, who may actually end up playing each other. Since both of them have less of a chance ending up on the tables tomorrow. Getting them on screen now would be nice. And possibly, if they end up playing each other, the other hope is to get Hank and or Ryan, because their armies are super pretty. Though I'm hoping to hold out for them until round 3, where I can hopefully have the phone camera up so I can actually show their armies off, because the top-down camera is good enough for viewing purposes, but those armies really deserve to have the quality shown.
Is that Ryan Munsell you're talking about?
Yes, Ryan Munsell.
Cool.
Matt, did Hank bring the same army he brought to Bug Eater?
Yeah.
That I played him last round. That army is phenomenal.
That will be the Penguin Varangal army.
Yep.
Yeah. Other results that have been previously announced, it sounds like Jeff Shilkin won his first round match. I think Jeff finished second last year, so you have to expect him to finish near the top. I believe that they say Adam Ballard beat Shannon Shoemaker, I think.
He said that he thought he was winning if he had to guess, but I mean, they were tallying it up last time he looked over there. Jeff O'Neill won. He beat Donnie Croce 20-1.
Yep. And he was definitely one of the favorites that a lot of people picked. Jeff is tough. He's a very tough competitor. I've had the pleasure of losing to him twice. I got a little closer the second time, but no, still pretty thoroughly thrashed both times I played him. So
Play Shilkin a lot, and I've tied him as my best result, and I've probably played him about 30 times.
Yep.
So, a quick update for those of you watching on stream. We will probably go to commercial break here in a minute while we're getting everything sorted. But our next round matchups for the stream The round matchups have not been fully announced yet, but at least for the people we will have on stream will be Tom Ennis versus. Look up the other name again.
Derek.
Tom and Trowbridge. So on both tables, we should have Billy Henninger, and then I will get the second name out as soon as I can once I get that matchup confirmed. Search shenanigans and some speed defense.
Very cool. Someone in chat is asking how the K2 versus George O'Connell match went. I don't know if you have all the results.
I promise you, as soon as I can, I will get you all of the matchup results. Just broadcasted, ideally on the screen right here. We'll basically have our casters on one side, myself on the other. I will shrink my view down to something significantly more, and then from there we will have the results broadcasted here, and we can all together talk about what upsets we saw, of which there were many.
Yeah, man. What an exciting Masters so far.
I'm just going to deal while I do some technical work while we're waiting.
How important is round one for, like, say, someone like Dustin if he lost to a variant shooting list? Oh, hey, that he could just, if he just ran the table from there and the shooting list that beat him, say, like, wins half, loses half, because they're kind of at the whim of the dice. Like, is losing round one like real upsets, or is it until they've like lost another one that?
So it's very unlikely that a player who loses round one at Masters will come back. Submarining at Masters is a lot more of a challenge. You would have to have, I mean, it is theoretically possible. Not impossible to submarine and get 5 20s in a row, theoretically, and take it all. But, because again, pointing back to 2019 Masters, Brad effectively in his last game didn't have to play. He just had to draw or not lose bad to win the entire event. So theoretically, a loss is not a complete, like, they're out for the count, but it is extremely unlikely that they will take it all unless they just get nothing but landslides. You're out.
Yeah, because there's 6 rounds, right, and 64 players, so there will be one player in Masters that will go undefeated. And unless his wins are all very small, there's a good chance that that person would win.
Was Mike? I don't know if you know this. Was Trowbridge the only one that went? Yeah, because I think he was the only one that went undefeated. Because last year or the last Masters, Shilkin and Travis tied, and that's why they went 2-3.
Yeah, I believe so. If I remember correctly, in the last round, Eric was playing Mike Zettelmeyer, who was the only other undefeated guy, and he won that game. Yeah, and Shilkin and Travis.
One with the Mesa Crushing, and one or all 3 on Gores, and that's his list for 2300. And then what was the other name we're looking for?
Nick Michelonis.
There we go, Nick Michelonis. All right, he's running Night Stalkers, 2 regiments of Reapers, 2 regiments of Needlefangs, a horde of Butchers, 2 Planar Apparitions, 2 hordes of Fiends, 2 Shadow Hulks, and 1 Void Lurker. One of the Fiends has got Sir Jesse's boots, and one's got the potion. Otherwise, those are the only 2 magic items in his list. Got 22 drops to Eric's. Or is that drops or is that unit strength? Sorry, excuse me. He's at 12 drops to 22 unit strength, and Eric has got 19 drops to 28 unit strength. But Like Trowbridge is on the bottom. Michelonis is on the top. I don't think what is what here. Alright, so starting far left, that must be a Horde of Fiends, Shadow Hulk, Planar Apparition behind them, if I had to guess. Reapers with Needle Fangs in front. Middle is probably Butchers with Needle Fang, going from left to right, excuse me. Butchers and then Needle Fangs and
Many
Reapers behind
fall
it.
in the face of chaos, but
Far
not
right
this
is
one.
the Void
Not
Lurker
today.
with another thing of Fiends next to it, a Shadow Hulk, and a Planar Apparition for 12, I want to say. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. So Nick is out on drops.
Yeah, it should be an matchup. I imagine that Burbage will have the advantage with just giant blocks of nothing else. You have to make it difficult to approach it.
Agreed. But he's still got some speed. Because what are orcs? Orcs speed 5 or speed 6? There's orcs are speed 5. His crushers are speed 8. And technically, Nick probably can get there a little quicker to pick the loots up and maybe pass them back. But I think Eric might be able to tear through them pretty quick. Down on the bottom, I don't know orcs very well. Paige, do you know orcs very well, or are you still here?
Paige has jumped out. On the bottom, so looking at Trowbridges, we have Orklings, and then I believe have it.
One of the Great Axe Swords, probably.
Try to get the top box. Hold on. Yeah, keep asking for a Twitch. Ending that I can ask all of them.
Matt, I'll try and do it. So it looks like Orklings, then the Great Axe Horde, then another Orkling. I think there's the War Drum potentially right there. To the left with a Crudger or Crusher next to the Orklings. One of the Morax regiments is next to that. Orklings in the middle, with Great Axe Horde behind that, with another Morax Horde or regiment behind that. Looks like a couple of individuals, one of them being the Crusher. I don't know what's next to that. That one's kind of hard. Orklings, Great Axe, Orklings, Crusher. A couple of, looks like it probably has Crudgers there, and there's a Crudger on the right by the building, to the left of the building. And then I can't tell. Is that a regiment on the far right, Matt? Do you know?
Yes, and I'm going to make some adjustments to the tables after this round completes. I think we've got a little bit of space on both of them for us to adjust. But that should be a regiment.
So that must be another regiment, Morax. So,
yep.
This is where I was saying with him, Nick getting first round, he can probably get up to those, or at least threaten him enough to pass him back. I think he's almost close enough on the right-hand side to pick some up. With his Fiends, Void Lurkers over there. But like you said, it's just so much to chew through that he just basically hopes that he can get back for the six turns. I would guess, wouldn't you say, Matt?
So I will say the advantage that Nick does have going to this, he has a significant advantage. The orcs will be able to march up in some locations, but it looks like there's enough terrain on the table with the 2 forests that if Nick can, and he has taken the first turn here, if he can run forward and grab the tokens and just run off with them, he might be able to deny the orc getting it.
Right.
Be a way to win that fight, assuming he can't. Because yeah, I agree that I don't think he can outgrind the here.
Well, it's not just blocks. I mean, they hit too.
Oh yeah.
The Great X Sword's 25 attacks on 3s with Crush 2. That's gonna hurt pretty good on some Night Stalkers.
Yes. I mean, the Morax on their own.
Mm-hmm.
Looking for, and with the amount of chaff that Trowbridge has, effectively dictate where the fights are going to happen, limit how much Nick stuff can alpha strike him. That way, he's basically fighting one-on-one fights with these big hordes of Morax units, taking stuff left and right.
Well, I didn't see Moraxes or Wild Charge D3. That, I mean, they can get up to a 13-inch range. That's pretty good. That takes away some of that, at least some of the speed for some of the things, like the Butcher Horde and things like that.
Yeah, we're not looking at a huge speed advantage for Nick, just enough that if he can pick up the tokens and run, it might be enough for him. I do not think he can win in a straight up fight. I think he has to play the objective.
He's pushing up. That must be the other Shadow Hulk right there.
We're going to flip back to Tom and they're open.
Ooh. So Donnie Croce got Bart, Jeff Shilkin got Garrett, and Kyle Peace got Steven DeRose, it looks like.
Yeah, I wanted to post a just direct here are the matchups page, but unfortunately it like score is giving us some bits. Going with the actual spreadsheet style. They know their tables. But that doesn't help us tell you where everyone
Right.
is.
Yeah. Let me see if Alright, so it looks like Billy got second turn. Yeah, like I said, Billy. What was that?
Oh, it's. I was like, for a second I was panicking. I was like, I have windows open, but I know none of them have audible noise other than Discord. I'd be like, what? Like it's music. What on earth? No, it's Mark. Mark has some in the hall.
Ooh, trying to set the mood for all the players, huh?
Oh yeah. So looking here at the Billy and Tom game, I'm gonna calm down for a second and stop trying to fix things and actually commentate for a minute. Looking here, we have Tom has advanced up the board. It looks like if I had to guess, he got the first and Billy got the second. Since he's now moving again. Tom has taken some board space. The downside of his hammers being speed 7, Campbell, and 6 March, respectively, is that he can't take the full 12-inch March if he wants to keep covered. The upside for Tom here is that he's going to have chaff per days. He has 0 shooting higher list, meaning that all that chaff will be available
Correct. I mean, the one thing he does have though that Billy does have. I mean, both of them have chaff for days. I mean,
Yes.
he's got the 4 things of snow foxes. I mean, he can always throw Magnild in there because she's going to do damage, so the unit will be disordered if she
Yes.
has to. The Matt, if you want to, can you scoot that number 2 over that immobile terrain right there? Just scoot it to the left a little bit.
So yes, because it's a very tall mushroom cave is the map we're playing, which is mapped by George Lawrence, I believe.
Yep.
Second, let me see if that table number.
That way you can kind of see what's over there on that side. But no, yeah, I mean, I agree. At the end of the day, he can always take these Lord on Frostfangs, pick up the loot, pass it back, and then throw a Lord on Frostfang in there to slow some things up. I mean, they're only unit strength 1. Oh, it's an actual physical number 2.
Yeah, that's a table number on the table.
Oh, okay. I was
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, it
I
is.
thought that was just a computer generated number 2.
No, it is a physical table number. So in fairness, the numbers are incorrect based on. Oh, actually, no. They are actually correct now. So it is table 2 is the one with the number 2 on it, and table 1 is the one with the number 1. I can actually.
Yep.
Because they're listed differently in my OBS setting. They used to be backwards. Table 2 for me switching to table 2 was actually not the table 2.
Oh, fun.
Yes, perfectly.
I do like these moves by with the Lord on Frostfangs because they'll be able. I mean, there's really nothing that I don't think there's anything besides maybe even the whites they can see over the top, especially the one on the right where he can it's Strider, so he can nimble around and charge something after, and shouldn't be or the Tom stuff should be hindered charging into him.
Yeah, I think one of the big issues that I mean, for both players, it's that they can't pick up the other's chaff. I think Tom's chaff is a little thicker, which helps. But he also needs to stop the frostfang. They're going to nimble shenanigan. And one of those in the flank of a regiment of soldiers. Not a dead soldier, but certainly a wavered one, fitting its use.
Well, I mean, in a flank or, I mean, with how fast his army is, I mean, he could double charge something too. With all the alpha strike. I mean, like I said, I played him down at KC, and I was lucky enough. With my elves, I shot off all of his chaff and kind of got what I wanted. But I mean, I could just see it. If I didn't shoot that stuff off, it's gonna be. I played Sylvankin against this list about a year ago on UB, and he throttled me.
I'm looking over the second round matchups to try to see which ones we want to try to get updates on over the course of the round here. And so far, the ones that are jumping out to me would be like Shannon Shoemaker playing Dustin Howard, even though I think both those guys lost last turn.
Mike, where did you see that?
They are posted on Facebook in the on the U.S. Masters Fantasy Wargaming Championship page.
There we go.
Aaron Chapman is playing Corey Reynolds. That's kind of a marquee matchup. Jason Britt, who beat Dustin last round, is playing Hank. Be interesting to see what happens there.
Garrett's game versus Jeff could be interesting too, with all of Garrett's tough stuff that he's got defensively, especially in a loot scenario where Jeff's got a lot of shambling defense 6 besides his ogres.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be a situation where Garrett gets up to it, and granted Garrett's are slow as well, but he can at least march at the double. Gets up there, grabs it, passes it back, and just sits there and is like, okay, here we go. Oh, Jeff O'Neill, Tyler Schultz should be a good game too.
Yeah, and I see George O'Connell is playing John Manant, so that means George O'Connell likely won his first round match for whoever it was on the stream asking about that, since John beat Eric Trowbridge. You see Jeff Swan's playing Mike Grant. All right. I'm going to drop that into chat if it will let me.
Adam Ballard, Nick Murray will be a good game too.
Mm-hmm. Yep, there's a lot of good matches, but it's the Masters, so
Right.
it's like, oh yeah, that's good. Oh yeah, that's gonna be good too. Why are there like 30 cameras?
Adam's actually coming up to Minnesota here next month to play in a 2v2 tournament with me, and that should be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
They actually asked me to play for them this year for Masters, but my wife is pregnant, so that was not going to happen. She's actually doing like a week. So she was like, "Yeah, you're not driving however many hours to go play when the baby's due." What's it look like Tom's doing over here?
All right, so we're playing loot. So they've got those 3 loot tokens across the middle of the table.
I think the Lord on Frostfang is on one. I think.
Is he? No, I don't think so.
Or is it that tan looking one? I mean, on the far right.
It's the tan. Yeah, it's the tan circles. There's one on the far right, one in the middle, and then one kind of in front of
The mounted suns and snow foxes and
Yeah.
Draugr.
Yeah.
I can tell you exactly. Billy's probably gonna push those 2 units up and just go grab it with the Draugr. Which
That
seems
would
like
make sense.
Which yeah, I mean, that's literally what he uses his Draugr for loot carriers.
Yeah, loot isn't one of my favorite scenarios because it's limited to just these 3 tokens. So it really feels like the tokens get dropped. People pick which 2 they're going after, and that's it. You just kind of ignore the third one, or you put like something to distract or slow down your opponent. So once they pick up the third one, they can't just swing all the way around and come get you super easily. So it ends up being almost like a flank denial scenario.
Basically, what this game is turning into, where the right one is kind of, they're both like putting stuff over that they can grab, but neither really wants it.
Yep. All right, and this is back to who are we watching here? Brad Mckay?
No, this is
No.
Trowbridge and
Trowbridge and Nick.
Yep.
Nick McLeod's okay.
We're swapping back over there as I'm doing some quick camera reconfiguration with some of them.
Cool. Yeah, I saw the dojo shirt and thought it was Brad, but no. It was definitely Nick playing Eric.
Can he wear a dojo shirt when he's murking?
That's a good question. If there was a team spirit award, it would probably hurt whatever region he's working for to have him not wearing the region team colors, but I don't think we do that. I would add that. If I ever got to run Masters, I would totally add a team spirit award. Like screw all of the other soft scores and just like pick which team appeared to have the most fun.
I mean, was it the Outlanders was it last one where they said good game, good game, good game, blank game, good game, good game, good game? Like, that one's pretty good.
I'd like to point out that we are not sponsored, so you can say whatever you want. Just keep it within reason.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Try and look out for you, Matt.
Sometime today, I will probably drop at least a couple curse words, reaction, something, because I will probably have a few drinks.
As you should. All the work you're doing. So it looks like Trowbridge is moving up, trying to just basically, even if you want to grab these things, I'm gonna chaff you up or start beating the bricks off of you.
Yeah, that's my general understanding of how his list works is he's basically got a picket line of Orklings that just kind of go in front of hordes of Great Axe and regiments of Morax, and then he's got some mounted individuals to like intercept and charges, and that's it.
Or to throw in like he's doing over here on the right so that they can't move up and get farther up. I mean, like in a scenario like this, they're perfect. It's just like, all right, I'm going to pin you back even though you have speed. And you're not going to get to where I'm going to get. The loot, honestly, is probably pretty good for his list.
I think so, because like once you get a loot token on a Great Axe horde with a war drum behind it, like it's going to take a lot to get him to drop it.
Right. Well, and on top of that, he doesn't have to get across the board to get stuff.
You just got to get to the middle.
Mm-hmm.
I actually don't have their lists open. I just
There we
know
go.
this fairly well.
Yeah,
I should grab it.
Nick's got the 2 Needle Fangs, 2 regiments of Reapers, Butcher Horde, 2 Planner Apparitions, 2 Hordes of Fiends, 1 with J Boots and 1 with the Potion, 2 Shadowhawks, and a Void Lurker. Which I run
All right.
Twilight and I love Shadowhawks.
Oh yeah. Oh god, yeah.
It
They're
looks like
so-
Trowbridge is leaving exactly enough space for Nick to with the Void Lurker, but just
Interesting.
10, so 20 on 3s, crush 2.
it'll hurt, but I don't think it picks up
No.
Yeah, no.
not by any stretch.
Was there what 20, 23, 25 with the drum behind him?
Right. I think he's intending to put the fiends into terrain, and if those are long axe or great axe.
The great axe.
Great axe.
Doesn't he have 1 unit of long? Am I incorrect?
No.
No.
It's 3 things of Great Axe, 3 things of Morax.
Morax, yep.
Okay. So no failings.
And tons of Orklings.
Okay, because if those were long axe, I'd be like, yeah, the fiend, anything. Especially hindered and ensnared.
Yep.
Though I do.
I don't think. Well, does the planer have Bane Chant? No, it's got Heal and Mind Fog.
It would have to be a
no.
shade.
No, I don't see one. He's only got 12 drops, and none of them are individuals.
That's. I mean, the Morax are only. I believe the Morax are.
The Morax are 4.
Yeah.
The Morax are defense 4.
Well, just shows how often I play orcs. Let's.
Right. Yeah. No. This list doesn't rely on particularly high defense. It relies on just having boatloads of nerve.
Oh yeah.
And
That's how you do it.
and 3 or 4 more drops than its opponent.
Here.
Matt, did you ever get a hold of the actual scores from the first round? The pairings all got posted, and I posted a link to them in chat, but I can't find the scores anymore.
So I can get scores. The issue is that they're not going to look pretty. So if people are interested in a specific score, I can probably pull that up for you. Generally speaking, we're looking for leads here. Battle, we have 17 seem to be the high end for the. I do believe we had 120. We had Mike Rossi with a 20, Keith Randall with a 20, Jeff O'Neill with a 20, Tyler Schultz with 19, and Hausnick with 18, Nathan Clevenger with 18, Don Vanance with 18, and George O'Connell with 18 as our big leads. And then Aaron Chapman, Drew, and Lex, respectively, 17th piece, and then beyond that, we're out of my top 10 top reading.
Do you know if Mark is planning on posting those the full results anywhere?
I think once we get War Score back up and running, we will probably try to get those results posted in a more user-friendly or I guess viewer-friendly format. For now, I might try to get the picture up in the matchups or after this while we're on lunch. I will try to get those scores listed. If anything else, we can just break with those on the screen for people.
On the screen. Yeah.
People can kind of get an idea, because then they can spend the extra time to sort. Right now, I'm literally looking at a phone picture of a different.
Okay. I tell Mark to copy and paste that shit somewhere.
I would tell him to take a screen capture of it specifically. Best way to do it. But then he's got to email it to me, and then that's Mark.
Sure. Well, I think I think WarScore, even though it can't publish to warscore.net, I think you can just spit out an HTML file.
WarScore is
the
not
results.
functioning. That's the problem.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
We're just doing all this shit manually.
Wow. Insert ad for tabletop TO here.
Right.
Going old school with spreadsheets and math errors.
So back to the actual match at hand. Looks like Nick is going to go ahead and take some charges here. Looks like he took the Void Terror into the flank of some. I'm assuming he's flanking the Orklings and not flanking the Horde, which is probably for the best, because that way the Horde can't countercharge him and pick up the Void Liquor.
Yep.
It looks like on the other side he's chapping up, I assume. Take a look at Nick's list here. I gotta actually see what he has, but I'm assuming he's intending to chaff up the Horde while he picks up. So he can give himself a more favorable position on that side of the table.
Yeah, we figured that's what Needle Fangs he sent through the gap there to chaff up the Horde.
Night Stalkers, those are probably needed. On the right-hand side, looks like he backed the up, possibly. Either that or he can't quite tell. I'm using my handy-dandy marker here. Where's my fight icon? Off the table. I can't quite tell what that is. That's
let's see.
Looks like
Is
another
that one
monster.
Of the Shadow Hulk, probably?
Probably a Shadow Hulk, then. Well, Shadow Hulks are Titans, though, and that's definitely on a 50. So I don't think
the planar?
Yeah, probably the planar there. That has to be a Shadow Hulk.
Yeah, because he's got two planar apparitions floating around someplace.
Yeah.
Looks like maybe one of the planars went into one of those Orkling regiments over on the left. Do you think that that gap between the two Orkling regiments that the Needlefangs went through, do you think that's bait that Eric intentionally left enough space for it to get through? Or do you think that's a mistake on his part?
So I think it really depends on if... I think Nick is playing a little risky. It would be interesting, and this is where UB would be perfect for us to see the exact measurements here, but this little gap in between the tower... So I'm going to shake this back and forth so you can tell what I'm talking about. This little gap here, this is a Reaper regiment up top, which is speed 6. The Morax regiment down here, which is speed 5 plus wild charge D3. If they manage to get the full wild charge, they can theoretically outspeed the Reapers. The question is, can either of them fit through this gap that has been left? Because if so, then... even if everything held up here, then Eric will possibly reach through and pick up these Reapers. Morax in front of Reapers. Reapers are not that sturdy against high crushing, high volume of attacks. All he needs to do is waver them realistically, and they'll become useless. But on the flip side, if he doesn't get the high wild charge, this is basically comes down to how much far is this distance. It looks like it's under 12 inches. It looks like Nick has positioned it so that no matter what, he get a charge, and then it comes down to whether or not Eric can roll the wild charge.
Right. And also looking at the way the line in front of them of the Orkling, and that's probably a planar apparition, maybe in something else. I'm not sure that Morax regiment in the back will be able to pivot to get around those units and not hit the building.
Hey, they're using the dice tray.
I was just about to say the same thing.
They're actually doing the full dice tray too. I should have explained to the nerf rules. I didn't have a chance to brief my players.
Those dice, I was going to say the first couple games, those dice were a little hard to read. The orange dice that he just rolled was really nice to read.
Yeah. Some of them are very visible, which is helping. My plan is to, over the lunch break, some of it is just the light on the actual dice tray that's making them a little bit harder to read. So I'm going to actually add like a cardboard shade to help cut back from the light that hits.
Or you can zoom it in a little, like if you have a zoom thing with it, you could zoom in so that it's just the board versus all the extra stuff around it.
Yeah, it might work. Those cameras have limitations in how much I can affect them. The actual limitation of the equipment that I have is that there are so many inputs for USBs that I can fit into the laptop, and due to the limits of signals being pushed through, it's like a highway where I'm trying to shove 50 cars into 4 lanes. So right now I have it perfect where all 4 lanes are running traffic with no issues, but if I put too many more cars into it, then they all stop.
Yeah, I thought this was Texas. Don't you guys do it big down there?
The lessons learned for the stream in the future is build a $3,000 streaming computer instead of buying a midline laptop. And just screw the portability of the laptop, just use a full desktop computer and bring it all with me. If I have to, I'll take a picture of the actual stream setup itself so people know what the cameras look like. But knowing that that's going to take a significant amount of travel space regardless, in the future having the full setup shouldn't be that much big of a change to carry.
This is your first live streaming basically of a tournament, of a King's War tournament, right?
Yes. So we did 2019. I did the cast with everybody, which I enjoyed because I had previous experience casting. But Pat Zoro Allen handled all the technical equipment that is effectively as streaming equipment that can easily access and far more cables and cameras than I can ever hope to have, and a switch box much more powerful.
Yeah, Pat was cheating, having done this for a living. That's cheating.
But basically, after having done a lot of Twitch streams over the pandemic and having configured and played with OBS enough, I knew I could make the scenes work the same way that we did with Masters, and then it was just a question of if the equipment... cameras are all looking fine. That seems good. Only thing that I'm sad about is that we can't get the phone closer shots at some. Like the needle fangs just rolled out there and did some damage. I'm gonna wait till they finish their combat phase and then swap over probably to Tom and Billy's table. It looks like happening there.
What did Nick pop there a little bit earlier? Was that the up by the Reapers or Butchers there in the middle? I thought I saw him pop something.
I don't think he picked up a unit. If he did, it would have been Orkling.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I don't think the Crudgers are out yet. They look like they're all still in the middle of the lines.
And I'm only counting 5 Orklings, and he started with 6, I think. So yeah, it might have been.
I think he picked up an Orkling.
So I just stepped away. Sorry, I had a phone call, but that he did take the Void Lurker into the flank, huh?
Yes, he took the Void Lurker into the flank of the Orklings that would not be fighting it. Which is probably the better choice because assuming he picks up the Ork run and put himself out of arc or sidestep.
Is that a War Trombone in the middle of those 3 units? The 2 Great Axes and the More Axes?
Probably a drum.
A drum.
Sorry, not drum. Yeah. So does he have an individual? I guess he could ground it with the individual that's behind unless the Fiends pop it. Or is he not in combat with the... Did he not charge the Crudger?
I assume this here is a Crudger, which should be able to poke the Void Lurker, and since it's only defense 4, very high chance to ground it.
Yeah, that was the one I was talking about, the one in between those 3 units. Where do you say? Where's it, Crudger?
I believe they're called Crudgers, yep. Mounted Crudgers?
Yeah. Yep.
Mounted Crudgers, yeah.
Okay.
Looks like he did pick up one of the... He did pick up the Orkling chaff, so it'll be interesting to see how he repositions.
I mean, technically, he could just pivot, right? Because he should be out of arc of the... Yeah.
So if he's in arc, then he absolutely doesn't want to pivot. He wants to... and it looks like he's currently just in.
Oh, yep.
And I don't think those Orklings will be in the way for him to... I would absolutely pick up a dragon if it's offered to me.
Oh, yes.
Void Lurker dragons.
He did just pivot them, I think.
All right, while they're doing that, we're going to flip back over to Tom and Bill. Looking here, the first couple of meeting engagements have happened. It looks like on the left-hand side, there's boxes chapping up Tom stuff. Specifically, not only is it chapping, but it's also positioned in such a way that the Soul Reavers are not going to have a difficult time flanking would or rearing the Snow Foxes would actually be bad for them in this. going to pull them closer to the rest of Billy's stuff. And from experience, RevCap troops are not that great in combat without thunder.
So if I had to guess which one's which, I would say that the ones on the mounted suns on the far left are the blessing of the gods. The ones behind the obstacle are the J boots, and the ones in the pond are probably the ones with the potion. So
That is
the blessings on the blessing ones plus the lore and the Frostfang can put a pretty good pounding on really quickly.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Sidestep in to protect the Soul Reavers.
Matt, do you know if the tables are randomized again this round?
I'm sorry, one more time?
Are they doing randomized tables? Like the table numbers are not indicative of current placement?
For day one, yes. So for the first day, these players are the reason I put these players on stream because all of them lost their first round matches.
Right.
We're reviewing them, one, because there is less of a chance for them to be on there tomorrow when it is indicative of who is currently winning. Tomorrow, the tables will be, if you are on table one, it is because you are the best player.
Cool. But people trying to figure out the current state of things should not be looking at the pairings and guessing that people's placement is based on what table they're on, or the table they're on is based on their placement.
Right. By the end of day one, we will have some indicator of who is going to be those top two tables, and that's really where it's at. For the most of the day, we're just going to be enjoying the matchups as they are.
By the way, I love Dustin Howard's outfit today.
What's he wearing?
He's got all green with a cut sleeve jean jacket on. And then like a John Deere looking trucker hat with the yellow on the side.
Yeah.
Robert just posted something on the Countercharge Facebook podcast from their game one, and it's hilarious.
The hat in question, actually, Dragon's Lair Comics and Fantasy.
Oh, nice.
Gaming store. Had since back when I worked for them.
It is an awesome outfit. You have to admit that, Matt.
Oh yeah. But the only thing he could have done better is dye his hair blue.
Well, I mean, I was expecting that out of you.
With the work schedule I had, there was a small chance after I got my haircut because I was looking at Frodo Baggins at some point. I had to get that trimmed, and that cut all the color out of it. So there was like, okay, I could get it re-dyed really quickly and get it super cobalt blue. But there would have been like a 2-hour period to do it, and the person who I normally get to do my hair was not available at the time.
Well, you just do it at home by yourself.
I don't trust my hair, jeez.
All right, so I think Tom's just trying to make sure that the Lord can't get in on the Frostfangs, and that they don't get that the other two big units there can't get a front charge.
Yeah, y'all are actually going to have a better view of the game right now while I'm doing some alt scene work on the other camera.
He did take that charge into the Snow Foxes with the Frostfang, or not the Frostfang, the Snow. Oh, because he flew the race into the
Mounted Suns.
Yep.
I think.
Looks like.
Before you leave.
What was that, Matt? You kind of.
They are announcing the painting, judging, and making sure that people are playing their armies at lunchtime when the round is.
Cool. So in the first round, we covered Joey Greek versus Kyle Poole. And did we get confirmation on who won that match? Was it Kyle?
Joey ended up winning. Kyle got attrition.
Oh, interesting.
Both games went that way. Grant got attrition, but lost his game as well to Keith. So 2 very similar games where the person that seemed like they were winning did not win because they didn't play scenario or didn't get scenario.
Interesting.
When it's with it being differential on killing, that definitely is a big thing versus just straight attrition bonus points. Where are we rolling? That die does not want to stop. Oh, picked up the fallen on the right hand side. So that must be a white horde.
Probably.
Yeah. Life leech back. McNild over there somewhere.
Probably, yeah. Tom is rocking the 2 regiments of Soul Reavers and 2 hordes of whites. So,
I mean,
all the hammers you need to hammer anything.
yep. His dice do not like stopping rolling.
Looked like an 8 or so on a nerd check.
Looked like he got like 5 wounds, 6 wounds, something like that.
Yeah.
Which is a pretty good roll for a race troop.
It is. It is. You look for a couple of wounds out of them, and that's really all you expect.
Mm-hmm.
So looking around the table here, do we know on Billy's side which of his infantry regiments are the Fallen and which are the Draugr?
So the Draugr is the one with like the red cauldron in it. The one Fallen died on the right flank. That's what he killed earlier this round.
Okay.
And then the middle,
The one with the
unit.
middle.
Yep.
Yeah.
Those
That's
are
it.
his.
Okay.
Those are his
Okay.
Fallen.
Okay.
Yeah, he's made his list or his army look very nice. I mean, like you said, it's masters, so
Yeah.
Wonder if they're in. If they're not, he'll probably just back them up an inch. Or if they are, they'll just back them up an inch. Because I mean, at this point, he could double charge with the Lord on Frostfang and that unit into the Soul Reavers. And be sitting pretty good. Oh.
Oops. And then on Tom's side,
Did he not kill the Snow Foxes?
I don't think he did. Well, it's a Rev Cav. It's a Rev Cav troop with a character supporting, which is probably a Revenant King. The Rev King's only 3 attacks, so he's not great for a lot of damage. And Rev Cav troops are thick chaff. Like you can't really expect them to do much damage either. They're only 8 attacks and on 4s.
I mean, it's still their defense too. So I'd still. I mean, they probably wavered if I had to guess. And they're what 9/11, I think.
Yeah, they're 9/11.
So,
they're 9/11, but it's just not a lot of attacks that are going to hit going at them. You know what I mean? And if you don't get a good enough nerve roll, you can easily fail to clear chaff with Rev Cav troops. That's not really their job. Their job is to outlive the other chaff, not necessarily kill them on their own.
Oh, it'll be interesting to see here if he pushes up these Snow Foxes, because then the whites will be able to fly over the chaff as well, especially sitting on that hill. Because I don't know if the Fallen can probably go into the race on the right hand or in the middle, but I don't think he really wants to do that.
Yeah, no, not with what is that? Soul Reavers behind them in the center there.
Yeah, well, I think they were measuring for Magnild here on the right hand side. So I would imagine he was going to throw Magnild into there, and then charge Snow Foxes in to chaff up the other thing of race, and maybe probably not the zombies, but at least then he can hit some stuff and kill them without having to worry about the Soul Reavers coming in.
Yep. And kind of the position that Tom is in over there on the far right now is he's cleared that flank, and he's got a unit over there that could pick up a token, but I believe that is a horde of whites, and I don't know that you want to sacrifice the whites flying and movement 7 that far out on a flank to pick up one token when you know your opponent can easily walk forward and pick up the 2 in the middle, you know, and win.
I agree. Him losing the zombies over there was huge. I think that's what he charged in with the Fallen in initially.
Right.
So, him losing that zombie regiment, just basically that token's going to be out of the game, I would imagine, at this point, unless one of the lords, for some reason, the Lord on Frostfang charges over there or runs over there and picks it up by turn 6.
Yeah,
but
which could happen.
It could happen, but I don't. He needs to rely on those lords for so much this game. I just don't think it's going to.
Yeah, you're probably right that there is probably going to be something better to do every turn for the Lords on Frostfangs if they're still alive than just run all the way over there and pick up a token.
Correct.
I
mean, honestly, Billy probably wants to play half over anyways with the amount of Alpha Strike he's got and not a lot of units.
Yep. And again, one of the things that I don't care for about loot as a scenario is it just comes down to who can get 2 tokens.
I just don't like that you can pass them back. That's the annoying part. Whoever gets there first, then I just pass it back, and then it's, can I chew through enough or shoot through enough for some armies? And it's like, eh.
Yeah. I whenever I'm doing an event and I want to loot token based scenario, I always prefer doing plunder instead of just loot, so that there's 5 of them and you can pick 2 of them to be worth 2, just because it mixes it up a little bit. It makes it a little less,
or even
less
push.
straightforward.
Right, or even
push. Yeah.
Push. Push. You can. There's different things. Do I put on this flank? Do I not put on this flank? It is kind of annoying sometimes when you just kind of know, okay, I'm not getting to that unit, so I just got to play for the center one and don't let my unit die. But at the end of the point, at the end of the game, that's part of having to make decisions during deployment.
Yep.
Ooh, this is interesting.
So that's gonna be a Lord on Frostfang going into a Wraith troop.
Can the white get there? That's a Revenant. I think that's a Revenant Cav.
I think you're right. I think that's Rev Cav.
Yep. But are the whites close enough? Is the question.
I don't know. 14 is far, but not quite that far, I don't think.
Right.
So we are currently. Go ahead.
I was going to say, one thing Tom's got is that he can sacrifice some units, like his Race, his Soul Reaver Cav, or not Soul Reaver, Revenant Cav. Even like his Revenant Kings is like, okay, whatever. I still have the 2 Soul Reaver infantries and the 2 things of whites. That's a lot less than what because Billy's got all hammers, no anvils.
Right. Which is also kind of like Tom's list as well. He's got some thick chaff and some hammers, but no real anvils.
Yeah, but the thick chaff will beat out Billy's. It's just who's going to get the charges that they want.
Yep. So for the folks on the stream following along, we are watching Billy Hittinger and Tom Ennis. Billy's across the top and playing Veringer. With those kind of white and blue bases, and Tom's across the bottom playing Undead with the sort of gray and red and a little bit of blue here and there bases. And the scenario is a loot here in round 2.
How much Surge does Tom have? Not very. He doesn't play Surge very often, or a lot.
Yeah, no, his Necromancer can Surge.
And his
Cursed Pharaoh can surge, and his Revenant King surge. So he does actually have 4 sources of surge.
The ones on
but-
the far left.
Yeah, 3 of them are 5, and 1 of them 6. I'm guessing over there on the far. Yeah, so on the far left, one of the Rev Kings is in combat. On the far right, next to the whites, I'm guessing that's the Necromancer. And the Flying Pharaoh was over there, but then he moved it. I think it might be behind that Rev Cav, kind of in the center.
Is that the Cursed Pharaoh or is that the Necromancer and the Cursed Pharaoh's on the right? Because McNild was over on that side.
Oh.
So I believe the Cursed Pharaoh was over here previously. I think that's actually Mag now, though I have to actually know. Let me see.
McNild just went into the Soul Reaver.
In the center, yeah. So is that unit behind the Rev Cav on the hill? Is that the Flying Pharaoh, or is that the other mounted Rev King?
Well, the Flying Pharaoh had distinct wings. I don't know if it looks like the Flying Pharaoh is here now, like in the middle. But you said that's Mag, so I guess Mag was on the far right and took a huge advance move. It does look like there's a tiny bit of snow on that base. I'll get a confirmation here in a second.
Yeah, because I mean, honestly, we're just trying to figure out how much surge he has, because he could. Now I was thinking about this with the whites, move up 7 and then surge him into the flank of the Lord on Frostfang too. He doesn't necessarily have to have the full fort or full. Wouldn't have to get to 14. I mean, that'd be a big surge, but.
So this is Tom's Pharaoh to me. So yeah.
That's Tom's Pharaoh all the way over on the right?
Yep, all the way on the right. Looks like it was trying to play footsie with Mag.
Okay, so that means that his mounted Rev King is behind the Rev Cav troop that got charged by the Lord on Frostfang, and that's probably his Necromancer behind the, was that Wraiths in the very center fighting some Snow Foxes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. This has been Character Watch.
We'll flip us over back to the Trowbridge game real quick. Looking here, looks like the Void Lurker was in fact picked up by a charge from the Great Axe, as well as the Needle Fangs on the left. There's a whole lot of not any Night Stalkers. Looks like the Planner Apparition up here got removed as well.
Huh?
Okay, second one, can't tell if that's the Drum or Nick's second Planner Apparition.
I think Nick's other planar is over there in the middle. Yeah, like over there where you just moved the icon to. I think that's the other planar, isn't it?
Is that the planner or is that the Shadowhawk?
This is a Shadowhawk, because it's on a 75.
Yeah, then that must be the planner. He's using those individuals super effectively right now. But just
everything is tapped.
Yeah, like the whole right side of the table, right? He's got individuals in the way. Well, one of them just went down, but they did their job. Holding up, what's that, a Reaper regiment?
Yep. Which now is going to have Great Axes, or is that?
Yep.
Yeah, that's a Great Axe horde.
He's got another one into this Butcher horde too.
Right.
So, I mean, he'll have a hindered charge on the Butchers or the Reapers.
Oof. Let me just move the Reapers up.
Can the Moraxes see the Butchers?
The one on the right? The horde on the right?
The Moraxes in the middle.
Oh, no, they're probably looking.
I mean, they're probably in arc, aren't they?
For the one in the middle? I don't.
The one behind, like to the Butchers, yeah, where.
To the Butchers. Yes. Yes.
So I mean, if he rolled high enough, he could charge the Moraxes into the Reapers or the Great Axes into the Reapers and the Moraxes into the Butchers.
Yeah, he could. I didn't get to see any of Eric's games from last year, but this is kind of what people talk about. His play style with them was picket line of chaff and then a second basically wave of chaff that is mounted individuals that get in your way. You get to the end of the game, and you killed a bunch of Orklings and some mounted individuals, and that's it.
All super cheap.
Right. And he just smashes everything else. All right.
Yeah, his not Crudgers, his Crushers on those Gores are 80 points apiece. 75, 80 points apiece.
Yep. And I think that was what probably a Shadow Hulk taking out some Orklings over there on the left, and then turning to face.
Because I don't think the Great Axes can get through.
Yeah.
Well, as of right now, I mean the Orklings will be there.
Right. And it looks like that potential Morax charge off the hill with Wild Charge last round didn't happen, as those Reapers from the back have moved up to next to the building, and the Morax are still back there fighting whatever that monster is. If that's one of the Planers or one of the Shadow Hulks.
That's got to be a planer because the other Shadow Hulk's on the far right next to the next to the.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Or they're fighting an individual and some Orklings or something.
Uh-huh.
All right, and more Orklings go down on the far left.
Now he's got to charge the Fiends.
Yep.
What's that?
He's got to charge the Fiends, and if he doesn't pop them, then he will have a Shadow Hulk in his rear. They both appear to have some wounds on them, but I'm not sure how many. Unless those are just leftover wounds from the Orklings, and those Fiends on the far left are not damaged at all. And that's a clock switch, so that's going to go back over to Eric's turn. Is that Crudger in front of the Shadow Hulk in combat? If you're talking about the one over on the right, I think so.
Yes. Question: I don't think the Great Axes can see the Shadow Hulk. They'll probably go into the more axes into the Shadow Hulk and the Great Axes into the Fiends.
On the right?
Yeah, or Great Axe is only speed 5, right?
Let me double check. I think so. Yeah, they're speed 5. Morax are speed 5 with Wild Charge. Great Axe is also one of the Crudgers has the +1 Wild Charge aura. But I don't know which one that is. Not sure where that is on the table right now.
What's harder to see, individuals on this or individuals on UB in trees?
When they blend in.
Yeah.
So long as you can remember they're there, it's easy on UB.
That's a big maybe.
It's a big if. A big old if. Whereas here, like it's easy to see them, but a lot harder to tell which one's which.
Right.
All right. So I think maybe they had the clock pause there for a second. They may have gone for Eric may have gone for a rules question or a quick bathroom break or something. And looks like he's proceeding with his turn now. I figure they're probably on about turn 3 by now?
I would think so, with about 30 minutes left for each. Well, Eric went second. So yeah, probably bottom of 3.
Cool. I will be right back.
That's over there doing big time things.
There's been plenty of times I've left individuals in the trees at the shop when I was playing.
Yeah, that happens at times. That's why I play on two-dimensional stuff, so you don't have to really deal with that. Between that and the hills, it's so much nicer to play on, but it just doesn't look as good. What does he do? More axes or great axes can pick up a horde. Oh, not hinder. They can't. More than likely. Hitting on fours. Fours to crush 2. Where is your list? Fours to 2s. 16, 18. Have probably 10 wounds, 10, 11 wounds. 7 twice probably. So yeah, it's not given that you pop that, then you get a Shadow Hulk in the rear. Interesting. So he's using the individual to make sure that he gets the angle that he wants against these fiends in the top right with the more axes, and charging the Orklings into the flank as well. That's the Crudger with the +1, if I had to guess as well.
The +1 wild charge.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I think that's the only one that he had on foot.
Let me look. He's got 3 Crudgers on foot, and one of them has the banner, and he's got 3
Crudger on
mounted
foot.
Crushers. Yeah, I don't know the orc characters very well. I think the Crudgers are the 5 attack ones, and the Crushers are the 3 attack ones.
I can honestly say I've never played orcs in Kings of War. Like, no one in our meta up here plays orcs at all. We have a couple of goblin players, couple of elf players, 2 or 3 Order of the Green Lady. One, obviously Kyle Peash plays Trident Realms and Order of the Green Lady. But we'd have no orc players. I never see them at all.
Interesting. I've got a couple guys local to me that like kicking around orcs. They're more guys though, so they just like to line up as many bodies as they can and push it forward and see what happens. I don't think they put as much thought into it as Turbis does. Ooh, an action shot.
There we go. Look at those pipes.
Only took an hour.
Who's in the pink suit?
That is Gibney. We have
Gibney.
I'm just going to give everyone a nice, quick roundabout of the room where I can here. So we have all of our U.S. Masters players. We got Todd Serpico visiting us. Jeremy's over there on the side. Mark, my general left. He's currently not there.
I see Jeff O'Neill's name. There's handsome Dan walking around back there with him. So did some of the Blue City Brawlers just come down to hang out and play games and drink then?
Yep. Definitely have a number of people who are just here to hang out and enjoy Masters. As it should be.
As it should be. Absolutely. We've said before that that's somewhat paradoxical, but somehow the U.S. Masters, despite being the most competitive room in Kings of War, is somehow kind of like the chillest as well, usually.
Yeah, that's definitely accurate.
Ooh, throwing the individual into the...
Interesting. So that's probably one of his mounted, it's probably one of Tom's mounted Revenant Kings.
You better hit him on that.
He had better tag them. They're not super reliable. They're only 3 attacks.
Right, on 4s to 4s.
They do hit on 3s.
Oh, hit on 3s, okay.
Yeah, but they are just crushing 1. And it is just 3 attacks. And I don't believe he put any items on them. No, they don't have Mace to Crushing or Blade of Slashing or anything like that. And lean and mean at 115 points. With the 10 points spent for Surge 5. I don't know. I guess it's situational. If I'm looking at taking a mounted Revenant King, I don't bother paying for Surge because I assume that what he's done with him here is exactly what I'm going to do with him, which is like throw him into something that will definitely murder him in the first half of the game, but will give me the charge I want. So like, I'm not sure how often he's actually going to get to cast Surge from those Rev Kings, unless like there's like a second round big Surge that he really wants them all around for. Because like after that, I'm guessing they're going to be busy.
So this is interesting. So, Tom just measured out for the Soul Reavers into the Lord on Frostfang that the Cav are out of arc to flank the Soul Reavers in case the Soul Reavers fail this.
Interesting.
I mean, the other thing that that could happen as well is because it's an individual, he could potentially back up with the Cav on the elite Cav, back up and still be able to pivot around to get to the Soul Reavers as well.
Mm-hmm.
But we will see.
We will see. Yeah, because you don't really want to. Yeah, you don't really want to back up with the Soul Reavers to get away from the Cav in the front because you've got that other unit of Cav kind of towards the middle whose arc you might back into.
Correct. And if you go forward, I mean, the only thing he could do is move forward, and then he'd be in the flank and he'd be protected.
Right.
Well, there's the thick chaff outgrinding Snow Foxes.
Yep.
Surprise, surprise.
Takes a few turns, but it works. What are you going to do? Sidestep these guys to give you some more reform options on your Soul Reavers?
Looks like you got a race troop in the flank down or on the flank of the Fallen through the Cursed Pharaoh. The Lord didn't. Well, I guess it's 9 attacks. Probably not a guarantee that he pops the Revenant Cav. Through whites into the Snow Foxes must not have dealt a wound to the race.
Yeah. Which does happen sometimes.
This must be Soul Reaver roll.
I would guess so. Yeah. Soul Reaver's on the Lord.
3.
So about 9, 10 wounds.
5, and no.
No. So that Lord will stick around.
Waiver or no?
Be a waiver if it was 10 wounds on average, but I didn't see the wound number.
It looks pretty close.
It was either 9 or 10. I didn't get a.
It has to be the Rev Cav rolling to hit and wound. Get a singular. Oh no. Okay, he just let him snakes it. Not quite sure what that roll was there because that was definitely not Soul Reaver.
That was zombies.
Oh, zombies. Okay, so he did the singular wound.
Yep.
Oh.
Right. Can I do one to trigger the nerve check and life leech? Yes. Okay. That's really all you gotta do. You don't really expect a regiment of zombies to do anything else other than not die and maybe do a wound every other turn.
I mean, they carry things and stand on objectives. I mean, it's not them and Jogger are basically the same thing.
Yep. Depending on your list style, yeah, you either want them out in front chavving things up or you want them parked on objectives.
This must be whites on the Snow Foxes. He must be just going left to right. Seems like.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, good.
Yeah, I mean, whites ought to kill, except for Snake Eyes, which is what I think he may have just rolled.
Really?
I think I just saw snakes on.
Well, Billy's not picking them up.
Tom is
Billy's
grinning.
not picking them up.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep. So the whites just snaked those Snow Foxes in the middle.
Not like that's. I mean, the whites still can get to wherever they want because they fly, but
they can. Yeah.
Only if the foxes don't punch them.
Yep.
True. But I mean, they're probably disordered. I mean, it looked like he was picking up a lot of dice.
This is probably what the wraiths in the flank.
Yes.
He's rolling 2 sets of 10 dice, I think. 2 sets of 12 dice. However many wraiths are. Another 10 or 12 attacks.
Oh, it looks like it was on the Lord.
Okay.
What
so
is
the Rev Cav. And so this is probably the wraiths in the flank then.
Right. That's a lot of hits.
Well, wraiths are striders now, so it doesn't matter what kind of terrain that is.
Right. That looks like 10 or 11.
Yeah, I mean, they're crushed 1. There's the nerve and the nerve.
All in are dead.
That's
nope, that's Magnilled.
Oh, so those were Soul Reavers versus Magnilled then. Okay.
Yep. Oh, overrun, that's why.
And there's overran. Okay. Sure. Wraiths in the flank. Yeah, okay. Might not be able to one-shot Fallen. Fallen are only What defense? Oh no, they are defense 5. Okay, yeah. So the Wraith would just crushing 1
Yeah, I
on
mean
4s and 4s. Do
either
5
way,
wounds. Yeah.
right. Either way, you should be doing it with the individual because he was close enough for it to be a chance.
You're right back, gonna see if I can fix some lighting on those cameras.
All right. I'll wait for Matt to get back to not leave you hanging by yourself, Mike. I gotta get going here pretty soon. I gotta go to a grad party.
No problem. And here's the nerve checks on those fallen. That will take them off.
Now you pivot the race so nothing can charge them.
Nothing can get to your soul reavers. Yeah.
I mean, if the Lord backs up,
Many
could he hit
fall
I
in
mean,
the
not that
face
you
of
really wanna
chaos,
do that,
but not this one.
He
Not today.
probably could. But he might be in the flank, and he might not be able to get around to touch the flank.
Right. That'll be
I don't
close
think-
once he backs up that inch, if he could still get in there. But in the front, you don't want to hit him.
Yeah. And the Lord on Frostfang is nimble, so he might be able to run all the way around.
Jogger just got
That-
+3 on
okay.
the wild charge.
Ooh. Tom's picking up dice for something.
I think he's.
I think he's just getting his dice together.
What are we doing here, Billy?
We will see. So he's disengaging his cav,
Maybe you can pivot around him.
checking his 1 inch. Maybe he's trying to go around the individual. Although I don't think cav troops can corkscrew. I don't think their base proportions work out for them to be able to do that.
The
Okay.
regiments.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, sorry. Cav regiments, yeah. So I don't think that's a thing he's going to be able to do here. Yeah, so over there on that side, he's got his mounted sons who have a mounted Rev King in front of them. He's got a Lord on Frostfang over there next to it, and
he better hope that he pops those zombies. Otherwise, he's gonna have zombies or whites in his flank.
Yep. So it'll come down to whether those snow foxes can do 1 wound to the whites to ground them,
Or he kills zombies.
or he kills some zombies. Yep. And it looks like the zombies might be just peeking out in front of that terrain. So
I think those are the J Boots ones.
okay, and they did charge over a fence, so they likely would have popped their J boots there.
Right.
So we're rechecking whether those Draugr can actually make that flank charge on the Soul Reavers. Or perhaps if he can do it without hindering himself. No, I think he's taking that charge back, either because it wasn't quite in or he changed his mind.
I think he'd be okay with that if the Lord wasn't. It's only 24 attacks on 5s to 5s.
Yeah. Yeah.
Probably better just go pick up the loot.
At this point, yeah, because there's no loot picked up yet. And
Well,
I think
he is keeping those whites on the right hand side over by that loot token to back them up.
He is. So that suggests that he might be considering using them as a loot caddy, depending on how this next turn in the middle goes here. All right. So he's deciding what to do with. Yeah, no, they're not going to fit in there. Yeah, and there's Tom pointing out like you can charge wraiths, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Have fun.
Problem with Alpha Strike when your chaff doesn't win.
Yeah. You run up against a slightly thicker chaff, and there you are.
Backing up.
Okay, yeah, back up. Come forward and pick up that token so I can charge you then. Yeah, he's hoping that. I mean, next turn, if those Soul Reavers can see that Lord, they're likely to flank the Lord on Frostfang that's currently fighting the Rev Cav troop. Unless Billy can pop that center Rev Cav troop with his Lord.
Yeah, but either way, he wouldn't be able to pivot away because he's still engaged, or he still has the Cursed Pharaoh on his flank.
Yeah. Yep.
So I mean, This is a no-win for Billy at this point. I mean, not for the game, but just in that situation, because the Wraiths are going to come into his unit, and he's going to try and pop, or he's going to pop them, but it'll just be interesting to see how this plays out after this. So we're rolling dice here.
Yep. So he's going to try to kill that Rev. Yeah. It's a Rev King on horse.
That is the elite one.
Okay. And
Oh, did I miss something?
Then
4s. Ugh. Billy. Dice.
5 wounds. Ooh.
Billy, your
Rev
dice.
King.
6, 11.
Rev King is dash 14.
14.
He is okay.
He's okay. Well, and his Lord on Frostfang there would have blocked his overrun into one of those other 2 units behind him anyway. So, but still, that's not really the position you want to be in. You don't want to have one of your remaining hammers stuck behind an individual with 2 enemy units on the other side, bearing down on you.
10 wounds on the zombies.
I picked him up on a.
There's your 4.
That picks him up, all right.
That's huge because, I mean, otherwise he was going to get whites in the flank, more than likely.
Did he not roll the damage for... Oh, no, he wavered that Lord on Frostfang fighting the soldiers over on the left, didn't he?
Yep.
Okay. Yep. Otherwise, he may have just opted to get it out of the way and hoped that he could overrun with the cav.
2 hits.
That's a 1 and
4. But
4.
vicious for the win.
Vicious for 1 wound on the whites in the center. Yep, that will put them on the ground. And here's the Lord fighting the Rev Cav, probably. Over towards the right.
4 more.
Yep. It's going to be like 10 wounds on them, probably. And 4.
That was a 7. He's got
a 7?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's got for his 6s, he's got a tractor.
Okay.
Symbol.
And that was a 5 roll, that'll pick him up.
Yeah. Oh, there's the Revenant King.
Gonna flip this back over to Eric here.
So here's a question: Can he pivot? Because he's not technically engaged with that Cursed Pharaoh, right? Since he is
yeah, he can pivot, but he can only pivot 90 if the Pharaoh is like just that 1 millimeter away. But yeah, he should be able to.
Are we referring to combat reform after you basically picked up an enemy unit?
Yes.
You can cheat the 1-inch rule when you are doing a reform after combat. There are no restrictions for how you are positioned or where you end up. Nothing bounces off. The only written rule is that you have to have that minimum millimeter quote unquote distance. They're not actually touching, but otherwise you can complete it within.
I mean, honestly, I don't think it really makes much of a difference. It's just that instead of it being a flank, it's a front, which could be a possibility. And
before we get too reinvested, back over to the Trowbridge and Nick game, it looks like Eric is handily smashing Nick here.
Yeah, so it looks like over there on the left, his Great Axe Horde got rid of those fiends and is now engaged with the Shadow Hulk.
Which is interesting because I thought he was going to be in the woods on the charge.
Yeah, so maybe he used one of his individuals to box him out of it, maybe?
Yeah.
Right, maybe. I mean, he does have the one on the one on the gore up there. I mean, he probably charged in this turn, so he probably did keep him out.
He may also just not care because that much of a
right. But I'm saying though, I mean, he might not have popped the fiends because I mean it's hindered, so he's hitting on 4s, which on average is 12 and a half. It's 12 and a half.
12 and a half. Crush 2 though.
Crush 2. Yeah, I mean,
I think his drums have. Well, he has brutal on his units for sure. That's another one. So it's a 7. Not unreasonable.
I mean 7 twice.
Yeah. Well, he controls the inspiring. Gonna move all
Right.
his inspiring out of the way.
But if he used as an individual to put him there too.
And it's not unreasonable to spike up hitting on for his dice roll either, because like those they can swing either direction. They're the only thing they aren't is reliable.
That's why you play elves. You hit on 3s all the time.
You play elves because elite's a good.
It's a great rule. Makes it hard to play anything else. Ooh, that's a bad roll by Eric. Oh no, that's the hits. Okay.
Just a joke. I play my army assuming it's always going to hit on 5s. That way you're not surprised when you're bad.
So it looked like the Moraxes and Orklings popped the Fiends on the right as well.
Oof, and a Shadow Hulk.
They just popped the Shadow Hulk. Oh no, that was the Great Axes on the left.
Great Axes, okay.
To try this, but we may end up training my poor. If I can share. Oh.
That's
Most importantly, whether or not that's going to destroy the frame rate at the same time.
Yep.
Signs point to yes.
What's up?
My Twitch frame rate did just go down, but it's coming through clear on Discord. So it's great for the 2 of us that are watching here on Discord, and sucks for the 20 people clearly watching it on Twitch.
Cool, we are not doing that then. Y'all will suffer being 15 seconds behind me.
That's fine.
There's at least 3 of us.
Trying to see if I get the real time stream. But yeah, no, looking here, picked up the Shadow Hulk on the left, and the Shadow Hulk on the right looks like it's not long for this world with Morax on the end and things, making sure it's not going anywhere on the other 2.
Right.
I believe that's a second unit of Butchers in the correct center.
That's
Butchers. Those are Butchers, yeah.
Butchers, yeah, the Reapers on the left by the building got picked up by those Morax that finally got across the table to him.
Yeah, I think Nick's going to have nothing left at the end of this round.
Yep.
It is looking that way.
It's
looking that way.
That here in a second, but back to the game that doesn't look. Okay. Like, if I had to guess, Tom is trying to figure out where they're going to be able to go. Pop the Cav.
Mm-hmm.
Or if he can get to the.
Yep.
Yeah, he wants to keep him off the silver flank. So it looks like he did corkscrew charge with those whites into the Cav down in the lower center there, off of those snow foxes that grounded them. And it looks like the Soul Reavers have gotten into that other Lord on Frostfang in the center, who did finally get rid of the Rev Cav troop.
Yep, but the Curse Pharaoh went into the
other Cav. Yep. And it looks like the whites on the far right have just picked up the token and decided that they're just going to watch the rest of the game. Which might work out fine, because it looks like those whites, that Wraith troop in the very middle is very close to the middle token, which they can pick up. And the whites have picked up the Cav.
Yeah, the only thing I'm having some difficulty telling here, which ones are fallen, which ones are mounted.
He doesn't have any fallen left. He had one fallen on the right flank. Yep.
They both did, yep.
Ah, shoot.
Yeah, the Soul Reavers and the Wraiths got the Fallen last turn, and the Whites over on the far right, I think, killed the Fallen in one of the first couple turns of the game.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a rough uphill here for Billy. This Frostfang Lord could still do some nimble shenanigans, but I don't think there's anything it wants to kill more than the Soul Reavers anyway. Usually once you get to the juicy center of the undead list, typically better.
Yeah, except for it's in the front. If it was a flank, he'd definitely feel a lot happier. I mean, he could always potentially, like you said, some nibble shenanigans over to the race, which he's about to do.
Yeah.
Which he's got to.
I think that's the right call.
Yeah, I do, because I mean now Soul Reavers don't have anything to charge.
Right.
I mean, the only thing is his whites are going to come in this next turn and probably pop the Lord, because the Lord's got to have a bunch of wounds on it after Soul Reaver went into him.
I want to point out this circle looks like it's actually part of my software and not the game, but that's actually just the top of the mushroom cave.
I was like,
at an
that's
angle.
why I was like, that's because the table thing was on the top of that. Where you
Right,
couldn't
and then we
see.
moved it, and it's still there. Yeah. So this is a horde of whites on the side holding this token, it looks like, and it looks like these Draugr just managed to get to this one. However, with a unit of Soul Reavers on a hill facing them, I don't know how long for this.
Yep.
Since Tom did go first, that does make it a little bit difficult for the Soul Reavers to jump on it because he still has to worry about this mounted.
Yep. And in the center, it looks like the Lord on Frostfang that was fighting those Soul Reavers has kind of corkscrewed around them and hit the wraiths in the flank.
Right.
There's
a unit that can pick it up.
But he's got whites in the backfield staring right down the middle. So
hindered.
As people want to know them, just know that we are starting to get results from across the room. So if there are any particular matchups you are in, just make sure to throw those in the Twitch chat so that I can see that and I can get you the results.
Oh, he picked up the race.
Yeah, wraiths have very high defense but very low nerve. You can pound through 3 or 4 wounds on them.
Yeah. And Lord on Frostfang has Crush 3 base, or at least Crush 2.
Yeah, it's Crush 3.
Yeah. Oh, Crush 3. Yeah, definitely a flank with one.
Somebody on the text or the chat said Aaron Chapman versus Corey Reynolds. If that's done.
Yeah, that's me.
Oh,
asking.
Oh, I see.
I mean, you just didn't want to say that, huh? You want to be sneaky, huh? You and your surge shenanigans.
Let's see here. Lex just turned his result in. I believe Dustin is still playing. Housenick.
Oh, go ahead.
Housenick will have to check.
You're sitting next to Shilkin's table, right?
I was last round. Shilkin actually is on the same table and just sides of it. He's playing Garrett Mercer.
How's that look?
They both have a lot of dead things. It looks like Garrett's winning from a quick glance. Let me. You know what I can do? I can bring the camera as close as I can get to it with my 10 feet of cable.
All right, so it looks like the current state of this game is the Draugr picked up the token, but have now been flanked by Soul Reavers. The Lord on Frostfang picked up the token that the wraiths in the middle were holding, but have now been charged by whites, and probably a mounted Rev King, maybe, or there's an individual there keeping them out of the terrain.
Why didn't Billy pivot the Draugr so he couldn't get a flank? Did he have to move more? Because he couldn't move at the double over the obstacle anyways.
Anyway, yeah, I don't know. That's a good question.
The whites could potentially see him? Maybe?
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe he figured, flank charge versus the rear charges. Whoa! And the RevCav troop picks up the mounted sons on the far left. Wow.
Okay.
They did have a bunch of wounds, though.
They did.
Yeah. But I think he didn't pivot the Draugr because he had to pivot to get that far on that move.
Oh, okay.
Just the way they were.
That makes more sense.
Everybody wave at Mark Cox, who just walked up and swapped the camera for us. So there's going to be Matt walking around, giving us a look at the table. This is Shilkin, right?
And Garrett, yep, Shilkin and Mercer. So it's Trident Realms versus Abyssal Dwarves.
Yep.
Jeff's running a bunch of Defense 6.
Oh, there's Jeff O'Neill.
And Tyler Schultz.
There's Mike Rossi. Hi, Mike. That was probably Mike smiling to say I got my ass kicked second round as he's turning his scores in. background there, I can see Kyle Poole standing up. I can see Alex Chavez in the back there.
It's Michael Sigler in the stand up with the red shirt from Kansas City.
So yeah, I don't know if y'all caught that, but it looks like there is not a whole lot left on Jeff's table.
No, but I mean, I feel like this would be both, we talked about both those defense 6 heavy armies. More of the free roam camera, please, from Chuck Williams.
All right, so the phone cam's a hit then, Matt.
Yeah, the one problem with the free cam is that I have a limited range of about 10 feet.
Okay.
Wi-Fi completely free cam, which was the goal. So it's a 10-foot USB cable.
Okay.
Still pretty decent, but the hope was to get a Wi-Fi wireless hookup with the phone cam, but unfortunately, just the hotel Wi-Fi and my phone was great. So.
Okay. So going into the top of
bottom.
Sorry, going into Billy's turn here. Tom holding all 3 tokens, and I think Billy's down to what? Just that one Cav regiment beating up on a flying pharaoh.
Yep.
Looked like did he pick up did the Revenant Cav pick up the Mounted Sons? Ooh.
Yes.
Yeah, but they had a bunch of wounds. Remember the race went into them, and I think they had 5. They did like 5 or 6 damage the initial charge.
And Rev King beat on them for a couple turns.
Yep. Yeah. So I mean, they did have wounds on them already.
Yeah. Yeah, but still, so he's basically down to 1 unit, and it's staring at some whites and some Soul Reavers. Yeah.
Good thing I have both these guys. Good thing I have both these guys on my team. I'm cheering for both.
They're both on your fantasy draft or whatever.
Yep.
Okay,
honestly,
nice.
it was actually a lot of fun to do that. I would highly recommend if you have a group of people, just do that sometimes. And I mean, the way it works is we're just adding up all the scores and then averaging it out. So it's not necessarily if you have the winner, it's more if what does your team do type of thing. So kind of a cool idea. Donnie thought it up and asked me, Chris, and John to do it. And obviously, like I said during the podcast, I was like, hey, honestly, I hope somebody who's not on any of our teams wins the whole thing because that would make it even more fun. But I mean, it's looking like that a little bit too.
I have some results here. Aaron Chapman versus Corey Reynolds. Aaron took it 19-2.
Oof.
Looking here, a question. Lex, Keith Randall beat Mike Rossi. Like 7-14. So pretty standard, no massive attrition there. Lex, like he lost to Daddy, 6.
Okay.
A lot of Brocks.
Hey Matt, how's Keith Randall doing so far? Did he win his first round?
I'd have to. Yes, he did win his first one again, to our surprise, because he lost the attrition against France.
Interesting.
Yeah, because he was playing Mike Rossi, and Rossi also won his first round.
Right. Unless there's more than one Keith, and I'm getting them.
Right. The only elf player there. That's
yeah.
Gotcha.
And we watched Keith Conroy, and we know that he won as well. So.
Yep.
Okay. Not me.
All right, gentlemen. I go to a grad party. I'm gonna try and hop on a little bit later.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me.
So it looks like this game is over. They're totaling it up, and I think Tom may have tabled Billy.
Yep.
Looks like.
We're moving into lunch here, but our result for Eric was in fact a fairly landslide. I think he actually had a blackjack there against Nick.
Yep. Definitely looked like it was going that way.
So we have a question about the scoring updates. So War Score is down right now. I don't know if that's been recovered or not. As I get results or as I get scores, I will try to basically have those posted break. That way we have those visible. I'm sure it is probably
Yeah. Yeah, there are people everywhere on Facebook chomping at the bit, wanting to know where the scores are, and unfortunately, no one has any. Well, we can
going to
say
be
as well
as soon as I can.
Yeah, if you ask about a specific match, maybe we can tell you about it, but we don't have a whole list to show you. I think we were interested in. Oh yeah, you checked out the Garrett versus Jeff Shilkin table.
Yep.
I'd be interested in the George O'Connell versus John Van Nos table.
Also see Dustin still playing, which part of the course.
Sure, and Dustin is of course playing Shannon Shoemaker, both of whom lost their very, I'm sure, tough first round matches. Because Shannon had Adam Ballard.
I would be interested in how Adam is.
Yeah, me too.
They're still well locked in.
Playing Adam Ballard, playing Nick Murray this round.
Yep.
And of course, I think the big upset of round one, of course, Jason Britt beating Dustin Howard. It's got to be the biggest upset.
Probably the biggest upset. There were a number of them. I think that was probably the most.
Yep, I think so.
We also had Rob between
Eric.
Brad and Mark.
That's right.
Eric also being toppled. Eric's was a little bit more believable, just due to the list-on-list matchup. But Eric, obviously, being an extremely solid player. You don't get to Masters by just being an okay player.
That is true. It's definitely true.
Unless you're Devlin Smith.
And if you're Devlin Smith, you get to Masters by getting Rob Faniff's car.
Sure.
So they're going into lunch now. So are they doing lunch break? What, 1 to 2 o'clock Central Time?
Could be 2:30. So I will also put a timer for game when I get that next screen.
20 minutes remaining.
Okay. So 2:30. So that'll be 3:30 on the East Coast.
Y'all didn't hear that. That was 20 minutes remaining in the round.
20 minutes remaining in the round. Okay. Oh, I see. We picked two blowout matches to watch in the second round that finished early. That's why it seems like
yes.
Now
it looked like it was going to be. I had hoped that the Billy versus Tom game would be a little bit more cagey, but apparently I was incorrect.
Yeah, I mean, shit.
And
double soul reavers and double
just got
whites.
rolled over.
Yeah. It is definitely a potent undead list. It is a very potent undead list. Like, they can throw out a lot of hurt. And if you have trouble dealing with RevCab troops or the Wraith troops to set up the charges you need, like it will 100% run right over you.
Yep.
Nice to see the U.S. Masters logo on the score sheets there. All fancy. Reminding everyone that the 4 folks that we streamed this round lost their first round matches, and they were selected for interest, and because later in the tournament we're going to try to stick to the folks at the top. Typically, when we've done things like streamed Call to Arms, you got 5 or 6 rounds there. Usually, round 2 or 3, we would try to pick matches that were interesting, but not necessarily folks that we expect to see at the top in the last couple of rounds.
Not today.
Just to mix it up a bit, give the audience some slightly different lists and slightly different playstyles.
Okay, making sure that.
Awesome. It's a cool transition screen.
Thank you.
Did you do that, or is that a?
No, I definitely purchased it. I am not that good of an artist.
Okay.
I know enough to make the logo stand out in the background correctly. Some alpha layers and basic Photoshop, but beyond that type of transition screen, that's well beyond my capability.
Cool.
I go ahead and end the recording.
Okay.
Oh, thank God they're alphabetical. All right, Ryan, and then Tyler. by name. All right, so a quick read off of these lists so that everyone on this. Brenton Williams, we have giants with orc allies. We have a regiment of young axe, 2 hordes of great axe, group of skulks, regiment of gore riders, legion of gore chariots with caterpillar, war drum, 3 giants, Grudger on a gore with Beta Slashy, Whip, the Outcast, and Opgar the Mad. Then for Ryan, we have Salamanders with Ancients, a regiment, a horde of Salamander Ceremonial Guard, Phalanx, 2 hordes of Tyrants, 1 with Caterpillar, 1 with Meat of Madness, Rhinosaur Cav, 1 regiment, 3 Ikidons, a Phoenix, a Clan Lord on a Raptor, so also chaff-mounted dude, Firebrand, awesome Corsair, though I don't think he Corsairs to take advantage of Aura. And then allied elves with Drakon Riders and a Lord on Drakon, because needed more lizard-like things in it.
Yeah, so it's possible that the thing he deployed could be the Lord on Drakon rather than his Phoenix. But given that it's central and behind another unit, I'm guessing it's the Phoenix.
Yes, it's a little hard to tell from the top camera, but those wings are in fact made out of fire, so I would suspect that is the Phoenix.
Probably gonna be the Phoenix, yep. And I think that's probably Britain's Chariot Legion.
That is absolutely correct. I will try to get a close-up of that once we do the flyby, but it's actually the Legion itself is actually a series of tabletop gamers being dragged while they're playing Kings. Fantastic. Flipping back over to Hank's table so we read their lists out real quick. If nothing else, this helps instill a memory for myself to where now that I've read them, it's fresh. Remember what they are. Hank has 3 regiments of Rauger, 2 Snow Troll hordes, 1 with Ale, 1 with Wrath, Mounted Sons of Korgon with Bluru of Haste, Stealthy, Regiment of Tundra Wolves with Potion of the Caterpillar, 2 Jabberwocks, both with ranged attacks, and Rancid Bile range 4 steady aim, Magus with Boomstick and Drain Life, Lord on Frostfang with Blade of Slashing, a Lord on Chimera with Trickster's Wand, Snow Troll Prime. Tyler here, we have Ogres, got Boomers with Blessing of the God, Warriors, Fangstone, Hunters with the Haste. All of these are in hordes. 3 regiments of Berserker Braves, 1 with the Meat of Madness. So Breakers, 2 hordes, 1 with Dwarven Ale, 1 with Chalice of Wrath. 2 Red Goblin Blasters, Ogre Warlock, Firing Talisman, Berserker Bullies, Flashing, and Amagaroth.
All right.
Looking at a...
So that's going to be the Ogres across the top and the Varangar across the bottom, yeah?
Yes. Should be Hank's army across the bottom, his Varangar. Got Ogres across the top. Right.
Yeah, my video feed from the stream is a little blurry. I'm not sure if that's true for everybody watching Twitch right now. But it looks like they are nearly done deploying. This Varangar list of Hank's is only 13 drops. And the Ogre list is only 14. It puts them just a smidge below average in terms of drops, so they're touch on the elite side. But not too much. But Tyler's list, of course, is on the high side for unit strength and scoring drops because of, ogres. That's what they do. Everything scores.
Yeah, looking at it
Have
here.
we said what the scenario for this round is yet?
So the scenario is invade.
Invade. All right.
Nice
and simple for after
point.
lunch. Yep, just get across the table, man.
Yep.
Everybody's probably gone out and had a beer with lunch. Everybody's a little tired, a little drowsy. Nothing like a nice, simple scenario.
I'll have you know the bar was closed. It was the setting thing today. Like, what kind of bar is closed at 2 o'clock?
On a Saturday. Come on.
On a Saturday.
Thought this was Texas. What's going on here?
That's what I thought, too. Have to wait until round 3. Looks like they are, in fact, already started, so I'm if I can get my over. They're finishing up their deployment. Wait until these guys are fully deployed to that.
Okay. Yeah, and it looked like they had rolled and the ogres, so Tyler was going first.
Yep. Going first and invade, not as important in my, but definitely still. I mean, there are very few scenarios in this game where you want to go second. Forward quarters are probably one of the only, I would say, advantage. Invade, taking a big forward push early on can force your opponent to have to fight through you, whereas otherwise they may be able to cross the table and fight through them. But Hank's army wants to fight.
Varinger, usually when you're playing Varinger, you don't mind when your opponent comes towards you because you want to make contact as soon as possible. And Hank does have a Lord on Chimera. He's got a Lord on Frostfang. He's got 2 Jabberwocks. So he's got, and some Tundra Wolves and Mounted Suns. Like, he's got a lot of fast units. So Tyler pushing up aggressively might just open up some opportunities for him. But that's not the game we're watching right now.
Yeah, looking here, it looks like 2 of the 3 giants are on the right-hand side of the table. However, I do believe that those are... I don't know if they're treating the giant cave stalactites as trees, whether or not they're just impassable, large impassable pieces. I believe they're large impassable, and then the white mushrooms.
Yeah, if this is part of the 3D printable terrain set that I've seen and used before, then the little clumps of white mushrooms are the trees.
So if that's the case, then I'm not quite sure what the plan with these giants is. It looks like the one on the right is probably angled just enough to skirt past it, but the one in the center is definitely gonna hit the passable. Won't be able to march through.
Yeah. Maybe he wants to move up and kind of turn his flank to it and look across the table and have his flank protected by it or something.
Yeah. Might be easier to see from the top-down angle, but I think that the right-hand side fence pretty much the exact just next to it. And if that's the case, you don't want to be trying to use you don't want to use the passable never getting past it.
Right.
That and just ultimately giants aren't areas they They were both portable and mostly just a people. So run of things and flank things and get some extra advantage of them. Bone Giants can still get that claim to fame at 190, but once you got to 225 with the current Giants, or how much are they now? Changed a little.
They are no, they're still 225.
They are 225.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you have two extra attacks now and a bit better nerve and crush 4. Crush 4 is wasted. Get really lucky in our play against Token, and it's going to be great.
Right. Or any of the folks taking ogre allies just so they can get some siege breakers.
Yeah. It is very nice to beat up the.
All right, so it looks like Britton is deploying his other Great Axe Horde all the way over there on the left.
I'm actually going to switch over and mute myself, but bring up the team cam so we can get a close.
Okay.
Be right back. Discord will come in.
Okay.
Apologize for that. Hit the wrong man, and the stream would have gone down for just a second, but we should be back up.
We are back, and the video clarity is much better now. So that's good. All right, so is this Tyler's second turn looking at? Because he moved up. Looks like then Hank moved up.
Yes, this should be Tyler's second turn. Aggressively. Tiny little guy.
And it looks like we have, what is that, a Red Goblin Blaster on the far right. Going into one of Hank's units, maybe one of the Jabberwocks or Snow Troll Prime, maybe. On that hill. Supported by probably a Berserker Bully, I would guess. For those just joining us, this is Hank Googe playing Berenger across the bottom, and Tyler Schultz playing Ogres across the top. This is round 3. They are playing Invade, and I believe this is the top of turn 2. For those folks who've been asking for the current standings, those are available up through round 3 now. There's a link to them you can find in the stream chat there. They've also been posted in several places on Facebook. In terms of big news from the first few rounds, the biggest upset is probably that Dustin Howard lost his first 2 games, which is huge because he was at the top of a lot of people's lists to win this event. He's kind of one of the folks that's kind of always near the top of folks' lists. And so far, Aaron Chapman is having quite a good day.
Yeah, Aaron currently leads the field.
Yep. There's something like 20 people within 10 points of first place still. Which is kind of a lot. So there are some big matches going on this round, which, as the round starts drawing to a close, we'll try to get some stats reports on. Aaron Chapman is playing Nathan Clevenger. Jeff O'Neill is playing Keith Conroy. Those are the top couple tables. Keith Randall is also playing George O'Connell. And that kind of rounds out like the top 4 tables. Matt, do you know in what round they're dropping regional last round for it?
You know, I don't know for certain, though I'm sure I can find out.
Okay. I only ask because in the top 8 players, I think 4 of them are from the Southeast. Jeff O'Neill, Keith Randall, Nathan Clevenger, and Drew Gaddy.
Yeah, currently Region Immunity won't fall off until tomorrow. So
until tomorrow, okay. So
tomorrow they get to cannibalize.
Right, like the top 4 people after this round might not have to play each other if all 4 of the
the trajectory continues.
In the top 10,
yeah,
all win. Yeah.
Yeah, that would certainly be interesting.
So we'll see what happens there. In the top 8, there's a couple of Mid-Atlantic folks. There's one guy from the South, which is Aaron Chapman, of course, and Keith Conroy from the Northeast. And then 4 folks from the Southeast, and that's your top 8. I'm not very familiar with either of these players, but I've seen Hank's army certainly, posted a lot online. Beautiful army with sort of a Arctic Ocean kind of theme. Penguins and sharks and things like that on ice bases.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's on the wrong side of the table from what we're trying to do droid cam, but the mammoth on the left-hand side is a tribute to Jesse as Pizza riding it.
Nice. Speaking of that, I'm currently wearing my my Jesse Cornwell tribute shirt.
There are a number of, quite a few.
Yeah, we've sold quite a few of those. For folks that aren't familiar, there's a T-shirt that was commissioned by the folks from Countercharge, and we're selling it on Dash 28. And all proceeds from the sales of those shirts go to the ASPCA of West Virginia in memory of Jesse Cornwell. If you're interested, just go to dash28.org and check out our shop. You can see the link to the shirts and to the Jesse shirts from there. We have them in a variety of sizes and colors. And again, all proceeds from there do go to the ASPCA of West Virginia in memory of Jesse Cornwell. And that's all the shilling I'm doing.
I'm going to switch us back to the Ryan and Brenton game as it starts to get underway. And here we have, like, we've just finished up deployment, and Brenton has his first bring up the giant as expected, as well as what for his riders. I enter out of the.
Seems like it. They do know that they're playing invade and not dominate.
Many fall in the face of chaos, but not this one. Not today.
Yeah, if it is, it's going to be interesting to see how they commit, because they're both starting to make semicircles, which is normally a good strategy because it allows you to effectively push your opponent to do an inverted crescent. When you do that in Kings, that ends up basically leaving flank exposed.
Yep.
Doing the outward crescent, as they're both attempting to do here, is the correct thing. Allows you to get the angles on things that are inside of it, straight into the center.
Mm-hmm.
Both these players are good players, and that's why they're doing this. That have to inevitably move from.
Yep.
Can't just feel like it.
And it looks like Brenton did move that giant up and rotate it away towards the center.
That is one hell of a laser.
Right there. That is one hell of a laser.
Like, it's actually getting picked up.
Tell him to make sure not to accidentally shine that up at the camera. Blind half the internet. So Ryan across the top is, of course, playing Salamanders with Elf allies. And looks like he's contemplating taking an early charge on a giant there. With not entirely certain what that unit is. Possibly Tyrants.
So
I feel like I played against him in Masters a few years ago, and his Tyrants were kind of gray colored.
Yeah, Tyrants are no joke. The ones that are coming through the Mushroom Forest, I believe, are one of the two hordes of Tyrants. And then it's Rhinosaur Cab, actually, that are the regiment in front of them. You guys right here are actually Rhinosaur.
Right. Oh, because it's a regiment of Rhinosaurs. Okay.
Exactly. Okay. So that's actually suspiciously about as thick Cap gets.
Yeah, it is. Jeez.
So
that's 5-15. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. With that being done, then you're going to have the Tyrants able to back them up. They've got Wild Charge, so they're faster than you are, and Gore Riders are actually not super great.
No.
Like they're knights, but they're not really knights. They get crushing, but they have thunder. Pathfinder. Gotta go double check and see.
I got it right here. Gore Riders do not have Pathfinder. The Chariots have Pathfinder.
Gotcha.
The Gore Riders do not.
They have Strider?
Nope.
Yeah, so
They do not.
without Strider,
Yeah, 16 attacks and not 4s. With Crush 1, yeah, no, you're gonna have a hard time moving Tyrants. Defense 4-17. Yeah.
yeah. Is deliberating while they're doing that and early game here. Back over other table. So looks like on the right hand side, one character got picked up. I think that was Hank's. I think it was a Jabberwock. It may have been a. No, the Troll King's
I think
in
it
the
may
back.
have been this. Okay. Yeah, so that there was a Red Goblin Blaster over there, which I'm guessing blew up.
Probably took whatever was fighting it with. Certainly, there's a lot of wounds on it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if that was a Jabberwock or the Snow Troll Prime, but the Snow Troll Prime is in the back.
I believe these are his Jabberwock, and this.
Those two? Okay.
Yeah.
What the heck was that? I doubt it was the Lord on Frostfang. If it was, then that Berserker Bully and Red Goblin Blaster did it.
It could be a Lord on Frostfang.
That would be
the Snow
big.
Troll. Yeah, here's the Snow Troll Prime right in the middle.
In the back, yeah.
And then.
Oh, that's probably the guy on the Chimera behind him.
I'd have to. Yeah. Did he just straight up have a Chimera in him?
He had a there's a Lord on Chimera with the Trickster's Wand, and a Lord on Frostfang with Blade of Slashing.
Oh yeah, no, that is definitely the Lord on Chimera then. So I guess that was the Lord on Frostfang that got caught up.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is an outstanding use of a Red Goblin Blaster then, and a Berserker Bully.
Yeah, that's not
miscalculated there.
Yeah, not great. Like the regiments of Draugr are what's occupying most. Hank's gonna have to boogie. Average unit that they are in fact nimble rider.
Good grief.
Under one King Frenzy, which on the unit they have melee blood blue.
Nice.
So I'm imagining he's going to try to shoot off whatever character that is.
I'm guessing that's a Berserker Bully.
Probably one of the two. Yeah. Like, I like these Draugr regiments, but I feel like the right flank's going to struggle pretty hard here, even with the two Jabberwocks, because all those regiments of Berserker Bullies are, one, suspiciously tough. They are dash, I want to say they're dash 15. Yeah, dash 15, defense 4, and people like to knock defense 4 units, but dash 15 is surprisingly tanky against anything that isn't like a it's maybe a light hammer that can do it, but it still has to be a hammer. And unless these Jabberwocks put a lot of wounds on them first, I wouldn't consider them to be a true hammer. They're going to hit with 7 attacks. They're going to, they hit on 4's base, so they're going to do 2 wounds maybe. They're only crush 1, thunder 1, so they will wound on 2s as long as they're not hindered, which they shouldn't be. But you're only doing 3 wounds to a dash 14 unit. Those Berserker Bullies will tank them. Heck, they'll tank them in the flank.
Yep. And it looks like Tyler has deployed very heavily and layered there right in the center, which is a legit way to try to do an invade. Just layer up in the middle and punch your way through.
Yep. Yeah, no kidding. They will hit back, and it will definitely hurt the Jabbers. Now, that said, the Jabbers themselves are actually fairly tanky. One glaring omission is that they do not have Brutal, Nimble, Strider, Thunder, Crush, Feeding Frenzy. The Nimble helps, because they can kind of pick and choose their fights, and with their tall height, they can whip around units. They can't really be chapped up. But first he's got to get some, then he can actually Scabbers.
Yeah. And they do have that shooting attack, but it is only 12-inch range.
How much shooting does Tyler have? He has his boomers, and what else?
I think that might be it. He's got a Warlock. He's got
Warlock.
Lightning Bolt 3. That's only Lightning Bolt 3, though. I guess plus the normal Ogre, you can add your...
And he does also have Namadarok, so he's got another there, and then they all channel off of each other. So that'll actually probably be a suspiciously high amount of lightning bolt for only 2 casters.
Yeah, that's going to end up being like Lightning Bolt 9 or 10, depending on how he's got it positioned, even though it's only 7 on the sheet.
Yeah, you get horde or large infantry. So you get... Oh, it's including regiments. So theoretically, if they're positioned correctly, he's getting +3 on both of them.
Yeah.
I'm sure he has. Don't see that. So +3, he's getting 7 from Nam and 6 from the Warlock, so that's 13. Not too heavy. It's the list. Have a lot of.
Yeah.
There's any heal. But once you're wounded.
Yeah, that's pretty standard for Vanguard to not have a lot of wound recovery. They're mostly we have a lot of nerve, we have a lot of defense, and you're not going to live long enough to hit us twice.
Always better to have wound prevention than it is to try to recover wounds afterwards.
Yeah.
I was just reading a comment that suggested Aaron had a large lead. I was like, he is points ahead. Not a commanding lead.
No, not yet.
Could be. Not yet.
Could be, depending how he does. He's playing Nathan, though, and Nathan is a very solid competitor.
Yes.
And seems to have grown quite the mane of hair, if the photos are correct that I've been seeing.
I will try and get the droid cam up and running again so I can get another view of the room, but yes, quite impressive.
Until a few people have not bothered getting a trim in the last year. Brenton looks like he's put on some hair length there as well.
Oh yeah. Yeah, looking here, Hank looks to possibly just avoid the ogres and crush the left flank and just have more unit strength over. Awesome. Given what's right.
Yeah, I mean, if you can hold the line on one side of the table and sneak just enough unit strength through to win on the other side of the table, like it's a valid way to go about it. Especially with that large piece of blocking terrain right there in the middle of the table, it really separates the battlefield into 2 halves.
Yeah, my one concern is that if we look at this ogre regiment right here, Hank may have left. So, like, this flank is supposed to be protected, I assume, but there may actually be enough space for them. Now, it is just a regiment of Berserker Braves. Just a regiment.
Yeah.
But those are trolls, so it could also just be a bait. If anything, my biggest concern would be if this regiment can see 2 if it's in the flank or rear. That would be yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They were kind of measuring that out, and I don't think that Horde can get to them. I don't think the regiment can see them.
The one in the middle, to be specific?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, the one in the middle probably can't see him. The one on the left might be able to get him.
This one
and,
should
I mean, it's
absolutely.
30 attacks. In the flank, that would be 30 attacks.
30 is a lot.
On 4s.
So, yeah, 15 hits, crush 1 and brutal, crush 2.
Yep, crush 1.
Against defense 5. Yeah, he probably doesn't pick him up, but it does hurt. But he definitely picks up them hitting back. That may be an intention.
Yep. And those are the snow trolls right there? So defense 5, 15, 18.
Mm-hmm.
And Dwarven Ale and Chalice of Wrath, so he doesn't have to worry so much about a lucky waiver screwing up his plan there.
tank does have a Magus. I would assume
He does not. He has Drain Life and Lightning.
not. He's just relying on the innate crush of the entire army being minimum of crush 2 on everything.
Yeah.
So he doesn't actually need. Or are you referring to does Tyler have Bane Chant? That
Tyler
is
definitely has Bane Chant.
because
Nom
Nama
has Bane Chant.
So yeah, with that being in the list, he can Bane Chant Berserker Braves going the flank. That's a much better odds of actually. Still defense 5, so it's not a guarantee. But then you're at something 10 wounds. So that definitely. And looks like going into Tyler's turn, Tyler is in fact that plus the regiment on the plus the hunters in the front. Yeah, that's.
Oh.
Now I think those trolls are in trouble. But I think the hunters get picked up in return at least. Certainly, I hope they do. Otherwise, that's get really bad really quick.
Yeah. And looks like he's sending his other Berserker Bully into the Draugr.
Yep.
So what was that unit that came off the hill? Was that a Berserker Brave regiment?
I think those were hunters.
Hunters.
Yeah, to make that long charge, I think they were hunters.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay. With Brew of Haste, right.
Yep.
That makes sense. So it's cavalry.
Yep.
Right. So
Yeah.
cavalry ogres.
And with Thunderous, that I think I don't even know that he needs to Bane Chant. I think he still Bane Chant the Braves just for a guarantee at that point. But I don't even know that that's necessary. Yeah, this is going to be a rough round of dice roll. Before we get too far into that, we're going to cut back to Ryan and Reynolds, who are mostly positioning. Stay here for too long whilst they do. But it does look like Brenton chapped up the horde of failing salamanders on the left with Roger and just threw everything as quickly as possible.
Mm-hmm.
That Chariot Legion will not suffer from failings, or at the very least will not be hindered from failings. It will still lose its Thunderous, but it's a Chariot Legion. Sorry, a Chariot Legion, so it's relying on the fact that it has any. It's actually just 20 attacks on 3. And I would assume Bane Chant, but in fairness, I assume Bane Chant's in every list. Ulfgar, in fact, does have Bane Chants. Definitely get them up 2 with 20 attacks on 3. I don't think he pops it in 1 turn, but he certainly can pop it in 2.
Yeah, and I think those are Ryan's tyrants on the other side of that terrain, kind of looking the wrong way, and probably his ancients behind them there in the center that could then try to get in the way.
Well, at that point, I think the chariots are on the other side of the board.
Yeah.
I think the concern there is, do the chariots outgrind that horde? Do they even need? Britain may not even actually engage it until he absolutely has to just buy as many rounds out of combat as he can, because I think everything else is stuck behind these 2 pieces of impassable terrain. I believe this is impassable.
In the center, yeah.
So
yeah, and you're only playing invade, so they only got to get over the center line. And if Britain can get that horde of long axe all the way over there on the left to just walk into Ryan's side unthreatened because there's nothing else over there, then I mean that's what, 4 points?
Yep, it's a legion, so yeah, it's 4. And it also makes the Phalanx Legion or Phalanx Horde, which I believe is also not able to cross.
Yep.
That's a big unit strength swing right there. In the meantime, he's got to engage 2 giants, where I was just joking how that Crush 4 wasn't going to come into play, but turns out Ancients don't like to see that.
Yep. And there in the middle, those are Ryan's elf allies, I'm pretty sure. The things that look like Scorch Wings, I think, are his Drakons. Is that his allied Drakons? And behind it, that's going to be a Lord on Drakon. But charging that giant towards the right, there's an obstacle in the way, so they'll get hindered. And I'm not sure what kind of terrain that other giant is standing in. I'm guessing it's some kind of difficult terrain. So,
yeah,
yeah. Ryan will be looking at hindered charges to try to go in to clear some giants out so that he can deal with all the orcs behind him.
Yeah, you don't want to take hindered charges with flying thing. If anything, and it's a little hard to tell here based on the camera angles, if he could potentially squeeze in on, well, he'd have to force himself by moving the Draken Lord. I have an indicator so I can describe what I'm talking about. So right here on this horde, I don't know how feasible it is to try and pop it in 2 turns, because that's the most amount of time he's going to get, but if he positioned his Drakon character right here, that forces the horde to land here. And if there's enough space here on this edge, then he could potentially... I don't know that picks up whatever this horde. I can't imagine it.
I'm pretty sure that's a long axe horde.
Yeah,
Sorry,
no.
it's a great axe horde. No, it's a great axe horde.
Yeah, you're not popping that with just one Drakon.
Yeah. And I'm guessing that's the drum behind them as well.
Yeah, so you're looking at what, 24, 25 nerves, something like that for the top end?
20, 23, 25. Yeah.
23, 25, yeah. It's pretty good. All right, while they are deliberating, they're doing a much more movement-based game, which stuff is going to start dying. Starting to see some combat rolls here. Assuming that was a Bane check.
Looks like the...
Oh, no, we're doing combat. That was a bully into the drought.
Yep. And it looks like Hank did pick up the bully that was on the hill on the right side of the table with his Jabberwock shooting, because it's not there anymore.
I assume that the boomers are in the exact center back. They're just using the line of fire in between units to take shots, if I had to guess.
Could be.
It does have one of everything.
The...
So what I'm actually going to do is, while they're rolling it out, I'm going to take a quick peek and see if I can identify which unit it has almost one of everything.
Okay. All right, Matt's going to get up and take a closer look at the table. We are looking at Tyler rolling some combat results for his ogres here against Hank's Veringer.
Yeah, it looks like he got a couple wounds with the hunters. I think he's about to roll out these braves.
Yeah, these would be the braves in the flank. The snow trolls kind of in the middle of the table there, just under the table number.
Yep.
Yes, having confirmed with him, it is in fact, this is the boomer boomer horde. Second right here. These are siege breakers. These are siege breakers. These are the warriors.
Okay.
At this point on, it's going to be pretty hard to crack that center because the breakers are effectively shielding boomers. Then you have the warriors who are effectively playing heat shield, and there's not much that can charge him. Hank's going to have to spend a turn clearing chaff, and then when he's done clearing it, he's going to get shot up and charged.
And there go the trolls that had been double charged.
Did he pick them up, or did he just... Looks like he picked them up, and he was trying to pull out his base. Okay. Not really too surprising with that much punch in them.
Yep, and now he's kind of in the middle. He's got to be careful positioning these guys because he's sort of in the middle of the table there. And what is that unit of Hank's on the hill there that looks like little sharks?
So
those are his Timberwolves.
Those are Timberwolves, okay.
I think his concern is he doesn't want to get flanked by what I believe Dire Fangs on the far left. Or are those Suns?
Mounted Suns. I don't think he has Dire Fangs in this. No, he doesn't, so it's Mounted Suns.
Even if they're just Mounted Suns, I think still a... don't let this thing hit my flank ever.
Yeah. And if we're checking out the... Yeah, okay, so we're checking to make sure that nothing's in his...
Yeah, try to keep everything in the front. That said, while they are in snare, if you put enough volume into anything, it will still disappear. Hunter's Nerve is good, but not like over the like. There's nothing special. Still only, I believe.
Right. 15, 17, yep. And defense 4.
Yeah.
So they're kind of relying on ensnare.
Yeah. And with Crush 2 on his entire army, Hank's gonna wound on.
Right. And Thunder Wolves with 18 attacks, hitting on 3s. Thunder's Charge 1 native coming off that hill. They'd have Thunder's Charge 2. So you definitely don't want them hitting you in the flank.
They're just trying to figure out his. I'm assuming he killed the trolls. No way he didn't.
No, I think he.
No,
I think
they're
he did.
trying to reposition where the hunters were because of the way that it got. Do his moves.
He's explaining that they would overhang his base by about should be. And if I were in a super mathy mood, I'd be able to tell you the exact distance there, but it's like 20 millimeters, I believe, it has to overhang Hank's trolls.
Right. Yep. And that's going to be super important as he's trying to avoid being in the flank of things on 2 different sides of him to make sure he doesn't drift the center of the unit.
It's going to be very tough to pull that off.
Yep.
Yep. Here comes the math.
Yep. You know.
Yeah.
Sometimes juicy bait charges like that, you go in and you get them, and then you're like, oh, wait.
Yeah.
Now I see why that wasn't a great idea. Now I'm in a really bad position.
Hank is doing his best to show where things should up theoretically.
Yep.
Yeah. Now he may be able to keep pushing it. Yeah, and the hill's in the way. That's always a rough one. And these are the times when we do miss a little bit, right?
Right. It just brings up the arc.
Those perfect arc angles, as opposed to now where it's like, oh, I thought I was out of charge, but because of the telemetry of the hill.
Right.
Whoops. Yeah, we'll see.
You zoom all the way in, and you're like, so are they playing touching the line or over the line? Is that one row of green pixels I see between them, or no?
All right, well, they are sorting out that reef. Oh, I think they're finally moving on to the Berserker Brave Regiment against the Horde of. It's going to be the Hindered Berserker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are the other snow trolls, probably?
Yep.
Yeah,
So, looking at 5s here. A brief glance at those dice looks like, yeah, only 2 hits. And no wound.
Yeah, really.
That's rough.
Yikes.
So, yeah, the Snow Trolls will that unit. And then we have, I assume this is the Draugr.
Yep, same again.
He only needs 4s here, so. Oof.
That's not good.
Yeah, well, everything will wound, so he does get 4.
Yeah, 4 on 15.
Yeah, and Draugr
4s and 2s. You're going to dash 15, probably? 14.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're dash 14. Defense 3 dash 14. Okay.
Got
like zombies.
9 there. I think he may have just missed. Even with Brutal. Oh, maybe not.
No,
Are they 13 or
he would
14?
get it. 14.
Yeah.
They're 14.
I would get it.
Yeah, that'll do it. On the hair. Yeah, that was big. That was a good nerve roll. Oh, I mean, admittedly, he also just rolled way under for hit 4 wounds out of 15. 4s and 2s.
Someone somewhere is saying how Brutal is the best army-wide special rule in the game right now, I'm sure.
It is a pretty nice special rule. I don't know if I'd say it's the best, but it's definitely up there.
So I think that's going to be over to Hank's turn. So here's the
mounted
bully. Suns with the mounted suns. Yep.
I think he's multi-charging, so he's using the multi-charge to shift his unit side and then doing the mounted sun. What? That. Oh, those are Thunderwolves. Okay.
Yeah.
Thunderwolves regiment, and they're on the hill, and they're nimble. but I don't think I think the only thing you can see is the hunter. Melee
Yeah.
3, so Thunder 2 coming off the hill, 18 attacks. I mean that'll still hurt.
Yeah, it just depends on. I'm not sure whether like the snow troll. He's positioning an individual to keep them from sliding over, so that if the regiment is still there. Well, hold on, he might be sending the Chimera in.
Yeah, I think that's what's about to happen. Is bare minimum he's going to try to put the regiment and then the Chimera as well. Yep.
Yep.
So that puts
a double charge.
Yeah, the Chimera in there.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Yep.
He's used his individual there to keep them from lining up on that charge, so that next enemy unit can see them.
Correct. That now forces the Underwolves into the front with the Chimera, which with both of them should be just enough to get it to safe number.
Yep. Now what's he gonna do with his Snow Troll Prime? Is that gonna he could flank the regiment that charged the Snow Trolls last time, or he could go chaff up the other regiment.
If he chaffs it up, the one downside, I if I were to pick one, I would rather the Trolls just countercharge the Butcher regiment and the Berserkers. Thank you. Countercharge the Berserker regiment, pick that up, and then the Snow Troll Prime goes and chaffs up the rest of the big chunks. Because the Snow Trolls unwounded could easily take another Berserker charge and then just kill them. Picks up both pieces of chaff with his combat unit.
Yep, especially with the fence there.
Yeah, but I don't think he survives Siege Breakers and the Warriors coming in with. That's when it starts getting dicey. But they do have to keep an eye on the Jabberwocks. But he has Siege Breakers there to kind of position and keep them angled. Hank may be able to get some shots off on the Berserker regiment that's currently facing that. Gets enough damage in, might be able to pick it up. But you're hoping for some high rolls. Anyway, we're going to jump back over. Ryan is here quite a bit. They kind of, it looks like he took the charge against. He took the hindered charge against the the Great Axe. That I believe that base is subbing. They're not actually on the flank; they are in the middle, and that seems.
Yeah, I can see the proxy base. Yeah.
Risky. I think that giant will get a flank on them, assuming the giant is still there. But it's fighting tyrants.
One of the giants is one of the giants is chaffed up with tyrants, and the other one appears to be chaffed up with either a Lycilodon or the clan lord on whatever the mount is, Raptor.
I believe that is a Lycilodon, the orange thing fighting the giant right here in the front. Yeah. Now, what I will say, the issue with that Brenton can back his giant up in it and then pivot.
Yep.
This right here, that's actually really dangerous, I'm pretty sure. Now, the one question is, if he's in the rear, he probably can't fit, and that may be why Ryan took that. But I think that with an inch backup, he'll be able to get to the flank, and then he'll be in the flank at that point. The Great Axe on their own probably should have been enough to kill the Dracons. Giant in the flank just for good measure. Absolutely. But I may be overthinking it. With Crush 2 and Bane Chant available, he could just Bane Chant the Great Axe and then Crush 3 and hitting on 3s with Crush 3 and 25 attacks. That's horrifying. It looks like destroy that unit.
All right. Looks like Ryan has finished rolling up his wounds on the Great Axe Horde with the Dracon.
I think he's rolling his Tyrants. Tyrants into the Giant, if I had to guess.
Uh-huh.
Either that or the Horde up top.
So I see 2 dice wound markers on that Great Axe Horde that the Dracon Riders charge, so they will be sticking around.
They did do at least.
Them to pop.
I mean, if we're up to 2 dice, and I believe those are D10s, so
they look like it. Yeah. Yep.
I'm assuming that they're marking it with a 0, and then, I mean, looks like they did at least 11. Here.
Pretty good on a hindered charge.
Do Tyrants not have strategy?
I don't think so. Well, one of them has Caterpillar
Ah.
as the item, but they do not. They have Wild Charge and Crushing Strength 2. Wild Charge
Gotcha.
V3 and Crushing Strength 3.
Question is, which one was that? The Wild Charge or the Pathfinder?
Yeah.
There's also one of them's in the forest up top. So if I had to guess, the one up top's the Pathfinder. He's positioned it in the forest.
Yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense.
Yeah, then that was a Hinder charge against the Giant. In which case, that was actually, I mean, he's giving himself a second round against that Giant, because the Giant shouldn't pick up the Tyrants and the countercharge unless you out the one. Like 6 dice is his jump up and down, and hits with all of them, and wounds with all of them. Like,
Yeah. And I'm guessing those are Britain's young acts behind, so like they're not really going to do anything to help.
Yeah. That was, if anything else, that buys him 2 turns to do that, but the problem is, I think the Dracon's, I don't know that that's worth the Giant, no matter how you swing it.
All right, so it looks like we have flipped over to Britain's turn, and he just sent his Chariot Legion in. I think there's a fence underneath them.
Yes, it will be hindered after all that talk about ignoring things. Now, I don't know if he had, I believe he did have, at the very least, Pathfinder, though that wouldn't help the defense.
Yeah, they have.
Did in fact have
He does
Pathfinder.
not have Strider. Yep, just Pathfinder, not Strider. So they will be hindered there.
Yep. So hindered.
It looks like the Horde didn't kill the individual that was engaged with them last turn.
He may have chosen not to counter it. I don't know why, or he may have been wavered. Maybe there was a lucky double 6.
Possibly.
Because I can't imagine that individual did enough damage on. Maybe he was trying to like Helidon shoot off. I mean, there is a like Helidon nearby.
Yeah.
You look right there. It looks like it's facing direction.
Yeah.
So.
And it looks like Ryan has flown his Phoenix down to kind of the middle of the table where there's nothing threatening it.
Well, I mean, it can.
By the other mushrooms.
With Radiance of Life, he can kind of dive into the middle of all that other stuff if he needs a quick burst of healing. But I think the reason position there was he could do maximum amount of healing by healing and Radiance.
Yep.
The problem here for Ryan is that handoff on the right is not help him in the because Brenton can effectively just kill. And I believe Brenton has first, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think so.
So he just walks up an inch, and he's across the board, and then Ryan has to fight through him on the last turn. So Ryan can't just play footsie there. Or if he is going to play footsie, he needs to get rid of, like, he should stop doing it with 3 units and start doing it with 1 unit and just call it a day. Because Brenton's not going to come forward. He doesn't.
Interesting rotation on his Great Axe Lord over there on the left. Not really sure what he's planning on doing there.
I think he's trying to. So the Drakon Lord is here. I don't know why you really care about getting out of its arc, or maybe he's trying to put it into the arc.
I think the Drakon Lord or the Phoenix.
That's the Drakon Lord.
Oh, that's the Drakon Lord. That's right. The Phoenix is at the top. Okay.
Yep. So,
okay.
With that being
so
the
he's
case,
putting the Drakon in the front. All right.
I think that also almost puts him across the center line with that horde. Like at this point, he only needs to do a little bit of and he'll be across. That's another 3. That's 7 points in unit strength, and it's never going to stay.
Yeah.
Whereas Ryan currently has maybe another 2, counting the Drakon Rider. Depends on whether or not they count as 2 or 3.
I think they're probably 3 of them. Look, they are unit strength 3.
Are
so
3.
the Tyrants they are 3. The Drakons are 3. The Tyrants are 3.
So they're currently
1.
Yeah, the counting the like Helidon, Ryan technically has an edge by 1, but Brenton can literally move. It has 4 unit strength that can effectively move up and be on the board.
Right, pretty much any time.
And I don't think a lot of Ryan stuff is going to survive to the end of the game in this position currently. Whereas Brenton's, I give the Chariots much better odds with their high nerve and the ability to probably slowly pick through the spearmen.
And Brenton's checking out the ranges over there on the right to his Gore Riders and Giant.
Yeah, as long as he...
What is that? Tyrant and what's the other unit over there? The Rhinosaur Regiment?
The Rhinosaur Regiment.
Okay.
At this point, I want the Rhinosaur Regiment to cover the center.
Yeah. And that's probably what the Rhinosaur Captain on Raptor there next to them, like a Kilodon on one side and the...
Yes. The one that is closer to the impassable right here
Yes.
is definitely the mounted captain.
Okay. Captain on Raptor, right.
Looks like some Bane Chant and shooting coming in here. I'm assuming this is Bane Chant on the Great Axe. That would be my guess. Based on that indicator, that is definitely Bane Chant.
Yep.
That's Crush 3, hitting on 3s, countercharging. That's going to be pretty rough.
Yeah. 25 attacks on 3s, Crush 3. So 3s and 2s.
Right. Ryan's going to want to pray that Brenton just rolls mad. Otherwise, I don't think so.
Alright. That was probably heal on the Giant, I'm guessing?
Yep. And depending on if he countercharged, that may... I don't even know if he want to countercharge. He may just keep game. I think he did. I think he went countercharge. Certainly he didn't try to do any sneaky flanks, so he is determined that the Great Axe are just going to beat the Dracons to death on
Alright, now we're into combat rolls, it looks like.
It looks like we're starting...
This is either the Chariots or the...
Looks like it's 20 if I had to guess this.
Okay. So yeah, it's either the Great Axe Horde with 25 or the Chariots with 20.
Didn't... No, this looks like Great Axe. Maybe I was incorrect with the number of attacks. That definitely looks like Great Axe.
5 and 13 wounds.
Oh, they're going to go to the tray. Oh no! Somehow my camera is inoperable. But it looks like he picked them up.
Let's say
Fixing
13 wounds on a 15-17 unit. That's a 4 twice. And now, if the Tyrants are still there fighting the Giant next turn, then that Horde can just walk forward and help kill those Tyrants as well.
Yep. Yeah, I'm not quite sure I like that. But who knows? Maybe it was just a ploy to put as many wounds as possible, and then he's going to...
All right, so here's the roll for the Giants' attacks on the Tyrants. It looks like he rolled a 3. So it's going to be, 11 attacks?
11 on 4s and 2. I see a lot of 3. Like more hits than not.
Yeah, that's pretty good. About 6, 7 hits, something like that.
5 wounds total, not at all bad for a Giant. Giant's looking at 4 on average.
Yep.
6 with Brutal. Probably doesn't pick it up. There we go. Best cam is back. Yeah.
And
6 should be fine.
They're okay. They're like 15, 17 or dash 17 or something like that? Tyrants? Dash 17, yeah.
He's rolling the other like Illidan. However, just to make sure that we're keeping an eye on both sides, shift back over to Hank and Tyler. Things have been going down over there. It looks like on the left flank he did pick up the as well as the Hunters.
Oh, wow. Yep, okay.
It looks like he charged, or no, he did not charge. He shot Berserker Braves on the right and maneuvered the other Jabberwock further up.
Mm-hmm.
Berserker Braves, I assume, charged the Jabberwock. How they got to that is the regiment.
Yep.
And at the bottom, it looks like he countercharged the Braves but didn't kill them with the trolls. Hit on their hits. And with the trolls...
The troll prime didn't charge then?
I think
it's kind of standing out there.
It looks like, because there's a wound on the Berserker Braves, it looks like he charged and just didn't do a hole.
Okay.
But there are so many trays and bases on the table. Clearly, there's a lot of... they're just trying to figure out as best they can. This is good advice for anyone who's newer to the game and watching. Bring lots of spare bases. I would almost bring one for every type of unit you have. Sometimes more, depending on how many you have of them.
Absolutely. I bring a whole bag.
Yep, it makes your life a heck of a lot easier. Yeah, this is, I think they're on turn... They're either on... Tyler went first and moved forward. So, I think they're on top of...
Probably 4, yeah.
So, Hank still has a little bit of work to do to kill enough and then push through, but he does have a lot of unit strength on the left-hand side of the table that can walk across now.
He does, yeah. And currently it's also kind of facing towards the middle, so it's not clear whether he's going to just start walking to take the unit strength or keep fighting.
Right. It's going to come down to if he can pick up these center units enough to where he's weakened down the unit strength. There's 2 Jabberwocks. I mean, they can also nimble across the board, so that's 2 unit strength there. He's got the Chimera for another one. Thunderwolves, which I believe are...
I see. Yep. Yeah, and the Snow Troll Prime definitely has a... It's definitely the proxy base in front of those Berserker Braves is the thing, because Tyler just charged another character into the flank of it as the proxy base there.
So there's a lot of unit strength left, and there's a Draugr regiment up there, which is or are they 2 or 3? Oh, sure, they're
Draugr regiment, I think, is...
They are 2. So he's got 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 11 unit strength currently. If he picks up these 4 units, bottom here, and this regiment of Berserkers, then theoretically, as long as the Jabbers make it across, then that's his shot to victory. Yep. It is still a tall order, though. The Ogres just have so much more unit strength currently in all those. I don't think they're getting picked up.
He's got that Lord on Chimera there, facing kind of across the middle of the table. And depending on ranges, he could be looking at flanks and rears of some of those siege breakers that are still in the middle.
Yeah, 20 inches is pretty far. If he can get, I mean, bare minimum, I think he picks up the horde of warriors, and then he can countercharge with his, assuming his trolls survive, which I'm sure they will, countercharge the Berserkers and hopefully pick them up. Yeah, this one's... I think Tyler has a slight edge, but I think it's going to be close.
Yeah, I think Hank's army has a deceptively higher chance of pulling this out than it looked like when we were looking at the table a minute ago.
Yeah.
I think he's definitely playing smart with the Jabberwocks, just moving them around and letting them breathe on things and waiting.
Right, there was some breath on the top Jabberwock from the butcher, or sorry, the I keep wanting to call them butchers. Boomers. Every unit that starts with the letter B is
those guys get attacks for every extra attacks for every wound they take, right?
Actually, it's the other way around. It's the wounds that are on the unit that they're fighting.
Yes, the Jabbers, if they're in melee, they will multiply their attacks based on the wound. They get melee blood points. So whatever wound is on the unit they're fighting, they get an extra attack. They don't get to keep spiraling it. They have to have wounds to start.
Okay.
The good finishers...
That makes sense. So it's not like the Jabber. No, I'm thinking of the Hydra. Hydra is the one where
Hydra is for every wound you've taken, you get more attacks. These are for every wound that the unit that they're fighting has, you get extra attack. which is why he's taken those range attacks with him so he can soften things up and then charge with them. Suddenly they become discount dragons. Definitely an interesting unit. They're definitely, I think, I don't want to say that people are sleeping on them, but they're not a bad choice. As long as you know what you're doing, as long as you have a plan.
Well, I mean, and in the Varangar army, like there are so many just blunt instruments that when you look at a unit like that, that's like, oh, it's conditionally great. Well, I have things that are just blunt instruments all the time. Why would I want to bother waiting for something that's got to wait and pick its charge instead of things that just smash face?
Yeah, no, exactly. It's a more finesse piece than a lot of the rest of Varangar and list. Well, actually, Jabberwock is just Varangar, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think they have that in Northern Alliance.
Yeah, that's the case. Yeah, and it is one of the only finesse pieces in Varangar.
Mm-hmm. They still have the Cavern Dweller, or is that only in Northern Alliance now?
They do have the Cavern Dweller, but the Cavern Dweller, I would still argue, is a Ghost Smasher face-in model.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, that's the monster choice I see more often because again, it's just a walk up and punch thing.
That's the obvious choice there.
Yeah.
So the trolls have taken a lot of wounds here.
Looks like he picked him up.
Roll. Looks like what, an 8 maybe?
Yeah, on the second roll.
All right.
That being the case, that definitely gets Tyler a much better edge. Now I would say it's swinging Tyler's favor, but it is Kings. Always go back and forth on a dime.
True.
Well, he's sorting out his positioning. Sure, that'll take a second. Back over to Brenton and Ryan. So looking here, looks like since we last looked, the Chariots did not pick up the horde of spears.
Yeah.
Ryan has moved his Drakon Lord further around the flank.
Moved his ancients up some.
Like he's
I guess
doing with his
Yeah, I guess that giant didn't pick up the Lycilodon last turn. That's interesting. Yeah, and I guess the Lycilodon are shooting at the Gore Riders all the way over on the right.
Sorry, I was deafened. I'm going to try to add a top filter so that no one's getting their ears blasted out. Yeah, I think he's trying. So I think he's trying to pick up the War Riders over here on the right by shooting them off, which isn't a bad plan because they're not tanky without a drum. They're only 14, 16. If that, they might even be 13. Yeah, 1350. So 1350 nerve there. He's trying to shoot him off, which I think is actually a good call. That said, he still has to choose the center, or at the very least keep the center from advancing. And now that the Drakons have disappeared, there's a lot less reason for him not to.
I think this is going to be his horde on the chariots, probably, that Ryan's rolling right now.
Either that or the Tyrants into the Giant again. Like nerve here once, twice. Like that was a 3, guessing that's a pickup. He picked up the Crudger. He's actually going to overrun and fight the Chariots. Very good.
Okay. I thought that might be what he was explaining with his hand gestures a minute ago.
Yeah.
All right, so that means that was the horde, and that means now we're about to see the horde on the Chariots.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. So that's what that last shooting attack was. That was him shooting at the Chariots because the horde was engaged with the Crudger, not the Chariots.
That's like almost EOD level of shenaniganry. Yeah, at that point, once the Crudger wasn't chapping, probably a good idea to get it out of there. But I guess he kept it.
Yeah, no, the one wound that it will do is probably not worth.
Around about 8 there plus his roll. He gets an 8 and a reroll. Looks like he picks up the chariots too. Oof, that was a big shift.
Yeah. Jeez, 1921 nerve, not good enough. All right.
Yeah, apparently. Shots plus.
Shots.
Ryan
shots
have a big.
plus.
I feel like I've asked this for each individual player at least. They have Banshee?
No. He does not. He's got a Phoenix with Fireball and Heal, and that's really the only spellcaster he's got.
I think Firebrand is a little itty bitty right here. Like right here. So I think Firebrand was contributing with shots.
Okay. Sure.
Maybe there were more shooting attack wounds than was easily apparent.
Sure. Because the Phoenix is also back there and can Fireball.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is probably the Tyrants on the Giant in the center then.
Yes.
Given the number of dice.
A big pickup roll here. Let's see. There was some heal done to the Giant, and looks like it's still on.
Looks like 9 wounds done. And
like Ryan missed it by possibly 1 or 2. Checking.
Looks like kind of a low nerve roll.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does happen.
Possibly a waiver, but Giants have Fury, and that one doesn't want to do anything other than counterpunch the Tyrants anyway.
Yeah, so here comes the hindered, I assume, second unit of Great Axe.
Yep. We'll come in and try to finish off that horde. But it does have a Drakon Lord now in its rear. So we'll want to finish them off and then turn.
Yeah, if he doesn't pick them up, then that gets a little bit more iffy. Now, that said, these Tyrants are probably not long for the world.
Yep. Just which unit would you like to double charge with?
Apparently he's doing it
with
Giants. The Young Axe. I almost would have done... I think he could have... Well, he's on the flank of the... Yeah, the Great Axe are just so sandwiched. He may have been able to get a flank there with the Great Axe on the Tyrants. That's probably where I would have gone.
Yeah, but then that might not have let him reform enough to get out of the way that Ancient or something. I don't know. I'm not sure there.
But you can do other tricks too. And this may be hard to do without like kind of the UB instrument to show it. But let's say he charged here, right, and he's able to fit up to here with the Lychelodon. So he could shuffle 3. And he only needs to shuffle a little bit to put himself... Oh, well, he's got to kill the Lychelodon first. But he fights the Lychelodon first. Kills that, theoretically. And then he shuffles, and now he's put these Ancients in his front. But you're now relying on 2 successful...
Yeah.
This is a dice game.
Are only 11-13, and this is going to be its second round in combat against the Giants, so I'm going to be really surprised.
Just shows you how weak Giants are.
Yeah, really. So they're 4s, man.
Yeah. 4s are iffy. Well, they're sorting out some last minute there. What Hank has chosen to do. Looks like the Jabber and the Chimera have done some sidesteppy goodness.
Yep.
They're jumping on, I believe that's a horde of Siege Breakers. Not the Warriors.
I think so.
Or no, those are the Warriors. Those, in fact, are the Warriors. Siege Breakers are currently facing wrong direction.
I see. Yeah, okay, so we got Siege Breakers and Boomers up top facing down one Jabberwock. We got a double charge on some Warriors, and those Siege Breakers are the ones that just ran forward and killed the Snow Trolls. And so, yeah, they're facing the wrong way. And I guess the Snow Troll Prime is dead? Or...
I wonder if Hank's just trying to play for a trick. Odd. It does depend on what turn they're on. I mean, he's gonna hopefully pick up these 2 points, but if he does, a lot of his stuff is back on his side of the board, which is not where it needs. and a lot of Tyler's stuff can currently do a direct right turn and just walk down. He'll be on Pincer.
Yep. So it looks like he's gotten some Draugr across over there on the left. But yeah, his mounted sons have flank charged one of those regiments of berserkers. His snow foxes have come down off the hill, I think.
Ooh, so we got
the other.
So Nam is actually not where he was. Nam is currently next to the siege breakers at the top, and it looks like the Jabber just did a sneak flank.
Okay.
Or I assume that's a flank. I can't actually tell which direction he's facing, but
No, I think he hit the boomers. I think he did a sneaky run around the siege
oh, I see.
and
Yes.
thread the gap.
I guess that stops them shooting, and the siege breakers won't be able to charge. But he can get flanked by the boomers by the siege breakers. Just
right.
So he's basically suggesting that. I mean, the Jabberwock's going to die. I guess the hope here is that he can open up enough space that the Chimera and the second Jabberwock can then finish off the boomer.
Yep. Yeah, because you kind of have to move the siege breakers to give them room to turn the flank.
Yeah.
And he's hoping that'll create opportunities for the other two monsters, yeah.
Right. It's going to be interesting to see how the Tundra Wolves deal with the siege breakers. He's definitely in charge arc of them now. And
yeah, but there's a fence in the way, so...
Yeah, fence and water. That'll help. I'm assuming the siege breakers have mitigation of some kind here.
Dwarven Ale and Chalice of Wrath.
Oh no, they have nerve. I see.
Yeah.
They have waiver mitigation, but not terrain mitigation. So
That's right. That's right. So they'll be hindered if they go in, and if not, Hank might be able to use whatever that individual he used to keep the wolves from hindering themselves on the fence, to keep them off the fence, maybe.
Right.
And the wolves have picked up the Berserker Brave regiment.
That's Mag, I assume, killing in front of them? Or either that or it's the Magus.
Yeah, the Magus.
Maggots,
Yeah.
The Magus, yeah.
I assume the Magus is just out of arc of the siege breakers. If I had to guess.
I believe so. I don't think they've measured that at all.
It looks like it. I mean, we may have also missed it, but if the
Or
siege breakers
that
charge,
might be like the only place you could put it, so that's just where it is.
right?
Yeah.
So if he charges, he's hindered. He's hitting 9 times in theory, and then wounding probably 8 of those plus brutal, so it's 9. The one downside of those Thunder Wolves, I know this from experience, is that they are lower nerve than you would like. Yeah, 13, 15. Still pretty rough. A good chance that they'll pop this on just even with the hinder charge.
And if they don't, then they'll lose their Thunderous, and they'll be looking at siege breakers to the front. So,
right. And if they don't, they are still more than likely wavered and don't have fury.
Yep.
So
they're really hoping for those mounted sons to free up and come in to help them next turn.
Yep. Let's see. Can he pick up the warriors? Is the big question. Dished out certainly some wounds, but I only see 1 dice, though. I think those are D20 spin downs. Got a 6. And looks like he didn't do it. Warriors are still killing.
Ooh,
That's a little rough. Hitting on 4s, man. Cavern Dwellers hit on 3s, right?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
That is one of the advantages. Looking here, looks like he dishing out some wounds on
the boomers.
Boomers did not manage to kill, but I think he wavered. I'm assuming that's what that token is. So that's actually a really good point.
It looks like maybe a 10 was rolled for nerve, so yeah, that could easily be a waiver.
Yeah. He wavered those. That's huge. Because now that Jabber, which I was totally just talking about it being dead, is now at the very least forcing Nam to turn around. And in the best case scenario, getting ignored.
I think we're rolling the mounted sons in the flank of that Berserker regiment in the center of the table.
That's a little rough. Looks like 8 though. but possibly a second batch here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't even gotten to wound yet, possibly. There's the nerve. Oh, I don't know if that was... Okay, that was
probably
a 12, not a snakes.
And yeah, that's a boxcars. And one more time for the inspiring character that's probably standing there. What's that ogre character?
It is a...
Is that the warlock?
Are we referring to...
The one in the middle. The one in the very middle there.
I think this is a Berserker Brave.
That one. Yeah. Oh, you think that's one of the bullies?
Yeah, or say, yeah, Berserker Bully, and then it's fighting the Cave Troll thing.
Okay.
Cave Troll Prime. No Troll.
No Troll Prime. I figured the Troll Prime was dead since the model was gone.
No, I think it is still there. It's just that we have so many proxies in play just due to how congested that lane has been.
Yep.
Get some repositioning here, so we're going to shift back to Brenton versus Ryan and see how our developments have shaken up. Like he did pick up the Tyrants in the center. That's definitely a little rough, and he's about to pick up a Mikey Don as well.
Yep. So
Can't tell if he's...
out the center.
I don't know if he's rolled the spears or not yet. Against the spears, today.
Yeah, I can't tell because he's got that. He's got those little spinner wound markers, so it's hard to tell.
So here's the question: Do you try to kill the giant in the center with the ancients, and overrun to be out of the arc of the Morax, or do you just?
They're young axe. You just ignore them.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, in that case, yeah, you're right. You just.
Yes. So I'm guessing then that Brenton did roll and didn't pop the Salamander Primes because now it is Ryan's turn and he just recharged them with his Lord on Drakon.
Yep.
Yeah, the question is...
That's going to be 15 attacks.
Does he... What's the state of the spears? Were they wavered? Were they hindered? I'll get to some of my table cape here in a minute.
Yeah. I don't see any markers on them or anything. I just know they have wounds. So looks like he's going to try to hit the giant, which would be the more wounded giant because it did go a couple rounds against tyrants. So it's probably the most wounded target over there. And it looks like the charge is possible, so he's going to go for it. And just not worry about hindered young axe. Hitting him in the flank next turn. And I don't know that I would bother, because you got a giant in the flank, so he's probably hoping to, kill the giant he's fighting and then turn to face the other giant, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, a little hard to tell there.
I think he's trying to decide on whether to hit the giant in the front or the other giant in the flank.
Mm-hmm. I think that would still be the front, because wasn't that giant facing that way to fight the Lycilla?
No. Well, he was facing the agents before, and then after combat, Britain turned him.
Okay.
And it didn't look like where they were both facing just 90-degree up the table instead of any sort of angles.
Okay. He's going to go into the young axe instead. And hope that the giant's in its front. And not its flank. Okay, so that giant's in its flank.
Yep. And I think the other one can't see him.
Probably is out of arc. Yeah, I think you're right. So go Lycilodon chaff.
Lycilodon chaff shooting.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know how wounded that other giant is, but he might try to just shoot one of the giants to death. Lycilodon. possibly a Phoenix, which he could turn to move over there. Firebrand's a little far away to get in range. And it looks like the standoff over here on the right is still going on, but he might be moving up to commit at this point.
Yeah, I think so.
He might feel like he's softened up the Gore Riders enough that he can move in and smack that giant. Try to get across the line with his other tyrants and his Rhinosaur regiment. Or he might just move up a little bit.
Looks like he's waiting for one more turn.
One more turn.
And he doesn't have a whole lot of turns left to keep.
Yeah.
Yeah, this has got to be what, at least 4, maybe 5?
Oh, for which round we're in? I know they were at 4 last I saw. They are actually using a dice which is just out of sight of the dice camera to mark their turn, unfortunately. But they are marking it. I believe it's the bottom of.
Okay.
Brenton went.
Yeah.
Right.
Checking to see if the Gore Riders can get in that gap, which it doesn't look like.
There's 2 rounds, maybe 3, but they do have to worry about not.
Yeah.
Oh, this is Brenton? Oh no, okay. Ryan is how things trying to prevent the giant from also moving the tyrants up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And he
just trying to
measured out the Gore Riders on the tyrants there, so.
Oh, okay. So
trying to make sure they're out.
Yeah.
And so I think he put that character in the way because the Gore Riders had just enough room to get
Many
between that
fall
gap
in
if
the
the
face
giant
of
charged.
chaos, but not this one.
So
Not today.
So he can either bait both units into the character, or he can try to hunt down the Gores with said character. Got some options. That's a good move. I like that.
Yeah,
Push
either
the
way,
issue.
he's given Britain nothing but bad choices next turn by dropping that character there.
So Brenton has the
heal
center
on the spears.
pretty handily right now, so it's going to come down to, and the problem is that Ryan may pick up this fort on the left if he's lucky, but that doesn't really help if he can't get his own horde across in time. He really needs that to break this turn so he can march across the board.
Yeah. So here's the like Hilladon shooting at that wounded giant. Just one, okay.
Giant was already fairly wounded. I can't tell if that was a bad snakes or not. Looks like here's Nerve. At least a 4. I think he just missed it. So it's a waiver on the giant. Which is a pretty big deal because it is a giant, so Fury means no charging for the giant.
Yep.
Yep.
So,
Yep. That means it will stand there, and the Lachilodons will get another chance next turn to pick it off. And it looks like he did move Firebrand around, so next turn he'll have a few more shots to throw.
Yeah.
Have wounded stuff. I'm guessing
he's
this is a
throwing
spear.
Yeah, the
Are they primes?
spears. Yeah.
Or ceremonial guard, rather. 30 attacks. With brute strength, so they crush 2. And great axe are only defense 4, so wound on 2s.
Looks like 15
Except
wounds. Close. 12 wounds. 11. No.
All right, and then now he's picking up 15 dice. 15 dice to roll for the clan, the Drakon Lord.
Yep.
We'll hit on 3s with elite, so we expect him to pick up some 1s and reroll. Just 1 elite.
Yeah.
Still pretty good. Drakon Lord's only crushed 1, Thunder 1. So.
Oof.
And down goes the Great Axe Lord. Yeah, that's going to hurt.
Yep. He's going to overrun with the spears, try to get as much distance forward as he can, which looks like trenches.
Okay. Yep. So that's big because that's 4 points that Burton was scoring that have just been taken off the table, and that opens up a very easy lane for Ryan to get 4 more.
Now, the only thing even reasonably close was the giant that he wavered. He's got to move that pretty quickly. Yeah. This game took a massive swing there with both the Legion and the Great Axe getting picked up.
Yep. So we'll see if the Ancients can pick up these Young Axe here.
They are Ancients. I don't think he picks up the N-Works because they should just be a nerf chonk. But if he does, maybe.
They're 13, 15. He did what, 5 wounds?
They are checking it.
Not 6.
Oh, but they are rallied as well with the drum, so they're 15, 17.
Looks like they're fine.
Yeah. Okay.
Dive back over to Tyler here. So, looks like the Mounted Sons picked up the regiment.
Yep. Not surprising there.
Other than that, looks like the Boomers. I'm still unsure as to what the orange token they dropped down was. It wasn't Tyler's turn, so it's not like it's Bane Chant or Vicious. Maybe it was just to mark that they were disordered?
Maybe so he knew he couldn't shoot
Yeah.
since they're a shooting unit.
That's the case. Looks like one of the Jabberwocks has managed to get... Oh, actually, you know what? This is Hank's turn. That Jabberwock is fresh.
Yeah.
So he's actually nimble shenanigan a bit here. The one that was fighting the Boomers is now in the rear of the Warriors, and the one that was flank of the Warriors is now in the front of the Boomers.
Yep. That does appear to be the case.
And with the Boomers already wounded a little bit, that Jabberwock is actually significantly more threatening. And Strider will ignore the fence.
Yep.
Exactly. And it does look like the Timberwolves lost their fight.
Yep. Siege Breakers are there, they're gone. And it looks like the Snow Troll Prime is also gone.
Yep.
Yeah. At this point, basically has to pick up Tyler's army. Most importantly, it has to pick up the Siege Breakers at the bottom, and I just don't think the Suns are going to be able to do that. I think that's actually going to be the issue for Hank here. His other hope is he picks up every other unit and then gets his Chimera and 2 Jabberwocks across. That's enough, or at least 2 of them, and that's enough to swing it, but it's a tall order for Hank for sure.
Yeah. Is that still a regiment of Berserker Braves in the terrain there? Towards the right?
Yeah.
Which one?
It looks like Hank was trying to decide whether to charge him with the Chimera or not, but it looks like he changed his mind.
There's a Berserker Brave regiment here.
Yeah.
Siege Breakers here. Excitement from Ryan. What happened? No good? I bumped the camera equipment, but not enough to even make me notice on our stream.
Yeah.
Man, that must be some sturdy engineering, Matt. Credit to the sandbags doing their job. Let's see.
So these are probably a Jabberwock on some Boomers he's rolling, maybe?
Looks like
This looks to be on the bully.
Okay.
He's going to roll. Looks like he did not break the bully, so that's yeah, I almost feel like he should have turned the Suns and just gone for the bridge, tried to get the units right across.
Yeah.
I don't know if he was in a position where he could do that. He may have been stuck, but assuming the Siege Breakers have turned completely around, then yeah.
And we figure this is what, the rear charge from the Jabberwock?
This looks to be either the rear or the front. Hard to tell at first glance.
Sure, because it could be the Boomers.
Yeah. I suspect you are correct in that it's the rear. Unless the boomers have a shocking amount of wounds that just aren't visible.
Right.
That frenzy ability is coming into play here. There's one. Thanks, looks like he picks up the Warriors. Now. Oh, so that Jabberwock was not engaged. Actually. Just
Okay.
five?
Okay, so he had double charged with the Jabberwocks.
Yeah, he made sure that it went away. I mean,
then did he not put anything on the boomers? Or did something punch the boomers?
Okay, never mind.
I guess not.
I guess he did have a good. It's a little bit weird on that model placing, but I guess maybe it was just that one of them was poking a unit or something like that. Model
Sure.
touchiness.
Okay. So I got you.
That's
So he swapped the models around because of poses or something like that. Okay.
So he's trying to put the current Jabberwock that's in the center of the table in a position where it can't be charged, is my guess. Or at the very least can
where
only
at
be
least
charged by
front.
boomers.
Yeah, boomers and the siege breakers or the berserkers in the front.
Ooh, that's a good point. I hope he noticed the berserkers. Or he may just not care. He may just not have enough to really worry about it at this point.
That's a hill. I think that's just a forest.
I think that's a forest. Everything there in the center where your marker.
Oh yes, it is a forest. I mean, that helps. That'll put him unhindered. I do think that what he should have done, though, is he should have rolled the boomers first with a chance of breaking them, because that would have changed entirely how the job was. That really doesn't matter here, because it looks like he didn't break them, but combat order is a very important thing to get used to. You want to always work from outside to inside, because outside is going to determine how you position your inner unit. It looks like he did roll out the Suns, so here's nerve on the bully. 4. And it looks like he didn't break it, because the wound dice are coming back out.
That first roll must have been drain life from the Magus there on them.
Where is the Magus? Is it hiding under? Oh, it's right next to the Mounted Suns.
Yeah, he
used it to push it so that
they
didn't touch the fence.
Yeah. Which is what makes it very surprising that they didn't kill an individual ogre.
Yeah. So here are some of the rough. And it's hard to tell where the Jabberwocks are actually facing. That's one of the downsides of this top-down view and the type of models we're using. I don't know if they're measuring from the proxy or if they're measuring from the actual Jabber himself. But we'll see. Like he threw Nom into one of them. At the very least, turned him around.
All right. So he's checking his unit positions for scoring purposes, I'm guessing.
Yeah, they must be getting into the bottom of the round, making sure. Yeah, maybe they're on. If we're checking this much, I assume they're on at least turn 5, if not 6. And if they're on 6, then he wants to make sure that he's scoring everything and assuming there's no turn 7. But they may not get to play turn 7 depending on when the round is due.
Yep, that puts them over the line as well. So now he's got, 2 hordes of siege breakers and a berserker bully and a regiment of berserker braves scoring. And Hank is looking at some Draugr and 1 Jabberwock? Maybe 2?
I think 2.
So that would be 4. for Hank to 6, 7, 9, I think, for Tyler.
Yeah.
And these guys have been slugging it out for a while, so yeah, they've
All right, reminding Mark of the dangers of leaving me an open tab for a bar. So,
Alright, there's the Berserker Bully punching the Mounted Suns.
yeah, these rounds are going to wrap up pretty quick here. It looks like, I'm going to switch over to the other table real quick. We're rolling dice on both sides here, but as an important development, and then we'll possibly return to the other one, it looks like Brenton's Giant managed to single-handedly punch the Tyrants
Oh shit!
on its own.
Damn.
Okay.
Brenton gave me like a funny like up and down smash.
Did the giant jump up and down on
The
somebody?
Giant jumped up and down, apparently.
Did he yell and ball, perhaps?
Holy crap.
Or shoved him down his pants? What was it
Yeah,
there?
something. Because, yeah, looking over here, on the left-hand side, we've got... Yeah, on the one hand, that helps, but on the other hand... I get deafened again. The downside there is that he only stopped 3 unit strength that probably wasn't going to cross the table anyway.
Right, and he only moves one of his own across, really.
And there's no guarantee that the War Riders survive another round of shooting. So he's going to have 2 Giants for unit strength against the Legion on the left, which was 4, and I think the Ancients are actually on.
And the Drakon Lord is as well, and he's one.
So, and I don't think he's getting that horde across. So with all that being said, I think Ryan is in a commanding position even with that surprise pickup.
Hold on. Are there 2 Giants on the right side of the table? Is one of the Giants hiding behind
Yeah.
the pillar?
It's hiding
one's
behind
behind
the top of the mushroom over on the right-hand side. Let me get my marker out here.
Okay.
Where did I hide
He
it?
does,
Here
he
it
does
is.
have 2 Giants.
So it's underneath this. There is a second giant. It's barely visible.
Okay. Yep.
So yeah, my assumption here is that well, Nelly has the Rhinosaurus. We're gonna pick it up. At 100%, we'll pick it up.
Yeah.
And the other thing to mention is that these 2 like Illidan's are scoring it, so he's gonna dive across the table with those. The bottom of the round.
And here comes the Phoenix as well.
And the
He
Phoenix
has so much easy to score with unit strength left. And I just don't think those Great Axe are going to be able to take through. But while they're sorting that, because I cut off right as I started rolling dice on Hank's table here. So he's got, looks
I
like
think he was rolling Siege Breakers in the flank, and it looked like they did pick up the Mounted Suns on the left.
Yep. The Chimera in the center. Looks like he rolled a 7. Oh no, this is on a jabber. He re-rolled it and got a 4. I think he's going to be wavered. Let's see if he marks it in any way to double check. If it's wavered, then Hank is probably out.
Hey, Matt.
What's up, Matt? Welcome back.
I'm back awake. Went to bed at 3:30 after podcasting with Rob, and now the 2-year-old's got me up again.
Well, we're on to round 3 currently.
Okay.
Some of the big news is probably one of the biggest upsets is Dustin is down 0-2. Shock of many.
Yep.
We have currently Aaron Chapman in the lead by a small margin. The top 10 had a lot of names that people probably didn't expect to see. We did see Keith at the top, so Keith Galvin shooting, doing what it's supposed to. Or Keith Elvin shooting, doing what it's supposed to. Sorry.
Yeah, both Keiths.
Yes.
Actually up there, which is surprising to see Hurd in like 3rd place.
Yeah, Hurd being that high up was a little bit of a shocker, but he must have rocked the second round as well.
Yep.
So I think.
Go ahead.
Just making a quick note on the game here. It looks like this jabber is almost certainly wavered because it's not scooting. So this jabber is in fact just front charging and trying to finish it off using weight of wound.
Okay. But the Siege Breakers are still alive, as is the Berserker Bully, so that's going to be a solid 7 points for Tyler. And that's more than Hank has on the table still, right? Because Hank's looking at 5 unit strength total on the table with between the 3 monsters and that regiment of Draugr that snuck across the line on the left.
Yeah, I think Hank has resigned himself to just picking up as many pieces as he can and trying to even out the attrition if nothing else. Because he still has a lot of points on the table. The jabbers are, what, 175 apiece at least? Probably a little more.
Something like that, yeah.
Chimera is a dragon, so that's at least 3 of them.
And
let's see. Jabbers are.
And so Matt Crozier, interesting stuff in the first round. The Joey Greek Kyle Poole match we were watching. Joey actually ended up winning it on scenario points, even though Kyle got the attrition.
I saw that in the results. I was going through it with Rob, and I was like, "What? Joey got 14."
Yeah, and also Keith Conroy won again on the scenario by 1.
Wow.
Which is also not how that match was looking.
I mean, that's just exceptional play by those two, right?
Yeah, play the scenario, right?
Mm-hmm. Have we got any word on Jeff O'Neill? Was he 2-0 going into round 3?
He was, yeah. He's in second place. He's 2 points behind Aaron Chapman. There's actually a lot of people with 34 points.
Yeah, and he's playing Keith this round?
Keith Conroy, that's correct.
Yeah, Keith Conroy. Yeah, I had a picture from Rob, I think, before saying that Keith looked like he was giving him a run.
He should. I mean, that kind of list, the kind of list that Keith is playing is the kind that can hurt Jeff's kind of shooting goblin list if he can get stuff on him fast and get back there and disrupt things. He just can't get bottlenecked and caught, because if he is, he's going to get ground down really quick. So it's one of those things where like a sneaky alpha strike can work if everything goes your way. And then Jeff's kind of on the back foot and having to adjust instead of just standing back and shooting like he likes to do.
Yeah, looking here at this game and Tyler game, I think Tyler did go first, but I don't think that Hank can get enough unit strength across for it to matter. So that said, I think that was the roll for turn 7. Yes, it was. So we're moving on to turn 7 for them. So see how that plays out. They may not even have to really do that much, because honestly, that may just give Tyler more attrition than anything else. But in the meantime, I'll flip back over to Ryan and Brenton. Yeah, this is developing. Looks like the Young Axe were picked up by the Ancients after the second round of combat.
With the help with the Dracon Rider.
And the Rhinosaurs on the right did in fact pick up the Gore Riders.
Okay.
It
looks like he's got him with a giant.
Yep.
Yeah. One giant on the captain on Raptor and the other.
Oh yeah, those Rhinosaurs died. But they did their job. They picked up 3 unit strength at the cost of 1 effect. Now he did lose the Tyrants, but I mean, Brenton has 2 unit strength on that side of the board. Minimum of 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 unit strength, assuming he gets all 4 of the smaller large infantry / large
But now can that horde charge one of those like Kilodons and end up across the table?
I'm sure if Ryan did it right, that he positioned it to where they probably shouldn't be able to get it. He wants to keep them just out, and then he'll shove one like Helodon right in the face at the last minute, and basically say, "Hey, you'll get discharged, but now you have to overrun across the halfway point." That puts him at a prey to get an overrun. And I mean,
can't fit.
Ryan has such a commanding position because in the best case scenario, assuming he even gets that board across the table, he's still sitting at 5.
Looks like Britain has put his war drum into the front of the Drakon Lord just to ground it. And that he is stuck between his own giant and a piece of terrain and getting his horde across, which is unfortunate because that would be 4 points. That's going to put him in a very tight spot. Other interesting things about the stand. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, so it looks like from the chat there was a time call, was there? So there mustn't be very long left at all in this round.
Shouldn't be. I think they've got to be on turn 6 or 7 at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like Matt's asking that.
Yeah. Interesting things about the folks at the top right now. In the top 8, there are 4 players, all from the same region, from the southeast, and round regional immunity lasts until tomorrow. So for the next round, still none of those guys can play each other. So if most of them win, we're gonna have a bunch of people at the top that can't necessarily get paired against one another, and will end up paired against other opponents.
So that region non-pairing goes for 5 games.
4. I think it goes for the first 4 rounds. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tomorrow region immunity comes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's one more round after this today, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
Yep. There's one more
Oh,
coming.
yeah.
That's right.
Totally forgot. Oh.
Ready. Looks like he put a giant into the Ancients, which is definitely the best thing to put in Ancients.
Correct, that defense 6. Yep.
I'm just going to hope that my limiter there kicked in and did not destroy everyone far in, but 15 minutes left in the round. Looks like the Giants going into the Ancients. That crush will be super helpful here. But if they didn't take any wounds from the Young Axe, it's still a pretty tall order. But if Brenton just rolls apparently 6s all day, then that'll do it. The Giants will just slowly work their way through Ryan's army.
Yeah, the Ancients are -17 because they're a whole regiment instead of the troop that we usually see people take them in. So, yeah the Giants going to be hard-pressed to one-shot them here. And I don't think they have any wounds yet.
What does the casters that Brenton has? I know he had Bane Chant, obviously, but he had Ulgar and Whip, so he has Weakness, Hex, Heal, Fireball, Bane Chant. He does not have Drain Life.
He does not have Drain Life now.
I can't influence that in any way.
Oh. Looks like he was casting Heal. That's about it.
And he could Bane Chant, but he's already wounding on 2s with the Giant, right? So
Exactly.
Yeah.
He might have been trying to bait chat the War Drum to help it against the Drakon Rider.
Could be, yep. Crushing Strength 1 already. The Drakon Rider is, what, Defense 5? Yeah, so that would bring it down to 3s.
I mean, it's a drum, though.
Yeah, it's only got 3 attacks. Like, I think he's really just hoping to ground it.
I mean, that helps, but it's already on his side of the table. I guess he's worried that it would go block up the board, but he's got 2 Lycans. He's got all the options.
Right. So I think we're looking at a 1 rolled for one of the Giants, so just 9 attacks possibly.
Well, we'll see.
Oh, unless this is the one like in the rear. Of
maybe not. Hold on. That's definitely
that might be the one in the. That's the one in the rear of the Rhinosaurs then.
Oh, okay, I gotcha. Well, so it'd be triple. So it'd be
29, 27.
Yeah, minimum 27.
Yeah.
Not sure what he's rolling then.
I mean, we'll see here in a second. So. Yeah, that was on the Ancients. So it looks like he got a high roll for his attacks. Looks like probably the full 14, if I had to guess. And managed to do, looks like 4 wounds, maybe 5, plus brutal. Throwing Nerve in the dice tray. And my covering apparently is still not getting it. But looks like they stopped.
That's going to be a 7, looks like.
They are fearless, so they don't care.
Yeah, no. -17. Defense 6. They're not going anywhere. Very hard to get rid of.
All right, let's see here. I think that was the roll for 7. I assume either that or oh no, it was another jump up and down. So here's the rear
Yeah,
on the right.
that's jump up down.
I'm assuming he's doing it once.
Many fall in the face of chaos, but not this one. Not today.
6 wounds there. Oh no, this is the front giant, so he has 2 here. The front giant into the captain, and he's going to do the
Yep, so he picked up the captain on the Lord, but...
And I don't know if he has the angle or not. We'll see here in a minute.
Not to overrun? He might.
He might. That's close.
Don't think he... Yeah. We're discussing it currently. So he is just...
I just did what you were doing in first game, Mike, and tried to zoom.
All right.
I'm going to take a brief moment just to show us the side view for these players.
Ooh. All right. We're going to see a lot of them. Which, will be nice, and we'll pick up the Rhinosaur, but not going to impact the scores at all.
They're going to the history.
Gee, Brinton's really lushing out with his hair, isn't he?
Oh yeah, he is. He has let it grow. Does look like he picked up the Rhinosaurs.
Yep.
On the flip side of stuff, I'm just going to flip this over there quickly. It looks like they're wrapping up and scoring, but this was the table at the end of the game. Only the Chimera and the Driver left, so probably a convincing win for Tyler. So
yeah, geez. I see a couple of hordes still. What, the 2 hordes of Siege Breakers?
Probably only a single point of attrition, though. Maybe 2. There are 2 hordes of Siege Breakers versus the Chimera.
2 hordes of Siege Breakers looks like the regiment of Berserker Braves are still there, and maybe a character. Maybe the Magus is still on the table. And maybe Nom Nom or the Warlock.
Yeah. Be interesting to see the difference there, but definitely a win for Tyler without having to do any math. Going back to the continuing game of Brenton and Ryan, wrapping up. So it is worth noting, if there is a turn 7, the Giants on the far right may be able to come swinging around, but it looks like one of the Lycons has crossed over to the point where it can't be flanked and is out of arc of anything else. That's 1 more unit strength that's permanently secured.
Ooh, and it looks like the drum failed to ground the Drakon Lord, so he's now in the flank of the dragon, and yeah, his salamanders are going to charge the drum now.
Yeah. He's trying to make sure that the horde cannot charge that horde. Yeah, they're even pointing at it for us. How convenient. But assuming that he can't, yeah, he's checking the arc here. Currently, yeah, and that's the one risk here, and the only reason I don't like that charge, because it's just 4 unit strength that he doesn't even have to risk.
Yeah, I think he'd be better off flying that Drakon and blocking up that horde.
Looks like he is going to do it.
Rather than putting it in the flank of the giant, like you say, what's the point in the risk at this point?
I mean, assuming he picks up the giant,
there's no reason really for it to be in the flank. Yeah, it's a big assumption though. How many wounds is it on?
The giant's definitely at double digits. So,
that's the one that was fighting the tyrant
horde
earlier.
Okay.
It's got to be here.
Been doing work. But with the Drakon in the flank,
he's likely to go through it then.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then the Drakon Lord sidesteps and covers the missing angle there, and then that horde's never getting touched.
Yeah.
He could do either, couldn't he? He could sidestep or just go forward. Either way.
Yeah. More importantly, if he's charging the Drakon Lord at that point, he's surrendering his 3 unit strength that will not cross the table.
Uh-huh.
And it's worth mentioning
Yeah,
that
and
that
going back
horde
to
is
those
taking some
giants.
damage. So
Yeah.
dishing out wounds with his Nikes.
Mm.
Mhm.
Yeah, going back to those giants, I think 14 leaves them well short, even of that top Lechilodon. So I don't think they'll be coming around regardless.
Well, I will say this: Brenton's list name is very accurate. This is a giant with the orc allies army. If you can see that, like the giants have made it across the table, the orcs are just kind of, well, there's just one horde of orcs left, and that's it, isn't there?
Mm.
But all three giants are technically still kicking, for the moment, anyway.
Yeah, I love that he was ballsy enough to bring 3 giants to Masters. I think that's. I mean, I personally can't bring myself to keep one at a list, let alone 3.
They're the wrong type of giants to run. Like, bone giants are just fine if you take.
Yep.
Those are
Although we
significantly
may see
smaller.
a little bit of love for giants in Clash of Kings.
Yeah.
Well, Carmack knows that I run giants.
It is true. I love giants. They're a fun unit. They're difficult to rely on. They're so tiny.
So I'm guessing that's the drum going down first to get rid of the rally.
Now, I don't know how I feel about this, but I think he should try to. He's going to be careful with that angle. But I think he should have been fine with that. They should be butted up against his ancients. But I think he's just trying to put him out of arc of the. Does he pick up the giant? That's the question.
This is probably what, the ancients in the front, or it could be the elf on the side, since that might have been the elite roll there. I see 26 people watching on Twitch right now.
Yeah, 26.
Mm-hmm.
All right. What was that Banshee saying in the background?
Like.
We are down to 5 minutes, if not, we're like at time. Most of the haul is finished. Our streaming game is actually probably one of the last ones.
And so down goes the giant, up comes the ancients. And yeah, it doesn't really matter.
Mike, I've just moved to the left for you, so in our stream you can watch Luca at the same time as you want, mate, during the break. There you go. Watch a bit of Disney Plus in the background.
Oh, nice.
So who went first in this? Was it Brenton or Ryan that went first?
I think Brenton went first.
Okay, so this should really be the bottom of 7th.
Yeah. I mean, it may not be the bottom of 7. It may still actually be 6. But even if it is, I don't think Britain has a path to victory.
No.
And I think they're unlikely to take the 7th term if time's almost called.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing is, even if there was a turn 7, I don't know that there's much Brenton can change the outcome so much as he could at most swing some attrition.
And possibly.
So what are we
lose
looking at
score,
there
right?
at the moment? Yeah, what are we looking at? 10-2 at the moment.
So
4,
we got
7, 8, 9,
6,
10,
7, possibly
2.
like 9 or 9 or 10-2.
Yeah.
Depending on how many the ancients are worth. The ancients are worth 3, yeah.
Your score sheet, you shot me!
Are there not like microphones and speakers in Texas, or do they just really like yelling?
We just really like it. I don't know why you asked that. I don't know why you had to ask that. Have you met Ryan Smith?
Yeah.
Is that Ryan Smith? We call microphones. We call them Ryan Smiths.
That looks like
That looks
just
like
called it.
Yeah, I think so.
But they couldn't get any good angles to go after the ancients.
Yep. So it looks like it's being called. Imagine Ryan has a pretty commanding lead there, though I don't know how much that'll swing it with attrition.
Yeah, 10 to 2. That's
Well,
like
and
an 8-point difference on scenario.
I'd like to point out that that is Todd yelling in the background, not Ryan. Ryan is busy paint judging, so Todd is logistics of running a GT.
Todd doesn't like hearing himself.
Well,
Have we
going.
gotten any
So
results from
I
any of the other
wonder
bets?
then.
We have plenty of results coming. I will try to get to any specific matchups. Again, similar, just as a heads up, guys, remember that I don't have a spreadsheet that I can reference at a quick glance. Like, this is what they have. But I can get you fast as I can. There are specific matchups.
I'm going to put them all in the chat.
Mike.
A million.
I had a list.
Oh boy,
I am
ready to go.
I'm very interested in the Jeff O'Neill, Keith Conroy. I would love to know how that's ended up.
Right. Mark Taylor is also up there too.
Joey Greek and Mark Taylor. Yep.
Alrighty. Let me see what results I can get for y'all. I'm going to move us over to the caster now.
That's right. Get ready for your voice.
I'll do my hair.
Should be done if I don't.
Shooting that.
Maybe.
Okay. Let's see what results I can get up here. Kyle giving me. Actually, while I've got this, you know what I'm going to do? Add.
So what we're seeing in some of these matchups, I think, Mike, is we're seeing. I don't know if you listened to the Jeremy Brinton Tom episode, but we're seeing some of those dark horses near the top with Keith Conroy,
Joey
in
Greek.
particular, and Joey Greek. Yeah,
I think so. I think nobody's surprised to see Jeff O'Neill or Aaron Chapman near the top. Keith Randall, either Nathan Clevenger.
I will state for the record, I'm a little surprised to see Aaron this high. He has not done as hot in some of the more recent Masters. A return to form for him to a degree.
Yeah, last year he had the unfortunate circumstances of running into the unstoppable force that is Jake Cherapika in the first round, which kind of derailed him early on. But also kind of interesting that at one of the top tables we've got Drew Gaddy versus Marcelo Rocco, who I'm pretty sure that's both of their first trips to Masters. That's a Southeast guy and a Mid-Atlantic guy. And
Marcelo,
kind of
it's
fun
definitely his first.
Yeah, and it's kind of fun that for two guys to be in the third round, their first trip that high up, playing somebody else who it's their first trip to Masters. I could be wrong about Drew, but I don't think he normally makes the Southeast team.
See what results I can get for y'all. Besides the obvious one.
Sure. We'll take what we can get.
Also, what the heck?
Now, normally in a tournament, it would be time to stop and go start drinking, but Masters does 4 rounds on day 1, so these guys have another game to play still. And I remember last year at Best of the Rest, they were done at this point, and so they all went to dinner, and we kept playing the 4th round.
It is a heavy load, particularly at the level they're playing at. For Clash of Kings in Australia, we used to do 4 games in the one day, but then it was burning too many people out. So we moved to, but that's when we were playing 7 games as well, which wasn't really necessary. But we've moved to 3 and 3. But yeah,
That is
4
a
is a
lot.
lot in a day.
Yeah, we tried doing 3 and 3 a couple years ago, and too many people complained about how it screwed up their travel logistics. It made it too hard for people to leave after awards and drive home because a lot of people try to drive or they schedule their flights for afternoon or something like that. And so tacking that third game onto the end and then awards just kind of screwed up the travel planning for so many people that we went back to 4 and 2.
Yeah, right.
It's good we get to see some of the team shirts out there now. See all the red shirts in the back. It's probably like the mountain region. While Matt is off trying to get us some results.
I think this room will look like a bag of prunes at the end of the day. They'll all be so shriveled and tired. Well, we should do a cutscene from this compared to after game 4.
You would think that, but the game ends, everybody goes and has a drink, eats, and then okay, what board games are we playing now? And they'll come back and find a spot to sit and play board games until 2 in the morning and drink.
So I have some results. Aaron has a further commanding lead, having taken his game against Nathan, 3-0. Jeff and Keith Conroy are actually still playing, at least wrapping up their scoring, if nothing else. George O'Connell won against Keith Randall.
Wow.
A little bit surprising. Joey Greek and Mark Taylor, I did not check those. Go further down the list. Then if Adam didn't win that, sure. And Travis, but I imagine Travis still has a good shot to be on the top 2 tables tomorrow. Yes, round 4 is a doozy. 8-round death. They're an endurance match, not a tactical match.
Yeah, Travis.
So
Travis
what scenario are we going to be seeing?
They roll it randomly, so I don't know if we know yet.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. So not. Yeah. Okay.
We know it won't be any of the ones we've already seen, so it won't be loot, and it won't be invade, and it won't be salt the earth, or kill. I guess they're probably not including kill in the mix. I could be wrong. Yeah, Travis Tim still has a pretty good shot. He's playing Mike Rossi this turn. Yeah, he's playing Mike Rossi this turn, and I'm guessing Travis took Mike Rossi apart. Love you, Mike. Travis is rough to play, though. Another one of those killer goblin lists. Speaking of killer goblin lists, looking at the standings, so if George O'Connell won and Jeff O'Neill won, then that's 2 of the big goblin lists that people were afraid of up at the top. And if Tyler wins, or excuse me, if Travis wins another one against Mike Rossi, that'll put 3 of them pretty close to the top. That'll be big for goblins. Aaron Chapman's playing Varinger, and he was taking on Nathan Clevenger, who's playing Night Stalkers, so that'd be a Night Stalker loss to a Varinger list. And we will wait to see if we can get some more results here. I don't know if the TOs have gotten War Score working again, or if they're still doing it with a spreadsheet, but when the pairings and hopefully the scores from this round are all done, we will try to get them posted to you folks. Again, post them on Facebook, or I'll update the Dash 28 article with the most recent scores that I have.
So updates on Mark Taylor and Joey Greek. I believe Joey beat Mark Taylor. By how much, I'm not 100% sure, but that sounds like what happened. And then Adam drew against Eric Trowbridge.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Travis Tim has won his last 2, I believe. Climb back up there.
Yep.
Top 10, so good shots for him. I have to look at some of the other. I know it looks like George O'Connell. We have. I have these names in my head. Aaron Chapman, George O'Connell, and
Jeff O'Neill, probably.
Conroy are all top.
Did Keith Conroy
Wow.
beat Jeff O'Neill?
I have to double check. I believe that's the case.
Oh,
Wow.
well, that would be big.
That's big. Yep, and he's already already knocking off one of those big goblin lists means that
Doesn't have to play it later.
less likely to run into it in the later rounds. Yep.
Now he may run into issues
And
where
so Travis, he drew his first game, didn't he?
Yeah, Travis drew his
Travis
first, has won his
against-
next.
Yeah, Travis drew against Jeff Radigan in the first round. That's correct.
But again, not with big leads. Kind of the problem with the goblin shooting list is that they tend to win, but not by blackjack.
Yeah.
A little more difficult by taking that draw to back in. I suspect that Travis, by getting that draw, may in fact not be able to take master. Probably end up in the top 3 or 5.
Yeah, especially when the guy at the top is playing Varinger, which is an army that does tend to win big when it wins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got Riley in the chat chanting Keith. I think if Keith's going, there will be a real people's favourite going into the last couple of rounds. I think there'll be plenty of people rooting for the herd.
Jeff has snuck back into. I want to say snuck, but that's also undermining how good Jeff is as a player.
Oh, Swan? Yeah.
Jeff Swan is in 4th.
Oh, Jeff
At
Swan.
least currently, with the current results that I have. This could all change, guys. Just understand that.
Okay. But we are pretty confident that Keith Conroy beat Jeff O'Neill.
We'll find out here in a minute. Looks like Ryan had to go yell at people.
Okay. Oh, he's got his serious face on. Serious
So does Mark.
Oh yeah,
serious, wasn't it?
Both him and Mark were serious.
Somebody got it with both barrels.
It all made me release my serious
I think
face.
dice down.
Right. Are they taking a slight
So
break
yes,
here between
Keith
rounds?
beat. Yep,
Yeah,
that's
I'm
confirmed.
pretty sure that they're just waiting for the results to
confirmed?
get turned in.
Yes, 100%. That was the angry Ryan stomp. I'm assuming was a judge call. But yes, Keith did in fact beat Jeff.
All right. Well, that's so now that's both of the I'm going to call the most common favorites that people pick, Dustin and Jeff O'Neill, that have taken losses in the first 3 rounds.
Yep. And it looks like a convincing win too. That is not only just a win, but an attrition win.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing about Jeff's list. I've only seen it lose maybe like once or twice, but like when somebody finally breaks it, like it does kind of fall apart. Like once you get all up into him.
Well, as soon as I get more results, guys, I'll try to get them up on camera so you guys can have an idea of where we're at. I'm also going to be looking at more games to stream. Thinking based on their results that it's going to be safe to get Adam. So I'd like to do that for the Mountain Region. He's a big favorite in the first round.
Yeah.
And plus, it'll be fun to cast a search. And then with we're starting to get into that round 4 haze. My caffeine's draining out of my body, which I'm replenishing with alcohol instead.
I think it's worth remembering with Keith of while we think of him as a little bit of an underdog, he was doing really well last year.
Yeah, he's a fantastic player.
So
until the unfortunateness.
Yeah.
Yeah. he potentially would have been top table last year. So I think there'd be a lot of people rooting for him. Goats for the win. Who needs Stampede?
Right? Lycans all day. I mean, that seems to be the herd list that works. Lycans. Lycans seem to be the kind of the key to all the functioning herd lists.
Which is funny because when people talk about undead, they're like, yeah, werewolves aren't a great option in undead, but like the undead werewolves are better than the Lycans.
The big difference is built-in Pathfinder.
That's true. That is true.
Yeah,
Werewolves
regular
cannot
play
miss
herd
Pathfinder.
list that often brings 3 hordes of Lycans with all the big items, and you just need to. If you can't slow them down, you're done.
Yep. Do another look-see here. I don't know where Garrett and Nick running the Jarvis actually, caught me a little off guard. He came over to tell me. Good for you.
That's Nick.
Jarvis,
sorry.
Jarvis, but no good allies.
Oh.
Oh,
Why
Nick
bother
Murray.
with Jarvis?
Yeah. Nick Murray is 3-0.
Wow. Nick Murray's 3-0. What? Joey Greek is 3-0.
Joey Greek, I believe. Or 3 and a, or sorry, 2 and a draw. Possibly. I don't want to misrepresent scores here and then have a giant shakeup when everything sorted. I don't want to guess too much, but I believe
It was. I think his win against Kyle Poole was kind of small because Kyle got the attrition bonus, and so that brought him down a little. So it's kind of a small win.
Hi, Jeremy.
Hi, Jeremy.
Oh, Jeremy, what a stud! Look at that.
Rocking the team colors there, looks like, for the California West Coast team.
Matt, squeeze his bum for me.
Oh,
no,
Jeremy says that's for you, Matt.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Oh my goodness!
And suddenly we changed from Twitch to
Be
OnlyFans.
still, my beating heart. What's your? Did you just get 10 new subscribers, Matt?
Oh well, I would know. It overplays the narrator from Darkest Dungeon real loudly. I have not adjusted that volume yet.
Yeah. And we have just been banned from Twitch.
Now there's way worse stuff on Twitch.
Yeah.
Way worse stuff on Twitch. Last I heard, the big trend on Twitch was girls in bikinis sitting in hot tubs while streaming playing video games.
Yeah. Right.
Like, clearly people are here to watch the game. Yeah, sure. All right.
So we're seeing a fair bit of downtime here, which means
May
I'm
fall in the
assuming
face
I
of
think they have like a
chaos, but
15-minute
not this one.
break between rounds.
Not today.
For these rounds, or something like that. Or the TOs might be struggling with War Score. They were having some troubles with it earlier, so they might be having trouble getting the next set of pairings generated. I don't have a copy of the schedule in front of me, so I'm not sure if there was a scheduled break between these 2 rounds or not. But I'm going to step away for a second, and I'll be right back.
And so we're just awaiting the full results for round 3 and then the pairings for round 4. Players are just taking a bit of break in between rounds. As you can see, they're using the opportunity. At Dwarven Darkness on the Twitch stream, are you requesting Mike in a bikini? I'm sure he would I'm sure he would, oblige his fans. That is a fantastic pink suit. Someone tell me who that
That's
is.
Gibney.
Okay.
He's one of the Southeast TOs. Hi, Gibney.
What doesn't Mike have, Riley? Of course he's got his own channel, surely. And he's back. Mike, Mike, while you were away, there were some requests for you commentating the next scene in a bikini after your comments. You keen?
I'll have to go dig it out. Go find it.
Yeah. Maybe we could no, actually I'm not even going to go there. I'm going to hold myself back.
I could take my laptop out and grab a pool float and try to do it while floating around in the pool. That might be a great way to ruin the laptop. All right. What time is it in Australia?
So we just got to. Now it is 8:05. I got to bed at 3:30. Got the 2-year-old watching a bit of Luca in the background, so that I can keep going.
So just
I'll
as
have to
a
deal with that in a minute.
As a heads up to those watching the stream, so due to some conflicts and nature of having to deal with the pairing system not liking the fact that there's some spread due to the large amount of the same region players in the top bracket, which is pushing people further and further afield, so to speak, up and down the list. It's giving Mark some headaches. Mark is handling that. Because of that, we're going to go ahead and just talk tables for the round. I'd like to see Aaron, George, others hitting the stream here momentarily.
Roger that.
Yeah. I have to say, I find it, as an outsider, I find it surprising that the non-regions pairings goes for so long. I'm not sure I quite get the reasoning behind that for a whole 4 games.
Sure. Do you do club immunity for the first few rounds in Australia? Is that a thing you guys do?
Only for first round.
Only for first rounds. Interesting.
Usually,
I think
our Masters is completely different. So our Masters isn't a big tournament like this. It's only the top 12.
Okay. And do you and are they just the top 12 people in the country, or do you have it broken up by state or region?
So top 12 people, there's some automatic qualifiers. So the biggest tournaments get an auto qualifier. And then it'll go down through ranking for whoever hasn't auto qualified. It just goes down the rankings. And then Masters a little bit different as well in terms of the little bit like a final system from memory, because we haven't run it for a couple of years now, is that let's just say there are the top 12 in the first round. First will play 12th, second will play 11th, and so on.
Interesting.
And there's an army swap in there as well. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's completely different. Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of US tournaments will do club immunity or travel group immunity for up to the first day, but usually that's only 3 rounds instead of 4. And some people will tell you we'll do it for the first round only. Certainly, if it's a 1-day event and you're only playing 3 rounds, you can expect that sort of thing out of the first round. But I think
just
when
find
you've got
4 rounds is a lot, and that's really a bias on results.
It is. I think the thinking is that when you've got so many people from all over the country who are unlikely to play each other at any event other than Masters, you want to maximize, the chances for people to get to play people from other regions rather than folks that they play all year long. But 4 does seem like
at that
a lot.
point, does
I
it make
think-
you the Masters though?
Does it make it the Masters? Well, if you had to take on opponents from other regions more than your own region, I think that's a better sampling, right? You get tested against players from very different metas more often. But 4 rounds
Yeah.
is a lot. I think 3 would probably be enough.
I think they are switching to just top rankings for this one, right? So I think effectively they did 3 and maybe found out that that's what's going to work.
Well, I think they're still doing the. I think the spreadsheet is giving them trouble on picking tables, so that's where that's coming into.
Yeah, I don't think though. Yeah, so and I think what Matt was saying before is that he's not going to muck with the tables. So I think they're still trying not to pair people from the region for the fourth. They're just trying to figure that out.
Yeah.
So yeah, it just. I mean, I think when you've got some particularly strong regions too, like the southern regions, right? That it just seems if you go for a whole 4 rounds, then you've only got if you're all up the top, then there's only 2 to knock each other out.
Sure. But there is also regional awards. Like we do give out awards for best region, best battle region, best appearance region, best sport region. So to some extent, there is a little bit of a team aspect to it, and so it does feel kind of unfair when you're like, okay, so we got towards the end, and now a bunch of our guys have to play each other, and we kind of you end up like feeling like you're kind of knocking your region out of contention for like best battle region by the fact that your folks have to play each other.
Are there an even number of people from each region?
Yeah,
it would be
8.
interesting maybe to do like a like a bracket, like NCAA bracket kind of thing, and it's I guess, but then you end up with maybe the best 4 at the end, but good people might be blasting away at weaker people. Like like you have 4, like group them. Are there 6 regions?
8.
8 regions. Yeah, I guess that is weird.
All right. My guess is the pairings are now available because I see people picking up their armies and walking around. So we should have the 4th round starting soon.
So there was a false start. They were trying to get the pairings out and ready, but there were some errors because war score is breaking.
Let's shed a tear for the noble war score.
Yep.
It was the go-to for many years, but I don't know if it's actively made.
So the new system is up and running. They're sorting stuff out behind me.
Okay. I wasn't sure if that was supposed to be someone talking on the stream or if you were picking up TO chatter.
Just people figuring out what's going on.
Okay. But we're expecting to get the top couple tables, so we expect to see Aaron Chapman playing whoever's in second.
Could be
possibly George or Keith Conroy.
Yeah, I imagine it depends on who's played who. So I don't know that Aaron has played either of the top 2. Get divided up, and Jeff. The only one that is guaranteed is Jeff can't play Aaron because
Right.
Aaron versus Keith would be quite an interesting game, I think, actually.
Yeah.
With his Aaron using the 3 Frostfang, 3 Lord on Frostfang Northern Alliance list, isn't he? Versus the herd.
Yeah. Yeah, that's his list. Yeah, it's a face puncher.
Yep.
I'll go ahead and pull that list up with the assumption that that's what we're gonna we're gonna see.
While we're waiting
And
for matchups to be released, just as an awareness, everybody, again, remember, if you want to jump in on the cast list, it is available on Fanatics tonight. Have it up and running tomorrow. We should not have any of the equipment issues we had this morning because getting up like 2 for me. Use the one mic, significantly better.
Yep, someone feel free to jump in because I will be jumping out now. So good luck with round 4.
Take it easy, Matt.
All right, see you guys.
Later, Matt.
Yeah, and Crossroads teamed together last time. Crossroads did the team format a couple of years ago.
That is correct.
Pre-pandemic, so this is sort of like cross-region club mates almost playing each other here in round 4.
Yep. I'm gonna actually go over and just give them a quick heads up about what on the stream. That way they're not like, looking odd at things.
Okay.
Keith, though I'm sure Keith will be able to explain it to Aaron as well, ideally.
Sure. Yeah, so this is going to be goblins versus a whole lot of Brock Riders.
Yeah, Mike, you want to go over the goblins and I'll go over the dwarves? Just the list?
Yeah, no, that's a good idea. Sure. Let me pull up George's list real quick. All right, so George O'Connell is playing goblins with ogre allies, and he has 3 hordes of rabble. He's got 2 regiments of mincer mobs, one of them with brew of sharpness and one with brew of strength. He's got 3 mob pup launchers. He's got 3 wingets, one of them upgraded with eye in the sky. He's got 2 whizzes, one with conjure staff, bane chant and weakness, in addition to lightning bolt, and the other with the boomstick and lightning bolt. And then he's got Magua and Joes. That's the just the hero, not the whatever the unit is called, Mogwans or whatever. And then for his ogre allies, he's got a flag guy and 2 hordes of siege breakers.
All right, Drew's running dwarves. He's got 3 regiments of rangers, one of which has got the staying stone. He's got 1 trooper Brock Riders, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 regiments of Brock Riders. 1 with the potion, 1 with brew of strength, 1 with sharpness, 1 with J-boots, and the other is naked. 2 dwarf lords on large beasts, which are annoying, and then the berserker lord on a Brock, which it's the only upgrade he gave him. But obviously, ton of mobility. I like the Rangers with their ability to scout and shoot. But and that's still 36 shots on 4s can be devastating real quick.
Yeah, it can. And it's interesting because Drew Gaddy's list is 12 drops to George O'Connell's 17. But Drew actually has 27 unit strength to George's 23.
Mm-hmm.
Despite getting outdropped by 5 drops, he's got 4 more unit strength.
The dwarfs dwarfs or the lords on large beasts are going to be annoying for
George. Yeah.
For George to get rid of without the big hitters that he normally has.
So they're playing push. Where's your obvious token holders here? I guess for the goblins, you can put it on a mincer mob since it's got big shield, or a rabble horde. Does Drew Gaddy really have a good? I guess the Rangers, right? That's the only thing you can really.
Rangers
on.
Or the troop of Brock Riders you could.
I guess you could do that, yeah.
And just run them behind. The only thing is those wingets are going to get over the line and shoot them.
Right.
But I mean, everything. I mean, the mop-up launchers can destroy defense 4. Wingets are obviously good against defense 4. I mean, it's not like he has anything. I mean, it's not like you want to throw him on the dwarf large beast, but those things aren't going to die very easily.
True. Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you go with the lower defense units, you basically have to reserve 2 and expect one of them to pick up the tokens after the first one gets shot to death.
Right.
You know.
His name is list here, so I have easy access.
Go for it.
Yeah, no, it's looking here. I mean, 36 crossbow bolts on 4. Not shabby.
Well, he's going to put him right on that hill too.
And George is running less nasty goblins, he calls them. Still does have the 3 mop-up launchers, and 3 wingets, 2 whizzes, magwas. So it's not a bad amount of shooting, especially against an all-defense 4 army.
Right, and then he still got the ogres too.
Yeah, the siege breakers.
I mean, I
guess siege breakers is probably a good place to put the tokens, actually.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the other thing is too, what does Drew have that can really take out siege breakers? Because he doesn't have any Bane Chant, and what is it?
Yeah.
I mean,
Dwarf on large beast.
Flanks will help.
1.
And one of those, he does have the Hammer of Measure.
Right. No.
It is not.
No, he's got Brew of Strength. He's got a Brew of Strength on one of them. Yep.
And no Bane Chant.
Nope. So you're
so it's a great list for killing rabble hordes, but not so much for killing siege breakers.
Right. I mean,
that's exactly who you put the tokens on.
If he can get
there you go.
Yeah, I mean, I would bunker around one of the breakers. Scenario, football game. Put all 3 on 1 and protect it.
Yep.
And get the center one. In my personal opinion, I will make an annoying commentary on this till the day I die. Push is both one of the best and worst scenarios because the correct way to play it is put all 3 on 1 directly in the center, and you just fight over.
Right.
Because who cares about the other 3 tokens your opponent has? If they're not also in the center, then you still win.
Right. Or people put them on opposing flanks, and you just yin-yang with your tokens, and then fight over the middle anyway. Right.
I mean, you
it's
see
basically dominate by another name.
Yep.
So it's what it does do is slow down certain armies because you have to carry the tokens. It can sometimes be tricky to actually get them across the halfway point, depending on who you're against. So if you have a super army, kind of keep people out of crossing the center line. It does get more interesting than that. It does depend on what type of army you have. He actually is probably going to be the one who has a harder time against Aaron. Well, actually, does Aaron have shooting? All?
No.
Do either of them have any shooting at all?
No.
Dragger. Snowfox, Snow. Falling.
Oh, yes, he's controlling
Suns. Frostfangs. No, he has 0 shooting.
No, and Druids have Bane, Chant, and Heal in Keith's list, and that's it.
Yeah. So neither of them have a way to pick up flying units. I think he's on some parties. Calls it a day. The danger there is he has to dodge Frostfang, or else be in a really bad spot.
The thing is, though, he's got the speed to at least dodge him a little bit with his other, to block him off and some things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want something a little more resilient, you put it on the Forest Shamblers, right?
Actually, yeah, we've got. Looks like has the top of the table. Aaron has the bottom.
Do we want to go over their lists, or we're good? Well, we don't necessarily have to go over Keith's because Keith's already been on, right?
We can cover Aaron's, and that's definitely a good idea.
Yeah, I got it open. So Aaron Chapman's playing Varinger, and he has 3 Lords on Frostfangs, all of them with Snow Foxes, and one of them with the Pipes of Terror. He's got a horde of Frostfang Cav with the Brew of Sharpness. He has 2 regiments of Mounted Suns, one with the J-Boots and one with Caterpillar, both with Stealthy, which won't matter the slightest in this match because there's no shooting. He's got 2 hordes of Fallen, 2 regiments of Snow Foxes, and 3 regiments of Draugr. 13
Mike,
drops at 26 unit strength.
You forgot the custom name on one of the Lord of Frostfangs, that second one. Go ahead and try and say that one.
Bjorn, Magnus, and
Bjorn.
How's that character? Must be Bjorn?
Door or pour or Muir. I don't know.
I am not familiar with that Norse character.
No. Yeah, I like Keith's list. I like speed. I'm a speed guy. I mean, like we talk about push and like slowing down armies. I hate push with my elf army. Cannot stand it. But Keith's list very similar. I could see him throwing him on the Shamblers. I mean, they get the scout, and he's got the harpies to throw in front anyways. If he really, he doesn't have to do it. He's got the beasts of nature to throw at stuff in front of them. I mean, just throw a thing of Shamblers on a flank and kind of go from there. I mean, his is pretty alpha strike. I don't think, or Aaron's pretty alpha strike. I don't think. I mean, if he throws he'll throw a Draugr on each flank potentially and be like, all right, which one do you want to guard? Type of thing.
See if this change to the limiter allows it to be less choppy, but I don't know how much I can do without letting in the entire background crowd into the audio.
Clearly, next year for Masters, we need a soundproof booth for the streamers to broadcast from.
Yep.
We'll put that in the list of hotel requirements. Do you have a broadcast booth overlooking your ballroom?
I mean, technically, Omaha guys have a basketball court. They run off of a basketball court, so that might not be a bad situation. Beast of Nature is huge.
Yeah, with the wings stretching way out.
It's a cool model, at least from what I can see here.
All right, so looking at what Aaron has deployed so far, talk about what a regiment of snow foxes way over there on the left. And then what? Fallen and Mounted Suns? I'm trying to tell what I'm looking at here.
Oh. Well, he's kind of describing them. So if they look like knights, they're Mounted Suns. The Fallen look like Griffhound packs. I think that is a Fallen right there. Draugr are Zealots. I think those are the two in the bottom right-hand corner. Or two of them are in the bottom right-hand corner. If I had to guess.
Those are the Draugr.
So all kind of all three of them over there. Okay. And the square bases, the small square bases are Lords on Frostfang.
Yep.
And the turkeys are going to be the Fallen in this case, by the look of it. Well, no, hold on, because yeah, no, they're the Fallen, because this is the Frostfang. These are going to be the Mounted Suns.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like Keith has a very wide spread, and Aaron has gone for a stacked flank, respectively.
Yep. And are they dropping their tokens now?
It looks like, and I'll try to get us an update here in a minute on where the tokens are for all the players, because that's going to be obviously a very important aspect of this match. But while I'm doing that for their game, I'm going to switch over to Drew and George so we can commentate their deployment. And then I will go track where the tokens are for all 4 players.
Cool. I'm guessing on that table it was the poker chips, because there was a poker chip in the middle.
Oh, so Drew's stacking all of his Brock Riders on the right, everything on the right flank, other than
and he's put his tokens on one of the Brock regiments. It looks like they're those yellow and black discs, I believe, is what they're using. So that number 2 in the middle is going to be the middle token. And then looks like maybe George has his on a Rabble regiment over here on the left, sitting behind them anyway.
Yeah, looks like it. Where's the other one?
Don't know. I don't know if he split them up. That would be a little unconventional.
Is it interesting with the how far he scouted up his scout or the Rangers over there?
That's what those are in the forest. Okay, so those are the three.
Oh, yeah, it is a forest. I thought that was a hill.
Okay. So those would be the ranger regiments. Okay.
Yep. But
On the
now
left there.
the problem is too. Now he scouted him up almost too far. So now Rabble move up this turn, can charge next turn, and you can't back up while not getting versus scouting up so your front edge is just barely in the trees. Because you can always move and then pivot with those scouts. If you put the front edge in the trees, now it gives you an extra turn, especially with Rabble and stuff that you wouldn't necessarily. Now they're going to be, I mean, unless he's going to charge them, which he could, it's Rabble. But, I mean, he would have an extra round of shooting if he would have just put that front edge in the trees. Because it's 24, I'm pretty sure they have the light crossbow, so they're still 24 inches.
So just as a heads up, because this is going to be vital for both the cast of the stream as well as understanding what the players are doing, all 3 of George's tokens are on this Siegebreaker horde here. Wait for the delay in stream to catch up to me.
Yep.
All 3 of Drew's are on this rock regiment way over on the other side. So Yin Yang is looking like this is going to be this table's. And then the fight will be over the center, which my biggest concern here is that Drew has nothing in the center.
Fast enough to get there, though, and he's going to bring a lot of stuff real quick.
This is true. But yeah, as expected, George did lob all 3 of his onto the Siegebreakers, the unit's toughest and most equipped to carry them.
Yep.
This is where we were talking. I was just saying for this, he shouldn't. I mean, he scouted up almost too far with his Rangers.
Yeah.
I probably would have just put the front edge, all 3 front edges, right barely in the trees. Especially, I mean, with the far right, if we're looking at the board, the far right one, he could have scooted that over a little bit so that even if he wanted to move up, the front edge still would have been outside of the trees. But I mean, I run a lot of Glade Sucker, so I've gotten a lot of practice with these too. But that's something I would have done just to get extra shots. I just feel like the Rabble are going to get into them too quickly. And potentially the shield breakers, which even hindered shield breakers are going to do work. Triple charge.
Yeah, triple on the regiment there.
Yep.
Switching over to the Aaron versus game before I forget where their tokens are located. So Aaron has actually put all 3 of his tokens on different Draugr regiments, all in the bottom right-hand corner.
Okay.
Whereas Keith has all 3 of his on what I assume are the Harpies in the upper left-hand corner. Now that he's moved the other unit up, I can guarantee they are the Harpies in the upper left-hand corner.
I see. So it's the poker chips then are what they are using.
Yes, they are using the poker chips. Center token is the remaining one. So Keith is putting all his eggs in one basket, and Aaron has spread them.
Has anyone?
But then deployed them all next to each other.
Okay, so all of us have played. Does anyone have a preference on how you played, or do you change it based upon your army, like as far as token giving?
In this scenario?
Yes.
I stand by my original statement. You put all 3 of them on one unit in the center of the board, and you shove forward.
Yep.
I'm saying I'd put all 3 too.
Cage that thing like a game of Blood Bowl.
I definitely put all on one, and I go back and forth depending on who I'm playing and what army I'm playing as to whether I put it on the side or in the middle.
Right. Makes sense. I just
figured I charged a rabble board. And an inconsequential one at that.
And you know that they're going to do the rest of their move. It's going to take them like 4 minutes before they're actually rolling dice on that combat.
They are playing surprisingly fast, though. So while Keith is doing some positioning maneuvering, which I imagine is going to be the first turn for Aaron and him, going to be a very cagey match. I imagine our round 2 is going to be very interesting to see how they shift and deploy.
Well, there's no... It's going to be very cagey.
Yes.
Right. So is Aaron basically just giving Keith his 3 tokens to get across the table? Like, he doesn't really have much over there to slow him down.
He had a singular unit to stop him, and it looked like Snow Foxes. So
Snow Foxes, yeah.
I don't think, no matter how Aaron wants to do it, that he'll be able to use the Snow Foxes to pick up the Harpies.
Yeah, because they have some cover.
Yes. He could effectively shield them if necessary.
Alright.
But it just depends. We'll see.
All right, Drew moving his massive block of Brock riders. His column of Brocks. His name is Drew Gaddy, and he Brocks well. He's got a castle in Georgia. That's where he dwells.
It looks like he's just towing the hill. So he's actually, the trick here is that Drew's not going to be able to see over the hill with all of his stuff, which I'm not sure that he should have deployed. Because there wasn't, I mean, I guess he's trying to avoid shooting.
Yeah.
But now you can't charge and use your charge thing.
Right.
And it looks like he's put something into the rabble horde over there on the right. Is that going to be one of the dwarf lords on beasts, maybe?
Yes. Looks like it's a Brock Lord on Beadrift.
Oh, okay, the Berserker Lord on Brock, not the Dwarf Lord on Large Beast. Okay. He's got both kinds.
Oh man, I want to steal George's tokens for every cast. He has numbers on them that are legible.
So, I actually 3D print those. If you want a set, let me know what color.
You know, I might take you up on that if this becomes a thing we do on the regular.
That's usually how I do it. Like I 3D print a set of tokens in some like neon color for every table, and whenever I run an event, I just put one on every table, and tell people at the end of the tournament to decide like which one of the two people on the table gets to take them home. So slowly, I'm giving the whole region a set of highly visible tokens.
Yeah, because that's not too bad. That's legible.
Yeah, and you go with like bright green, bright orange, bright yellow. Something that'll stick out. Won't blend into most table mats.
What is that? 13? 5 and 11?
Rolling the, yeah.
It's like 10?
What is it? What is going on?
Put two markers down, so I'm not quite sure yet. But I mean, it looks like he has more dice to roll. He very well could pick up that rabble board.
I mean, yeah, he probably has like 20-something dice out, or however many Brocks need, 26, and then just is rolling the extra ones after for 36.
Sure. And they got Pathfinder, so they're hitting on 4s, Crush Strike 1, so they got a wound easily.
And picks up
on the rabble.
board.
All right.
How can you see that? Eyes like a hawk over here.
All right, but now it's a little tricky for him to reform them without them laying on top of each other, because, oh, no, you can't do that. They're too close.
So the concern here is that, and I don't know that he should have turned them like that so much as just tried to back up a little bit, because that horde of ogres carrying the token, if they're within 10, that's actually giving them a speed boost, and they don't really care about the one regiment of Brocks on the right. I mean, maybe that's the bait. Maybe he's trying to bait it, and the large beast, I believe, is what's behind. Let me get my handy pointer here. Like this is the large beast. Yeah.
But even then,
Okay.
you would think that shield breakers would pop that, wouldn't you?
Dwarf Lord on Large Beast?
No. Pop the Rangers.
I mean, if
the
both
Rangers,
of them
yes.
go into it, I think they absolutely pop.
Yeah.
One of them goes into it, I think that's getting... It's not a guarantee.
He's dropping them, I think.
Many fall in the face of chaos, but not this one. Not today.
Drop it and let Magua or somebody back there pick it up.
The ASB, isn't that an ASB?
No, he's going to go...
Oh, yeah, that could be the flag guy. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, he's going to pick it up with his BSB. That's a good call. I like that. Because now he's not risking the Siege Breakers losing all the tokens and getting picked up and stolen by one of those two units, which... I mean, that was a big gamble by Drew to try to force that.
Yep. And I guess good on George for deploying and moving the units together that way, so you got the flag guy to back you up and pick up the tokens.
I mean...
Drop them.
Yes, those are both Siege Breakers. If the Siegebreakers don't pop or waver both of them, there's a chance that they could corkscrew on the one of the Siegebreaker units. But I don't think that helps. There's still defense 5 even in the flank. You're looking at 4s and 3s with 24 dice.
Sure.
4s and 4s.
I'd be more worried about the Brock troop and the Lord on Large Beast getting in the flank.
Yeah, really. I mean, yeah, if the Dwarf on Large Beast can do it, that's the big trick. So he's really hoping to pop that center one, or sorry, the center right one. I say center right. The right-hand one. He needs to pop the right-hand Rangers. If he doesn't pop those, bad things happen to him for a number of reasons.
Right.
Maybe not critical bad.
Wingets. Sure. It looks like George is moving his wingets to try to take shots at that Brock troop behind the building, threatening his siege breakers.
Yeah. Drew is really hedging all his bets on. I mean, he has plenty of time, so it is very possible that he could get the Brocks to all shift to the center of the board quickly. But those wingets are gonna get in the way, and then that horde picks up the token. And then the Brocks may not be able to get to that board by the time the game ends.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't get shot off first. But we'll see.
If those Mincer mobs on the right don't get into them as they're trying to cut across.
I think he's got enough though that he should be fine.
So
especially if he can get up on the hill and get that extra thunder coming down.
So George is not going to. Okay, he's checking for nerve leadership, if anything, because I was like, he can't move the BSB after picking up the tokens. You got to wait on that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he just wants to inspire and stay out of the Brock Lords or the Dwarf Lord on Large Beast.
I mean, there is always potential. Maybe he leaves the tokens there and then doubles back later, but I think you have to keep the tokens moving forward. You don't want to leave them and then have to double back and then have to pick them up and then have to turn around and then have to get across the line.
Well, I think he's trying to keep his back edge on the tokens so that he can at least have some inspiring. Like, I don't think that far left one he's going to be able to get to, which is what he wanted. Not that I think that they really need it.
Yeah, I think he's trying to get some sort of leadership on at least one of them that might get the Lord in the flank.
Okay, well they are deliberating. We're going to shift over to Heath. We are on, I believe this is Aaron's first turn. Very cautiously, like I said, this is going to end up being a cagey match, for sure. So on the left-hand side, it looks like Heath has shifted incredibly.
That's a very precarious place for their time clock.
Oh yeah, it's on top of the spire.
On top of the spire.
Yeah.
First thing wasn't George's and those guys like right in the middle of the board too?
They put theirs in the middle of the board. It was on that hill there, but
I mean, it is nice that we can see the time.
We can read it.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for it to come off of that and crush somebody's monolism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, looks like he's slowly swinging in. We've got one of the wing beasts in the center. We've got most of key stuff seems to have detached and just started walking forward, basically, on the left-hand side. He's just left the required amount to pick up the boxes.
What is that in front of Moonfang and the whatever that horde is on the left?
So there is a. Let me see if I can pinpoint them here for us. We have cameras just barely, almost not catching this here. Now I need to shift the tables back over. People bump the camera just enough.
You mean
I'm talking on the left side. On the left side.
On the left side, I believe this is Moonfang. And this is a flying beast. This is Flying Beast, and this is Flying Beast, respectively.
Okay, that's a Flying Beast. Okay. I was wondering what that was.
Yeah, this is definitely a Flying Beast, because I can see the wings on it from this table.
The ginormous wings?
Yes.
Big ass bat wings.
Yeah, shoving everything forward through that side, which forces Keith to engage in a frontal fight, which Lycans typically don't do too hot in.
That's true. That'll come down to
flanking
Spirit Walkers versus Frostfangs in the middle.
Yeah. It's going to be a little bit before we see how this one shakes up. I imagine we're going to see a couple turns roll by where it's just positioning, probably up until at least turn 3 or 4 even.
Yeah. Yeah, with the kind of army that Keith is playing, he's really got to wait for the right charges.
Yeah. And Aaron, since Aaron loses his normal speed advantage here, this is the opposite for Keith. This is the match Keith once, as opposed to where Grant had the speed advantage over him in his game 1.
Yep.
In this round, Keith has the speed advantage over Aaron, so Aaron has to play more cagey and take some charges.
And it looks like he's taken those foxes that were kind of guarding the left flank and just sent them into the flank of the Lycans, which opens up that flank for Keith to carry his tokens across. So yeah, Aaron's not really even offering him much resistance there. He's just doing some opportunistic wounds on those Lycans while he's got a chance.
Well, those harpies can now, the ones that were in front, can now turn and become chaff for all this other stuff that's on the left side too.
Yep.
Because now he can throw the Beast of Nature if he wants to behind these trees and start getting. We talked about not wanting to hit stuff in the front, but it can start getting nasty back there real quick.
Yep. Yep. If they can get around behind the fallen there.
I mean, honestly, he could get that Beast of Nature over to the Draugr on the other side.
Yeah, if he could manage to pop one of those with a sneaky flank charge from Beast of Nature and just get them to drop the token, like that would pretty much be game. Like he wouldn't even need to pick it up.
Right. I mean, because I think he probably is going to win in this. I mean, his center, other than that obstacle, is going to be a little bit of a pain. But I mean, he's got the Lycans coming in. He's got Moonfang coming in. He's got whatever those another troop of harpies, another Beast of Nature that could fly over and do some hits. So he wouldn't be in the front.
But he has 90% of my setup. Trying to add a little bit of a sound barrier here.
Sure. Where's Keith's Forest Shamblers? Where did they end up?
I don't know. That's what I was trying to figure out too. Or is that what those things are behind the Spirit Walkers? I don't think so, but
no, I think those are harpies.
Shamblers on the left. That must be them on the left.
Oh, in front of the harpies.
So they're going to be out of this game.
Basically, yeah. So you'd be better off like having the harpies drop the tokens off for them, so the harpies can fly off and do something useful, and the Shamblers can just hide behind a hill the whole game.
Yep.
Foxes are not going to be taking out 4 Shamblers anytime soon.
No. Well, they're probably not going to kill these Lycans, and then Moonfang is just going to kill them and keep going.
When harpies are fast enough to get back in the game, where there ain't no way Shamblers are.
Yeah, so Aaron being very deliberate in how he moves things up. Trying to either stay out of charge range or make sure he's not accidentally giving up a flank or anything like that. It'll be interesting to see if Aaron manages to punch through on the right fast enough and swing those things around to threaten Keith in the center, it's going to be really bad for Keith, especially since Aaron's not putting much resistance up over on the left. That's giving Keith the opportunity to pull in his stuff from the left flank to the middle.
So on the right, Keith's got a Lycan Horde, a Harpy Troop, a Druid on Forest Steed, and a Beast of Nature.
Yeah. Given how narrow that gap is, if he really just wanted to hold everything up for a turn, he might be able to just fly the Harpies and land them in front of things. They just hold you for a turn.
Yep. Basically where he can't double charge you.
Yeah, exactly. And just bottleneck him there for a turn.
He could probably do it for a couple of turns because he do the same thing with the Lycans and potentially, depending on like placement, the Beasts of Nature too. I mean, it's not the first time I've seen something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Matt, you've seen this board more than us. How much space do you think he's got from, because of the angle of the camera, from his unit over to the terrain?
On which side of the board? On the right hand?
On the right hand side, yeah.
No more than a horde of large infantry. So it's going to be a pretty tight squeeze.
Okay. Yeah, because he could, like Keith just said, could send that Beast of Nature like over Aaron's units there and just pop one of it, like just run into one of the Draugr or something like that, while he's bottlenecking everything else up between the terrain and the table edge as well. Guessing that was the regen roll on the Lycans that got hit in the flank by the Snow Foxes.
Yes.
And now they're going to double charge with the Beast of Nature into were those Fallen?
Yes.
Okay. Also yes.
And then Moonfang goes into the flank of those Snow Foxes back over on the left, which should take care of them. It looks like the Harpies flew up close to where the Far Shamblers are, so he might be playing tokens.
Swap it back real quick. Sorry, didn't mean to cut off on that game.
No, that's okay. That's fine.
Dealing with some moderation in the chat.
Yeah, so he's just turned his Shamblers over there on the far left and flown his Harpies that are carrying all the tokens right up behind them. So I'm guessing we are going to see them drop and hand them off.
I want to kill my dog.
Do you think he charged those Harpies in the center, or is he just putting them in the way of that?
Well, the thing is, isn't that a Lord on Frostfang right there?
Yeah.
So I don't think he'd put him right there because you can just nimble charge around it.
Yeah, they're nimble striders. They don't care.
Right, exactly.
Aha, so that's why he's like, maybe not. Let's take them back. Reconsider that. Can I get to the flank of those Fallen instead?
Matt, how many drinks in are you?
Well, I'm not worrying about drinks. I'm trying to ban the bot and remove its filthiness from my channel. But in any case,
I need to become famous.
But didn't I know that I could be famous? All right. Well, switching back over to George and Drew here, just so we can see how this game is shaking out. It does look like both Ranger units were killed by the Siege Breakers. it looks like the king on large beast just nimbled around them.
Mm-hmm.
It also looks like he lost the Brock troop.
Probably to the wingets. Yeah.
Yep. And at this point, he's just coming gunning over the hill to push through with his tokens at the very least. Problem is, he still has to get the 3 on the left, or he has to take the center.
Right.
Well, the Dwarf Lord on large beast can definitely threaten that flag guy.
This is true.
Um,
And he's not nimble anymore either. Don't you lose nimble with the token on top?
yeah, I think so. That's going to be tricky. Yeah, I mean, he can turn and try to walk away from him. You can still move at the double, but he's probably. I think George turned that guy and walked him towards the hill, so he might be able to move that flag guy at the double, basically at an angle towards the left side to get out of the Dwarf Lord's arc of sight, assuming it's facing down table.
Did anyone else see the Dwarven Darkness text?
Yes. Yeah. I appreciate it. Yeah. I'm not quite sure what Drew's plan was going into this. I just really think the aggressiveness with the Rangers on the left could have been avoided by just staying there and shooting the rabble to death first.
Mm-hmm.
If he wouldn't have scouted up so far.
Instead, he's now lost so many of his combat units in exchange for 2 rabble hordes, it looks like.
Yep.
And those wingets, I mean, the Dwarf Lord on large beast is a threat, right? But the standard bearer is nimble. It'll lose nimble with the tokens. We'll see if they remember that. That's a pretty important piece of rules lore there that often gets overlooked. Lose nimble when you're carrying tokens, I believe.
Yeah, I think so. I think you lose nimble, you lose fly, you can't be surged or wind blasted.
Right.
They were
Speed's capped at 5, but you can still move at the double though.
So the 2 Brocks at the front, I believe, were touching the hill, so they were still getting cover because they weren't on it, but they were touching it so they could see over it.
Mm-hmm.
So at that point, they charged over the hill into the rabble to kill the rabble, which gets his tokens closer.
Yep. But also exposes him to the Mincer regiments.
Well, I think the one Mincer, can he see the flank at this point? Because he's in arc. Now the question is, can he just see the flank and can he fit?
The one on the center? I'll move the icon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Separate, just as a heads up. So the stream will be recorded. So, but the individual matches won't be recorded in their entirety. I don't have the ability to basically have both streams recording at the same time. It will break. But you will be able to see our commentary over the matches as we're doing it right now. So if you didn't catch the full match, they will be on YouTube probably after the weekend. However, so I'll try to upload them tonight, but with 8+ hours of video to upload on hotel internet, I don't think they will be ready.
So that Mincer mob that your token is currently on is chaffed up by that Berserker Lord on Brock.
Yes.
Currently.
Oh, okay.
And there's George dipping a toe on that center token with his center Rebel Horde.
Well, I think the Lord, like you said, the Dwarf Lord looks like it's facing the bottom part of the...
Yep. So George just boogied out of his arc of sight.
Yep.
Well, he's going to have a tough time cracking that Dwarf Lord on large beast with his shooting because it is defense 6 and has nerve like it's a regiment, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's 15-17 at defense 6 and headstrong. So even if you manage to get a waiver, it might not matter.
I mean,
tough to get rid of.
So the problem is that this almost feels like it's going to be a technical win for George, almost no matter what, because it doesn't really matter as long as he can keep dodging the Dwarf Lord.
Yeah.
Because at this point, with the center token now secure, I mean, I would almost turn the Dwarf Lord back toward the Rabble Horde in the center, because I feel like he has a better chance of picking that up than he does trying to fight his way through Siege Breakers.
I agree.
You can at least turn some of the Brocks to go try and assist with that.
Yeah. And that gives you a far less mobile token that you can pick up and be on your opponent's side of the table by the time you're done.
Here come the wingets.
But here come the wingets.
And I think that's the concern here is that ultimately, no matter how Drew needed to spread out more, I feel, because now he's basically going to get boxed in by the wingets, and he can turn and he can threaten them, but I mean, George can just lose the wingets if he wants to, and it wouldn't even matter at that point, because he can just keep them pinned there for so many turns before he's able to actually break out and try to get to the rabble. And then again, I think George ends up winning this just by technical positioning. I think George could lose almost all of his units as long as the rabble and the BSB are still on the table, and he wins. Which is why I don't like this scenario.
That's right. Once again, back to our central message for this podcast. No one likes push.
Push could be changed. I think if you force tokens to be on different units, so you limit it so that during push specifically you can only deploy one token per unit, that significantly changes how you have to play the game, so you don't see this kind of yin-yang push stuff. But we'll see. Because yeah, I hate having to call games on turn 2 and being like, yeah, no, this is over. So,
right.
Which it might not be. I mean, maybe Drew just freaking steamrolls him with dice, which can always be a factor. But I think this will end up being George's victory pretty handily. But in the meantime, swapping over here because it looks like we're getting some nerve rolls out of Keith.
Okay, great. Yep, so
Guessing
double charge Fallen.
That was the Snow Foxes and an Overrun?
Yeah, Snow Foxes and then Moonfang overruns. It looks like he did do something. Oh, I think he may have redeployed some things on the far right there. It looks like he turned the Lycans and the Druid and headed towards the center. He has kind of blockaded that side with Harpies over there on the right. And I think that Beast of Nature may have just flown over the terrain and landed.
Yes, I do believe it just did a straight up turn and fly 20. It's not turn to face, so it's going to have to waste a turn turning around. But then it's going to have a strong position in the butt of a lot of things if Aaron doesn't compensate. And being squeezed so tightly into that narrow corridor, I mean, Keith may effectively just abandon the corridor and go for the one token in the center, which is
that's kind of what it looks like he's done. Because he's moved the Lycan Horde, parked the gargoyles there, so it'll take him a turn to blow through them, and then you're stuck behind terrain.
Yep.
Meanwhile, he's going to be fighting in the middle.
And in the meantime, Aaron can't entirely ignore that, because if that beast turns to face the 3 regiments of Draugr, then Aaron may lose a token that way, and that's another way to lose the game.
Yep.
I think, Keith has a very strong positioning in this current. Now, admittedly, this is early in the game. I think this is only technically round 2 or 3 tops. Certainly the top of said round. But if he picks that center token up with the Spirit Walkers, which I think is his goal, it's going to be really hard for Aaron to get enough force factor in there to actually remove it back.
Yep. Now, he does have those Frost Fangs parked there with sharpness on them. So Keith will need to contend with them. But he's about to have a Lycan Horde and a Beast on their flank.
Well, he has. I mean, there's a troop of Harpies that's just ready to jump in the way. Yeah, as you pointed out, I mean, he didn't pick up the...
The Fallen?
That was an excellent comment. Marcus had a chuckle or two. But yeah, it does not look like he picked up the Fallen. So that's going to be a little rough in trying to secure that center token, but...
Waver, maybe?
Waver would be nice.
What's that? I mean, looks like he's got the wound counter there, and then what's the white token next to it? Potentially a waver token?
Could Could be.
Yeah, if I had to guess, it's a waiver, because I know that those turn counters can go effectively indefinitely almost.
Yeah, I think he put that down right after the nerve roll. So.
Okay. And they can waiver. Fallen can waiver. So.
Yep.
Oh, so we are currently watching Keith Conroy and Aaron Chapman playing. Keith is across the top playing Herd, and Aaron is across the bottom playing Veriger. And the scenario is push.
Aaron is bottom of the table, though it's going to be very hard to tell who's on which side of the table here momentarily because they're going to both swing every which direction. Keith is at the top of the table with his Herd. On our other table, as we're going to be switching back and forth from them, we have George O'Connell and Drew Gann. Also, I don't know if it's helping, but I've added a small sound barrier, so hopefully it's cutting out some of the background chatter. But
yeah, you're good.
Yeah,
you sound good.
Ah, here comes shenanigans.
Yep.
I think he picked up the foxes.
Yeah, that unit in the center isn't foxes. That's fallen.
Yeah, the fallen are still alive, which makes a lot of sense. They're a tough unit to crack. Defense 5, Iron Resolve.
Yeah, if you're asking about the unit that the Lycans and the Beast of Nature double charge kind of center bottom half the table, that's fallen, and we believe they are wavered.
I have to check on what Keith has on his units, his upgrade items.
Which ones?
His Lycans. He only has 2, so he has Dwarven Ale and Chalice. Okay, so he does not have any strength buffs, so he's relying on crushing 1. So he's got 18 on 3s, crush 1, so he's looking at 12 hits and 6 wounds, and then Beast of Nature is going to add another 3 or 4. So it's probably a 7 to break.
Could be. He's got two druids with Bane Chant though, so he can Bane Chant where he needs to.
And it does look like one of those is behind. Looks like one of those just got charged by the
Frostfangs.
Oh, by the Frostfangs, yeah.
Frostfangs, yeah.
And one of the Lord on Frostfangs, has he just chaffed up the Spirit Walkers, or did he actually charge the Spirit Walkers?
So I think he's just chapping them.
Okay.
Flank with the Draugr with the token on it.
Interesting.
Drop them to flank the Flying Beast.
Did he drop it though?
Well, it's on the table there. One of the poker chips is on the table. So.
Well, weren't all of them?
He did drop it. I can see the other chip on the unit to the right of it, or where the unit to the right of it was.
I just couldn't see that one.
If he doesn't go through that druid, then yeah, that's gonna be pretty rough. He does have Moonfang to worry about as well. Moonfang is coming up fast, and he's at least speed 7, if not more. Correct?
Correct.
Moonfang is 9.
Yeah, Moonfang is speed 9, yeah. Speed 9 nimble.
Yeah, so he... also something not to ignore. It gives everything in combat with Ambitious as well, correct?
Yes. Well, at this point, you can almost move back. And if they don't kill, then you flank in with the Lycans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, disengage back up. Or the other Lycans from the other side. If the Harpies are still there, you just fly them out of the way.
I almost feel like it kind of depends on, because I imagine he's going to turn the... If he kills the druid, which he should, I think he turns to face the bottom of the table, as weird as that sounds. Because I think he's relying on the chaff from the Frostfang Lord so that he doesn't have to worry about his butt for a minute.
And then he'll just overrun so that the Lycans can't fit in between, probably.
I think he turns. I don't think he overruns. I think he
I'm
turns.
talking about the harpies, the calf harpies.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. If he
Because otherwise
overruns with the calf, he can.
Right. He'll take it in the ass from the lichens if he just turns his butt because they're nimble.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, if he turns his butt though, now the lichens and the beasts at the bottom are under pressure, and I don't think he picks up. He can probably even position it to where he can't get a double charge with the lichens and Moonfang to the front of the Frostfangs. And at that point, suddenly what was looking like a very strong position for Keith gets reversed as these more, I would say grindier, but these more punchy Veringer units just start breaking apart the speed that's not killing fast enough.
And the Lord on Frostfang on the right is coming around here pretty quick too.
Yep.
So we're guessing that Aaron's going to pick up that center token with the Frostfangs at this point since he's on it, yeah?
I don't know that he has to. He might not pick it up to... I mean, I think you do it just because you can, and you can always drop it at any time. The Frostfang shouldn't die to anything here in frontal charge.
Mm-hmm.
And then the worst case scenario is if they get wavered, he can just drop it underneath him.
Okay, yep, and there's the Draugr picking up the other token that was dropped, so now there's 2 tokens on that bottom rightmost Draugr unit, and 1 token on the Draugr unit just kind of above them.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. That said, one of the beasts, the one that's being flanked by the Draugr, does look like it's facing the left-hand side of the table.
Right.
So he can't ignore that, because even if it loses Nimble, it'll still be speed 10.
Well, and he can get it. I don't think it's even with the mounted suns either, so he can actually get around the mounted suns with only 1 pivot.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
And then the other beast is still obviously going to be able to come around and play here in a minute, as well as Moonpie. So that's just a lot of flying nimble characters that are, similar to Frostfang Lords, except they're faster and more maneuverable.
Yep. So that's 1 unit of Harpies dead all the way over there on the right. We didn't expect them to live very long, but that does remove the bottleneck.
Yep. While he is doing some repositioning here, gonna flip over to George. So on the left-hand side here, looks like the Lord on large beasts is going after the War Machines.
Probably to get away from that shield breaker horde. Now he'll just kill that, reposition, and now
it also moves him kind of toward the rabble horde in the center.
Right, that's what I was saying. It allows him to reposition out of arc.
The Ranger Regiment bravely holding the other Siegebreaker horde. And then looking here on the right-hand side, like the Mincers and the Brocks are just getting into it.
Well, I think he shot down 1 with the Wingets.
No, all 3 Wingets seem to are still in play.
No, one of the Brock.
Yes, one of the Brocks did get picked up, either by shooting or by Mincer. I suspect by the Mincers, actually, because it looks like the top left Brock regiment is injured.
Okay.
So I suspect that one is getting shot at.
Is that Magua and Joe is in the front of the other one there by the Wingets?
I can't imagine it's anything else in that area. Or that far forward and allowing itself to be charged, specifically.
Right.
3 wounds.
So looks like we're seeing he injured some of the Mincers, but didn't pick them up. Picks up one of the War Machines. I'm guessing he just let him snake sit. Looks like he's overrunning, so he's not pivoting.
That's an interesting move.
Definitely don't angle after the overrun, but that's okay. Presumably, if Drew wanted it to face that direction, it's not the biggest deal because it would have still had Arc to the War Machine unless the War Machine moves out of the way. It's going to be interesting to see if the Brocks can muscle their way past the Mincer Mob on the right. It is worth noting that even if you take out all the shooting, George's list still has 4 defense 6 units, effectively.
Yep.
And that's rough.
With no
Soft Goblin list.
army. Picked up Magua. I mean, don't you think that Brock unit's got? I mean, it's probably gonna get shot off this turn.
Yeah, I can't imagine it survives a second round. If anything, I would be trying to box out the Wingets from starting to shoot at the one carrying the tokens.
Right.
I mean, picking up that regiment isn't the end of the world for Drew. Losing the regiment that has all the tokens is. He doesn't recover. I mean, I think no matter what, it's an uphill struggle, but I think if he loses that unit too, then he is absolutely not. Now, that said, if George does go after the one on the right and doesn't kill it, and just ignores this Brock regiment, which is risky because he could overrun with his Mincers. There's a number of ways he can get into that regiment and do an absolute massive amount of wounds this turn.
I think if he overruns, though, isn't he in the front?
I mean, if they're already significantly wounded with the Mincers, who cares?
All right, even hindered.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be hindered, but Mincers are okay with grinding that fight out since their defense is in front. But if he ignores them entirely, then they might be able to sneak a charge on that rabble in the center. And if that's one of the Pathfinder ones, or the +1 to hit one at the very least.
Well, you'll lose your. Oh yeah, he'll still lose Thunderous if it's not Pathfinder.
But then he can start grinding at least a little bit.
Right. At least give your Lord on Large Beast some time to get back around and maybe get a flank or a rear. Probably a flank at this point.
Yeah. If he can sneak the flank and escape with the token, that's his remaining path to victory, I think.
Because can a Shield Breaker unit? I mean, it could technically. I mean, if you spike, but Shield Breaker unit pop a Lord.
It should, but only if Drew lets him get the charge off. So
even then, even on the charge, it's still only 6 damage on average at 50%.
Yeah.
I mean, so, right, you shouldn't. I mean, as long as the Lord doesn't have any damage, you just put it on that and just let it sit in the middle on George's side. I mean, it should be able to take at least 1 round.
It is hard to tell without knowing how far the Siege Breakers were from the Lord when he overran. Because if they were within his butt and he chose to overrun to get out of the way, otherwise he really needed to turn there to start working on that center rabble.
Agreed.
And yeah, George is now just moving his War Machines around him. I don't know that they can move at those angles, but... Yeah.
Where's the UB measurement?
Yeah. Can't cut it that close. But that's okay. I mean, ultimately, it's on Drew to call him on it.
Right. I'm just saying, like, when you were saying, hey, we don't know the measurement distance from the shield.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. It'd be nice to just click on it and be like, oh, yeah, they're in, they're out.
Yep. You can only make educated guesses from the top down, which, admittedly, UB has helped significantly in making it a little easier to guess direct top-down ranges as opposed to board length.
It was pretty close.
Taking a look here, go back to the Aaron game while George maneuver. So looks like He did pick up the druid. Did turn around, but exposed a flank to a Beast of Nature and Moonfang.
And that is the Beast of Nature that was flanked by the Draugr.
Correct. Which did look like it took a significant chunk of damage. I think that's 3 separate dice there, and it's still fighting.
Is it? No, I think that's just the 3-die tray with just 1 in the middle.
Oh, I see.
Because the lichens only have 1 red die too, as well.
Gotcha. So yeah, in that case, if he can at least waver them. So I don't know. Do Frostfang have Fury? Wouldn't surprise me if they do.
They can be.
They do not have Fury.
No.
Just Strider, Wild Charge, and Crush 2.
Yep.
+1 to hit because +1 to hit was given. So if he wavers them, I mean, that's almost as good in this situation.
Oh, Moonfang. Where you at?
And like the Beast may die, but then he picks it up with Moonfang.
Yeah, Moonfang's 6 attacks on 3s.
Yeah.
Crush 2. And the Beast of Nature, of course, 7 attacks on 3s. Crush 2. So vicious.
It is worth noting that it looks like the Lord on Frostfang did charge the Spirit Walkers. He didn't just sit in front of them. So because there's at least a damage marker there.
Which has only got 1 red token on it, so he must not have rolled real good either.
Well, Frostfang Lord max is 10, right? So I don't think he could have even got. It would have been very hard for him to get to double digits.
The max 9.
So I think is Keith about to roll those lichens that are in the flank of whatever unit that is that killed the harpies and then walk forward?
It is the Mounted Suns, and I believe that is what we're seeing.
Okay.
I was just doing the math on the Moonfang one. I mean, he should be at, on average, 13 damage on the Frostfangs, which are 15, 17. So you need a 4 once
to kill.
Oh no, they're very the lore on Frostfang is very inspiring. So yeah, it'd be 4
twice
on average. On average.
I mean, but 2 to waiver. Yeah, that's good. I mean, it's the downside of relying on Draugr to pick up a flying monster.
And that is not Snake Eyes. So that's going to pick up, I'm guessing, the Mounted Suns.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely picks up the Mounted Suns. So that's a big shift in the center. He's going to try to get out of the unit he's measuring from, just for the record, is a Snowfox regiment. I believe that's his 2nd Snowfox regiment that's hiding behind the tall little thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what to call it. Stalactite.
So
the
I guess what
Aaron feature.
Aaron walked those Mounted Suns forward to block those lichens from being able to get in on either the Lord on Frostfang or the.
But they probably went 1 inch too far forward.
Sure.
And exposed their flank.
Yep.
And it looks like Keith just turned the lichens around to look back towards the right of the table. Is that correct?
I don't think he could have gotten out of the Snow Foxes. That's what he was sure.
I will give you a confirmation. Billy!
I mean, honestly, he should be picking up these other 2 units as well this round.
Yeah.
So I mean, he'll have complete control of center, and he'll have the center token, and he'll have the one on the left.
Yeah.
The 3 on the left. I mean, he's in
3 on the left on his Forest Shamblers, and his Harpies have now flown back towards the middle, so they did drop the tokens to hand them off to the Forest Shamblers on the left. So he's got a fresh unit of chaff ready to get in the way of whatever Aaron's got coming from the right.
With the Beast of Nature sitting there waiting for a flank or a rear.
Yeah, exactly.
This is the nerve roll on the Fallen, so I don't think he's done the center combat yet.
Nope.
Which is good. I mean, he's doing it the correct order, which is you do out to in. So.
Yep. Out to in, unless there's an inspiring source you can get rid of first.
Yep. So at this point now, he turns. Yeah, I'm sure
real.
this is a big moment for him because this is a pretty big game swing here. But yeah, it does look like the lichens did turn to face the right, so they are making sure that nothing else sneaks in, or making it more risky for them too.
Yep.
The other, I mean, honestly, that grind up on the top could be interesting to see who wins that one between Spirit Walkers who don't. I mean, I don't even know if he Bane chanted them or not. Probably not. He probably Bane chanted the lichens to make sure that he won that one.
I think he just grinds them out.
I think so too.
Yeah.
But
yeah, but I mean, looking at what's happening right now, if he manages to pop those Frostfangs in the middle, pick up that token, put it on Moonfang, what? Moonfang just turns and walks away, and that's the game, right?
Yep, and then it's over. So yeah, if he picks up those Frostfangs, this is effectively done.
Yeah, because he's got the Harpies and the other lichens that he can just throw in the way of whatever Aaron brings over.
He can feed him units until the game is over.
Yeah.
And that's not suggesting that he takes a significant attrition lead too, because I think he will have.
Horrible roll. It's got 10. He got 10 wounds. So
I mean,
5 waivers.
5 waivers, 7 breaks.
Well, that's on the Frostfang.
That's a waiver.
Yeah.
Oh, that's on the Frostfang. Okay.
Okay.
Mooney would pick it up and then back up, I imagine, and then drop off for either the unit. I think you keep Mooney in the combat, so you drop it off and give it to the unit that's directly behind him.
And he has, he has no shooting to shoot on Harpies either.
Yeah, exactly. So there's no way to shoot him off. He doesn't even have the bow of Kaba, right? Pipes. Snowfox. Yeah.
So
Zero shots.
He got 6 there, looks like.
Think so.
So that was probably from Moonfang.
That was probably Moonfang. Yep. That didn't quite look like as many dice as the beast would have.
Which is average.
Well, here come Vicious, potentially.
Well, this should be the beast.
Yeah.
Yep.
Who, even though it lost fly, still has Pathfinder, so it doesn't matter that it ran through terrain to get there.
Yep. I don't know if those were all wounds or not.
3s with Vicious, I mean.
See at least a 6 on the table, which is a pretty strong roll.
Oh, that was from Moonfang.
No, he means for the nerf.
Oh.
So either the beast whiffed entirely here, or Aaron's about to pick up his 4 as the second roll, and that'll pick him up. I'm guessing it was snakes at that point.
Yeah.
Or at least a 3, so true snakes.
Yeah, because I mean, he did like, what, 8 wounds with the beast, probably? Because it would have been wounded on 3s with Vicious, and he didn't re-roll any of the dice or separate them out. He just swept them all back.
Correct.
So that would have been like 14 wounds.
And usually you don't pause like that for missing. You usually pause like that for when you hit to count them all up.
Yeah, looks inspired. Yep.
Sometimes you're counting your misses.
You might get upset and want to throw your dice, but
I don't check dice.
All right. So that is going to put Aaron Chapman in a very difficult position.
Yep. His turn is going to be interesting. We'll see how he positions here. Looks like he's going to charge. Yep.
The fallen that right hand side. I don't know if they're going to get back in this, like at least to get back to where tokens are.
Yeah.
Yep. Terran Moonfang the other way. There you go.
Yeah. I mean, or just drop it. Let the Harpies take it. He has a significant. Keith has a lot of options going into his next turn. So. But switching over to Drew and let's see how this has been shaping up. So some interesting developments here. We have both Rabble. The Mincers have been picked up.
Oh wow!
And the Dwarves did get shot off. The unit that was already wounded got finished off by the Wingets, I imagine. However, his War Machines are boxing in the Dwarf on Large Beast to keep it away from the center regiment. Or sorry, center horde.
Okay.
Of Rabble. There we go. Rabble, regiment, horde. Okay.
But it shouldn't matter, right? He still can nimble around them.
Yeah, but now the problem is that if he charges them, then
Shield breakers on flank.
Yeah.
Drew's
yeah,
running out of
shield
units.
breakers murder him.
Is he a strider? Dwarf on large beast is not a strider, and there's a fence in the way as well.
Yeah, strider.
No.
Do you not have
maybe
strider?
He's got nimble, inspiring, crushing strength 1, headstrong.
Huh.
Thunderous 2. That's it.
Yeah.
Dwarf on large beast, not a strider.
So the problem remains, and I stand by my earlier statement of the game is feels like it's already over on technicals from George, because while Drew has successfully pushed his 3 tokens across the board, which may not stay that way because George just has the option to shoot them off at his leisure now, slowly but surely. He might lose one of the wingets to the Berserker Brock Lord. Yep. But otherwise, yeah, he's just going to chase him and keep shooting him to death slowly.
All right, what turn are we on for this game?
I think we're only on like 3 or 4.
Right.
Gotta be at least 4, if not 5, I would think.
Yeah. So I think this is going to end up being a pretty rough, pretty big win for George too. Not just a win, but a big win.
Yep. They did finally publish the spreadsheet of the standings. That's shared around on Facebook, and there's a link to it in the chat. If you want to look, so going into this round, George O'Connell had 52 points, Drew Gaddy had 51, and Aaron and Keith each had 50. And then dropping down, Jeff Swan had 49, and Garrett Mercer had 45. Kyle Peach and Joey Greek on table 4 had 44 points for Kyle and 42 for Joey, looks like. And that rounds out your top 8.
So still,
Kyle Peach sitting up there after a loss is pretty good.
Yeah. He's got
there's
some
a lot of
big
people.
wins.
Yeah, there's a lot of people with 44s. There's like 4 people that have 44s. Tyler Schultz, Jason Britt.
Some big wins could still swing it, and some small wins at the top could still swing it, 4 draws. I think it's going to come down to, because I imagine we'll be seeing, I could be wrong, guys could still swing both these games drastically, but it'd be impressive.
There's still 13 people within 10 points of first place.
Look at Tom Annett. Didn't Tom Annett get tabled first round, and he's at 40 now?
Yeah. He got tabled and then tabled.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tom and
that always helps.
I'm actually still really surprised he lost the first one, but yeah, no, it makes sense that he's been tabling.
He is beating Mike right now by 2 points.
So if Keith takes a big win against Aaron, and then George, so Keith and George realistically are playing tomorrow if that's the case. So that'll be interesting. I think Keith has a much better list to play against George than Drew did, but it's still going to have to, I mean, it's a lot of shooting. It's a lot of goblin shooting still. Wing it, man.
I mean, scenario at the same time.
Yeah, but Keith's got the tools with the harpies and the beasts to be able to just go in and get rid of the wingets and get rid of the war machines early if that's what he commits to.
Yeah. We'll see. I mean,
that'll be a fun game to watch.
Yeah. Well, scenario is going to be very important there. If it's dominate, then I'm worried for Keith. Because we have not rolled dominate yet.
But control
would be good for him, I think, if he can at least if he can just get rid of the wingets.
Yep.
Then I think he'd have an okay shot at control.
Yeah, we could still see dominate, control, pillage, raise, fool's gold, or
is it not raise round 1?
Salt the Earth was round 1.
Salt the Earth.
Yeah, so either Fool's Gold or Smoke and Mirrors are still out there. So 2 of the bluff token ones.
Smoke would be a good one for Keith. Smoke would be a really good one. So he can, if he's, I still think that's one of my favorite scenarios in the entire 3rd edition playbook, basically, because you can have so many different strategies going into it based on how your army plays. Like if you have a fast army, you can literally bluff a token and pretend that you're heading toward it and then redirect at the last minute and they've deployed everything in the wrong spot. you can put a token in the completely position that no one would expect it to be and then grab it. Like that scenario actually has bluffing and strategy, how you drop the tokens, which is important on its own.
Yep, I'm a fan of the bluff token scenarios as well.
Yep. I think Keith with his speed has a really good advantage if he gets that one.
Yeah. Yep. That are Fool's Gold, right? Some Smoke and Mirrors are Fool's, and Fool's Gold are very similar.
Yeah.
I think either of them would be pretty good.
So looking here, I think it's still... Well, it looks like it went to George in that... Or George was not able to do enough shooting to pick up either of the Brocks, so now they are charging back the other direction. One of them actually got one of the Wingets.
Mm-hmm.
And the other regiment is continuing to run circles and try to hide. He is moving the Berserker Brock Lord toward the rabble in the center. And the Dwarf on Large Beast is moving to the left, but there's nothing over there to fight.
Maybe he's trying to get it out of arc of the Siege Breakers for some reason, but he really should have...
I don't think he has enough time, even with a 7, to get all the way up to that BSB, which would be the theoretical there, the Ogre with standard.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's not like the Ogre is just going to...
Yeah, they just walk out of his way. I mean, that'd be clutch, but I don't think that happens here. If anything, the one that could do it, the one that could clutch it, would be the Berserker Brock Lord, who, what has he got? What is he rocking?
Berserker Brock Lord is speed 8. Speed 8, but not Pathfinder.
Just crushing and vicious, but the... what is the nerve and defense? I assume 4 and probably 12 or 12, 14, something like that? 11, 13.
It's defense 5, 11, 13.
What the heck?
Ogre standard barrier.
Yeah. 70 points. So, if the Berserker Brock Lord manages to kind of sneak his way to that BSB, there is the longest of shots that he manages to pop it. And because George has nothing else to recover the tokens, even if he can pick it up.
That's going to be rough.
It would be a hard roll, but it's a chance. And if he drops him, then that's all 3 of the tokens. And suddenly Drew wins.
But the Berserker Brock Lord right now is stuck in terrain and doesn't have Pathfinder, so it's going to take him a while to get there.
Yeah. He's basically hoping that he can kind of encourage him to keep moving to the right with the Lord on Large Beast, maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
So bringing him closer to the Brock Lord. I don't think George will make that mistake, and it does look like he's positioning stuff, but...
Just run behind that forest.
Yeah.
On the top left, and don't worry about it. Yeah.
Because, it's either that or he punches the... Ooh, someone Pokemon Tower. But it's either that or he tries to kill the rabble in the face, and I just don't think that works out for him.
Oh, uh-oh. George is opted to hide behind the building, which does actually put him closer back towards Drew's units. Instead of hiding behind the forest. Ugh. Hope that does not come back to haunt him. And you got your siege breakers kind of stuck behind your goblins now? Why did you put them there?
Alright. Go back to see how Aaron is.
Alright.
So it looks like the Foxes engaged. Keith is countercharging, it looks like. He did pick up the other Frostfang Lord. It looks like he maneuvered his Beasts of Nature in a spot where the Draugr cannot get to it. So even the really wounded one is still in play now. It does look like he just gave Moonfang the token and said, screw it. He's not even bothering to pass it off.
Yep, well, I mean, if if you think, throwing those cheap harpies in front of one of his units, like if that's what you're looking for is the scenario win, and you're not trying to put Moonfang out to kill more stuff, you just want him to walk away with the token, you keep the chaff mobile so that it can block whatever you need to.
Right.
And send your character with the token for the hills. And there went the foxes. Up in the top right. And Keith is going to sidestep, I'm guessing. Try to make it so there's not enough, maybe not enough space for the double charge from that Lord on Frostfang and the Fallen.
Yeah, I mean, if he's going for attrition and wants to kill more things with Moonpie, that's the only other reason to pass it off to the Harpies, but... Yeah, no, I agree with that. That makes sense. That said... I mean, at this point, though, all of his stuff is so far out of the way. And again, there's this Beast of Nature. My pointer here is already almost on it. That is still kind of rounding the flank.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, there's a good chance that he pulls off another objective point out of this, too, by picking up one of the Draugr regiments in the butt.
So it looks like maybe Aaron has moved his two of his tokens to one of the Lords on Frostfang behind the Draugr there?
Certainly one is, yes. Possibly two.
Because that back one was the one that had two.
There is... So there's one here, and then two on, presumably, the Lord on Frostfang. I think there are two there.
Yeah. Yeah, so all three of his are still kind of clustered right up there. So yeah, if Keith can get him the... Yep, and that's what he was trying to protect against there, was the double charge from both the Lord on Frostfang and the Fallen on his Lycans. That's why he sidestepped up against the terrain like that. And it worked because now the Lord on Frostfang has just gone ahead and bumped into those Spirit Walkers, and the Fallen have gone into the Lycans.
Does the Spirit Walkers have 2 dice or just 1?
Spirit Walkers, I believe, are still at 1 dice, though you can get
I think it's
double
just
check here.
I think it's just one.
Yeah.
Just the one in the middle.
I mean, he's also got a Druid who I believe has heal.
Heal and Banechan, I think.
So, I mean, I think he just wins that grind slowly, and I think the Lycans can actually probably outgrind the Fallen here. Or certainly if they don't, then he can just basically back up and shove Harpies in the way.
Right.
Then give the Lycans time to regen and get back up to full strength.
Well, aren't these Lycans coming from the bottom too to kind of clog up those Draugr?
Yeah.
Or the Beast? Or, I mean, he just backs up and lets the Beast, if the Beast can fit on the flank. Which I don't think he can, but potentially.
Not quite. If his Beast was able to hit the Knights, and then he could try to pick up the Draugr, but I mean, I don't know that he wants to trade there, and he's got Aaron has to come to him.
Or the Beast goes into the flank or rear of the Lord up there.
Yeah. Honestly, I think that's the better play, just to make sure the Lord disappears in 1 turn rather than 2.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the one problem with the Lycans trying to grind against the Fallen is that the Harpies in the middle may not be able to see the Fallen to try and get in the way, if that were the problem. Now, he may be able to back up the Lycans enough anyway that it doesn't matter. Like a 4-inch backup with a nimble pivot, especially.
Yeah, but the Lord on Frostfang behind him might make it so he doesn't have enough room.
But he's nimble though still.
Yeah, he'll have to turn.
And then he just flies the Harpies in front of them and he doesn't actually have to charge.
Yeah.
And then just put the Beast into the rear end of the Lord.
Yep. Worst case scenario, he loses a Beast that's already taken a bit of a beating. Though it looks like it's still on 1 dice. It's...
Mm-hmm.
He does still have 1 Druid slinging some heal around, although it's probably using Banechan more.
You would think that losing that other Druid would have been a bigger deal, but yeah, I'm not quite sure why Aaron took that charge. That's what this game comes down to.
Yeah, I think maybe he was thinking once he got the token on the Frostfangs that would be a safe place for it.
Yeah.
But
Or maybe he thought he was going to do more to the Beast of Nature with his Draugr, waiver it or something.
mm-hmm.
Because if it was just Moonfang in the flank, then they're probably fine. Countercharge, pick up Moonfang, and that's not a bad trade.
So Spirit Walkers must be at 9 because he didn't even roll for waiver. Or I mean,
That dice was spinning. Well, I mean, these games are going to get wrapped up before most of the ones in the hall are, so I'll try and get some camera shots where I can. But let's take a quick look. The downside of the top tables, guys. So, looking at the Drew versus George game, I think they're wrapping up right now. It looks like George is tallying scores. If I had to guess, the Brock regiment probably got shut off. That probably called the game right there.
Correct.
Or they were just out of time. It could have just been that they came to the end of the turns. But yeah, I think functionally that game was over by turn 2 because Drew got way too aggressive with those Rangers. I think that was a huge mistake. There's no need to do that.
Yeah. No need to scout that far up.
So if you go and watch these replays later, George, then definitely that would be my biggest critique was sit back and shoot, man. You got 36 bow shots, use them.
Yep. I mean, that was my first critique from the get-go. Just put the front in barely and get 2 to 3 turns to shoot, and I mean, you still crush 1, so and they'll be hindered.
These riggers are hindered in the countercharge instead of unhindered because they were all past the forest line at that point, right?
Correct. Yeah, because they charged out to hit the rabbit.
Yeah, that was. Oof.
And at the very worst, they move in because they want to move up, and then you just back up. You just back up and shoot them anyways because it's cover.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, granted, they're across the board at that point, but whatever. Okay, at least then it holds them up for longer instead of letting them turn around.
Yeah. And in addition to that, I think just stacking all the Brocks on one side kind of limited his options for most of the game. He was basically, I mean, yes, he had layers, which helps, but there's only so much that layers get you when you're trying to tackle. I mean, if you're going to do that, if you're going to do layers like that, layer up in the center of the board. Take the middle token. You could literally lose every one of those Brock regiments as long as one of them is holding 4 tokens on George's side of the board at the end of the game. But yeah. All right, yeah, there's the shake. Pretty clear win for George there. Wrapping up.
One of those ones where we question scenario other than attrition, like it was first time.
All right, so George went into this round with 52 points at the top of the field, and that's going to be a pretty sizable win for him.
Yeah, I imagine that's at least a 16, 19, 20.
Puts him.
So 15-6 to George.
15-6 to George. Okay.
George wants us to know that he played a gentleman the whole round, which I believe. So that one was definitely more Drew's loss than George's win, almost.
Sure. So that's 67 total points for George then?
Yep. Pretty strong lead heading into day 2.
Oh, he did not back them up on the Lycans.
Well, if he didn't waiver, he might just try to grind it out. That was mostly if he got wavered by the
yeah, I mean, he can try to Bane Chant them with that Druid, which is probably what he's rolling right there, is Bane Chant. Yep.
I mean, did they even do wound? I don't see any of his dice.
I see one dice.
Yeah, they do right there. Only 1 dice.
Though that may be for the beast. So he may have just whiffed.
There is one next to the Fallen as well. It looks like.
That's probably it.
That's probably the Lycans, yeah. But only one single dice, so I can't imagine it's a whole lot. We are on game 4, right? Not losing my mind? Yeah, game 4.
Nope. Nope.
Kyle
and
Peach,
so
Kyle Peach lost 20-1.
lost 20-1 to Joey. Joey got 20.
Yeah. So that's a pretty big spike.
All right. So Joey had 42. So now he's got 62.
Is it? Oh yeah, he had 42. Yep.
So looking here.
Go Mid-Atlantic.
No.
So worth noting here, Keith did fly his harpies in between the suns and this Lycan horde. So the Lycans can safely engage and fight off these Draugr, pick them up for attrition, and I'm sure they're going to be comparable to the harpies because they're both expensive at that point. But the harpies are expensive, chat, for being the Draugr are not.
Yep. And is anything engaging that Lord on Frostfang with the 2 tokens, or is that beast just close to it?
Right there to kind of pick between the
I
two.
imagine the beast is in the butt and the Spirit Walkers are in the front.
Bottom right.
Bottom
yeah,
right.
the 2 tokens on the bottom.
I think it's possibly being fought by the Beast of Nature. It's a little hard to tell.
No, I think he was out of arc. That was what Aaron was.
Yeah. I mean,
and stuff. I think he just moved him close enough to be like, hey, you gotta pick. You gotta let me choose. I'm gonna choose one of these 2 to charge, whether it's the rear end of a Draugr or because you're trying to get him across the board, or this Lord.
Yeah, I can't. The pole is right in the way of where those 2 units are. So I think the Lord on Frostfang is actually facing toward Keith's side of the board. So it's facing kind of this direction.
Right, because it still has to get across to
yeah, exactly. And because of that, that prevented the Beasts of Nature from charging the rear without having to worry about being flanked in return. But now the Beast of Nature is forcing the issue. So.
He's just wavered the Mounted Suns.
Mounted Sun.
Or Fallen, excuse me, Fallen.
Fallen, okay.
The Fallen.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the Lycans on the Fallen, just above the terrain there on the right.
Yep.
Waivers left, right, and center.
That's really all Keith needs is a bunch of waivers.
Yep. Waivers are sometimes better than killings.
It is the weakness of Berenger is you don't get Fury or Headstrong built in, so you just have to rely on killing stuff in one hit.
Yeah, and there goes the Lord on Frostfang. They got sandwiched.
Yep, slowly but surely. I think this is not just going to be a win for Keith. It's going to be a commanding one. He's only lost 2 Harpies, it looks like, in the Druid.
Yeah.
And possibly maybe 1 more when all is said and done, but...
Yeah, 1 more Harpy.
Yeah, 1 other Harpy troop.
That's it. Flip and the turnaround. And that looks like I see a 5 on that die on Aaron's side of the table, so they're on turn 5. Did Keith go first? Keith went first, didn't he? Okay, so this is bottom of 5.
Yeah, this would be bottom. So with Keith having a whole nother turn after this, he does take the charges. I think at this point, Aaron is going for attrition. The game is definitely Keith's. There is no way that Aaron can pick up the 4 tokens that Keith has.
No.
So it comes down to not does Keith win. The question is by how much.
By how much? Yep. And we've already got some other top 8 numbers in. Again, that was a win for George O'Connell, giving him a total of 67. We also got a win for Joey Greek, giving him a total of 62. That was on table 4, I think.
5-point lead is getting significant. If he gets another big win tomorrow, then we'll have another situation where he can just play for a draw in his last round.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any idea what's going on the Jeff Swan Garrett Mercer table?
So from here, it's always hard to tell because attrition applies to the players, right? We're in round 4. This is when people start losing their minds about how many angles they've checked, which game they're actually playing at this point. So from here, it looks like out of the 2 of them, Garrett is losing the attrition battle of sanity. But I can't tell if he's losing the actual game. And the only reason I say this is because Garrett's hat has come off.
Oh. That or he's just tired.
Could just be that he's tired. Which, I mean, again, realistically, that is the real play for Game 4 is, can you survive the mental attrition? Looking at some of the other top tables that I can see here, I'm going to actually redirect us.
Okay. Imagine people would also be interested in Travis versus Nick Murray.
So let me see what we can see here. So when I say that his hat has come off, Jeff and Garrett are over there behind Scott.
Yep, I see him.
Joey game was the table directly in front of me, so that is wrapped up. We've got Nick and Travis here.
On the left.
On
Travis he's ugly as shit and he's got plumber crack going.
And then we've got Tyler, and I'm not familiar with the gentleman that he is playing currently.
That's Jason Britt, I think.
Yes, he's playing Britt.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so that's the guy that beat Dustin in the first round. He's from Charlotte.
And if we go further down the line, we've got Nathan and House Nick.
Lex.
Yes, Nathan is playing Lex. House Nick is
playing Jeff O'Neill.
Yes.
It looks like Travis is doing okay.
Depending on how much time we have left in the round, I will see if I can move our camera a little closer so we can commentate their game as they wrap it up.
Very cool.
No, this is, I mean, honestly, Matt, this has been great. You have the 2 tables, you have the mobile cam.
Some hiccups in the morning as we were sorting out sound issues, but those were expected. I literally was joking a week ago. I was just like, everything is working in the test, but of course, on the day of, it will all break.
Right.
Okay.
And sure enough, up to 2 a.m. making sure everything was working, and it all broke.
All right, I'm about to get off. I'm gonna go have dinner with my wife and watch a little basketball. But thank you again for having me on. I'll see if I can hop on a little bit tomorrow.
Appreciate you coming in, Jason. Appreciate
no problem.
You and Mike and Paige and who else have we had? We've had Zach. Jason's jumped in.
Croger, Zach. I think Alex Coos is currently lurking.
Yep. Thank you for everyone who's been jumping in on the cast to help commentate. Makes it a lot easier when I have people who can spot stuff for me while I'm running all the equipment on my end as well.
Thank you.
Alrighty, looking at the wrap up here. Aaron picked up the Harpies. Surprising probably no one. And he did not pick up the Beast of Nature. So that is now seeing what options it has. It looks like does not look like it's wavered either, because Keith is finding positions for it.
Yep. And so it looks like he's going to try to rear the Draugr that are carrying 1 token.
Yep, it's a good option. He doesn't even have to pick up the token. He can just kill it and let it drop.
He can just kill it and let it drop. Yep. Although Aaron's Lord on Frostfang is over there, who could then go pick up the token.
But he doesn't have Nimble.
That's true. He loses Nimble. Yep.
So I don't know that he'd be able to. I mean, Aaron could drop it in such a position that if he walked forward and with 1 pivot, he might be able to pick it up. But it also depends on if he. I mean, he could I think his second beast right here has turned to face the right-hand side of the board.
Yep. So he could also fly over. Yep.
Yep. And his Lycans. I mean, this is assuming a turn 7 at that point, but if there's a turn 7, I think Aaron gets tabled. Very, very close to it.
Quite possibly. This is currently top of turn 6.
This is top of 6.
Yep. All right. And for those of you just tuning in and wondering what's going on, Keith's got 4 of the tokens on 2 units in the bottom left corner of the table, and Aaron has nothing anywhere close to them.
Yeah.
And Aaron's token carrying units are kind of on the run around the right side.
And I think they got rear charged by Beast of Nature.
It
Both
looks like,
counts.
yeah, Keith definitely put a proxy there. Oh, there might be the second one there. You might be right.
Yeah, because he had in the bottom right corner where that marker is.
He
He had
two.
another. Yeah, he had another Beast of Nature sitting there, and he
And I could
blew
just
it up,
barely-
and it's right behind the Lord on Frostbang.
Yeah,
So
and
I don't know if
I
he
can
was-
barely see a wing poking out from the side of that pillar. So I think you might be right. He may have dropped one of them there, and he might be dropping his second one there, or he might be trying to double charge. No. But yeah, Aaron is in a very difficult spot. So sorry, Aaron, I did not mean to curse you by saying maybe this is your year right before this round started. Yeah, and so at this point, it's just Keith picking up some attrition here and there. So he's going to get that Beast of Nature in front of those mounted suns to keep them from doing anything other than killing the Beast of Nature in the bottom of turn 6, which I'm sure he's thought about it and knows that that's the best attrition trade-off for him, because otherwise he's got a Lycan Horde that's going to get flanked there, or maybe a big horde of Spirit Walkers that might die if they take another hit. Can't tell how many wounds I have on him, but he's definitely got 2 dice on them, so
I want to say he had 9 earlier, so I don't think it's changed at all.
Yeah, unless the Druid healed him, but I got a feeling the Druid's been Bane chanting stuff.
Yeah.
All right. So I think Keith might be ready to start rolling some dice here. He's got Lycan Hordes fighting Draugr, kind of bottom center of the table. He's got Lycan Hordes fighting Wavered Fallen up there on the right side by the terrain. And he's got some Beasts of Nature, possibly trying to pick up some token carriers. All right, so that was the Draugr going down.
Take a look at how this looks and see if it's okay. Okay, I can adjust it a little bit, but getting a different view on some of the games that are still in play.
Ooh.
So it looks like Travis has a lot of his stuff left in the center of the table. It's a little tricky. Best angle I can get, guys. Okay. Might adjust it slightly to get it a little lower, but
okay, and that's Travis Tim playing Nick Murray. Nick's from the West Coast and playing Undead, and Travis is from the Mountain Region playing Goblins.
Try to get some information about their game, but they are on turns 4 and 5 respectively, so our game's finished. Fast. For now, I'm going to make one small adjustment to that, find out where the tokens are so we can commentate that one to the best of our ability. But in the meantime, here's more of what's left of Aaron's list getting its teeth kicked in, apparently.
And there go the Fallen that have been wavered by the Lycan Horde last turn. And there he is walking the Lycans forward. So on a turn 7, yeah, those token carrying Draugr and Beast or Lord on Frostfang are in big trouble.
Yep.
And this is probably one of the beasts in either the flank or the rear. If Keith was doing it the clever way, he'd be trying to kill that Lord first to get rid of the Inspiring Source. So I'm guessing that's the one he's rolling first. And there's some vicious rerolls. And it's a pretty good number of wounds. But Lord on Frostfang is pretty nasty. There's your second roll. It goes a 1 on one of the die. So I think that Lord is probably fine, since we haven't seen any movement on it.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. That's a waiver. Everyone has dropped a waiver token on it.
Waver and a wound token on it.
Yep. And now this is going to be
the beast
other
on
one,
the Draugr.
The beast on the Draugr, yep. So yeah, Keith did the smart thing there to try to get rid of the inspiring source first, but that's a ton of wounds on the Draugr. That will put them on snakes because I think they're only dash 14. So snakes twice because the Lord is still there.
What was punching the Lord?
The other beast.
Ah, yep. I didn't even see them. He was sneaking around.
Yeah, he was on the bottom right corner.
Yeah, and that Lord getting wavered basically means now nothing's going to take that token away from Keith that he just picked up off the Draugr.
Yep, that leaves Lord on Frostfang and Suns.
Added Suns and maybe one more unit of Draugr?
Yeah.
Yeah.
One more Draugr.
And a wavered Lord above all else.
Yeah. Yep.
So it really comes down to, I mean, he can't really maneuver too much of the Sun or the Lord on Frostfang into the way. It does look like his Draugr were able to rear one of the Beasts of Nature.
Yeah, but I don't think it's the one holding the token.
Yeah, I think he actually picked it up with the second beast, so yes, that one is still secure. With another token under his belt, I mean, theoretically, if there's a 7, he just pushes that across the board, or he picks up the Lord, assuming the Lord is still within reach. I mean, 7's a really good turn for Keith here. I don't think there's any disadvantage for him.
No, not at all. Yeah, no, wavering that Lord meant that a turn 7 became a very good thing for Keith.
Yep.
You like that Aaron has got some different dice now, so they're not the diamond dice that you just roll sideways.
Oh, yeah.
They're so hard to read.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like, not sure if it looks like he didn't pick up the, well, let's see.
No, he didn't. No,
Pick up the
he just
beast.
put several wounds on it.
So that's a flank from presumably Bane Chanted Lycans if he needs to.
Yep.
It's all assuming it turns 7. So some update on the Travis game, just so we kind of have a head start as to what that looks like. Travis has 3 tokens on a Horde of Rabble that have successfully pushed across. I believe he has the 4th one under control. I think Nick is on the downward slide there. Looks like no turn 7 for Aaron and Keith here, so Aaron avoids being tabled, but not by much.
Not by much. And Keith is going to have, what, 6, 7 points?
If I had to guess,
Hold on.
Blackjack Attrition's always a little weird, but at least a 15, if not a 16, 17 here. With how big the difference in attrition is, I imagine it's probably higher.
Yeah, so Keith's got 4 tokens on Aaron's side of the table, so that's 8, and his beast picked up 1, so that's 9 to Aaron's 4, because his Lord still has them and it's across the table. So that's going to be a 5-point scenario differential to Keith. Yeah, so that'll be good for at least a couple of points.
And not counting the just regular, he killed half of, well, almost all of it.
Almost Azarian has lost some chaff.
Yep. Druid and 3 Harpies are a grand total of probably 500 points tops. 120, depends on which Druid, but Harpies are 90 apiece, so yeah, no more than a 500 point chunk. Alright, we're going to flip over to just the length of table. Everyone else, so we can just see everyone else enjoying their games. So it looks like so on the far side here, let me see if I can add a marker for myself to maneuver. There we go. So Over here on this side of the board, where Travis is currently maneuvering things, we've got a horde of rabble that is carrying the tokens, as well as his 3 wingets that are dive bombing everything in sight. He does have his Red King on Worm here, so which is still in it and facing everything there. If anything, I'm sure he's looking for a long shot rear charge on the rabble. Over here, I believe Travis has a pretty commanding position. It looks like the horde of Revenants is right here. So I believe it is toting some tokens, but it is currently facing off against some Mincers and some rabble without much support left, as well as a mountain of shooting attacks. Yeah, we'll see how... The amount of shooting that Travis can put out here, I can't imagine that Nick will have a lot left, 2 turns left for Travis to shoot in clear shooting lanes. But if all 3 tokens are on the Revenant board, then there's a long shot chance to snipe it. Like to take a moment to shout out to the community. Everyone here enjoying their games, having a good time. This is well into round 4, so most of these guys are either tired or certainly pushing as hard as they can.
Yeah, the first round started at what, 8:30 Central Time, so this is like hour 11 for these guys.
Yeah, we are coming up on 7:30 here in about 10 minutes. Yep. With a small break for lunch, this will have been probably about 10 hours of Kings of War total.
That seems about right. 2 hours and change for each match, 4 rounds, 10 hours, yeah.
It is an unwritten thing that I think, again, for players looking to get into Masters or wanting to win at Masters, I think a large part of it is also endurance. So managing to not only play well, but play well under a variety of circumstances, the stress of encountering other players you know are good, just the endurance it takes to play 4 games straight. So I think getting a lot of practice of 3 games in a row is always very strong. Not just a practice game, but a series of practice games, because that allows you to not only play it once, but also continue to play and stay at that level for the entire time.
Yeah, it is very hard to simulate the mental fatigue of playing that 4th game in a day when you're practicing for this event.
Yep. Mistakes get made.
Mistakes get made, 100%. And playing on the clock and playing in a noisy room and just everything that you normally have at a tournament, like just cranked up a little because it's the Masters and it's the 4th game and there's your personal standing but you've also got your regions standing to think about. You don't want to let the team down and all that.
Yep.
And there's the Paragon scoring as well. Like the Master is all about battles, sure, but there's still the Paragon Award, which is a straight, third split between battle and the 2 soft score categories. So, you want to keep your chin up, keep a smile on your face, keep having fun with your opponent, because even if you lose a game or 2, if you have a really well painted army and you're super fun to play against, you can walk away with the Paragon Award.
Yeah. And the all-important best region.
And the all-important best region. That's right.
So far, it's looking pretty solid for I believe it'll end up being the Southeast, based on what we're seeing here with a lot of strong players there, though I have to get a closer look at the top tables and combine that with what regions they're from.
Yeah, well, so let me see. Going down them, Drew Getty was Southeast, and he lost to George O'Connell, which is Mid-Atlantic. Joey Greek was playing Kyle Peach, which was Midwest versus Mid-Atlantic, and Joey won. So I know at least a couple of the top folks are Mid-Atlantic. But a lot of these come down to like the mid tables, because are they counting top 4, or are they doing whole team this year for those awards? Do you know?
You know, I'm not 100% certain. I'd have to ask one of the chairs what the vote was. Because it has switched between top 4 and overall. I think it is overall, so it's the all
Top
8 players. Yep.
Yep.
All 8 this year.
I feel like it is all 8 this year? Okay.
I
feel like
believe
it pops
it is
back
all
and forth. Okay.
I believe it's been that way for the past 3 years. So there's still good chances for a region that doesn't have necessarily, like, say, the best top 2 players or something like that to still take best region, assuming all of their players just have a good average, like slightly above average score.
Yep. Got to be in the top 32.
Yep. And that is worth noting that we're talking about this attrition in 4th game. It is very possible in Drew's game that he just thought that it was a good idea at the time and then ran all the Rangers for it and only later realized, oh, wait a minute, that was a mistake.
Yeah. It happens.
Looking here, looks like Travis did manage to shoot off the Rev King on Worm. So it looks like we're down to just the Revenants. And I'm pretty sure that's all Nick has on the table here, if I'm correct. Maybe Jarvis hiding somewhere as a character, but... Oh, yes. Okay. It looks like he picked up the mincers. If I had to guess, he's backing up 3. Running forward 3. Either are not bad options here, but I don't think he can escape the shooting, so I think if he gets within range, within the minimum range of the artillery, that might work.
Yeah. Are those war trombones? In Travis's center there?
So... I think those are his mop-up launchers, the 2 in the way back. I suspect the war trombones are on the other side of the table with the wingets. He used those to push through with force of shots.
Okay.
But I'll see if I can catch an angle from where I'm sitting. So there is one war trombone that is just out of sight behind this wall here.
Okay.
But certainly there are all 3 of the Bangits and/or Wizards. Some combination thereof of goblin shooty characters that can all maneuver in far directions. Here comes the triple wingets. Still a Lord on Vampire, currently sitting in the middle of said wingets. Looks like he managed to pick it up, so, yep. Yeah.
Vamp Lord on horse, and there's the handshake.
Yep. That's a lot of shooting.
That is a lot of shooting, so that's going to be a win for Travis.
Probably a commanding win, I would imagine, based on what's on the table. So, which he needs.
I feel like
if he wants to sneak back into the top spots.
Yep. I feel like push is one of those scenarios that lends itself to big wins.
Yeah. I mean, but it's also you can win push with a very small margin of victory too, which is again why it's so easy to determine who's going to actually win the scenario. It's hard to determine by how much until it's over.
Right. But in the cases where people stack up all their tokens on one unit, if something happens to that one unit, then that's a big swing.
Sure.
That ends up being a big swing.
I think there was one game I played with push where I lost literally my entire army except for the one carrying all 4 tokens, and the 4 tokens still made it to the other side of the board, so it's a win. But the attrition was obviously massively in my opponent's favor at that time. I would say that came down to the fact that I played the center and he played the flanks, and he got all his tokens across because I just let him do it.
Yep. So let me see. Travis Tim had 44 points coming into this round.
Let's see if I can get us a score update from them here in a second.
Yeah, probably going to be looking at about 60 points, I'm guessing. So that means the tables we're likely to see at the top tomorrow would be Keith versus George, and then Travis versus either Joey or whoever wins between Jeff Swan and Garrett Mercer.
So just a heads up to all the Keith fans, it was a 20. So that shot Keith up significantly.
Yeah, geez. So Keith had 50 coming in, so that's going to give him 70, and we'll push him past George.
Jumped George, yeah.
Yeah, pushes him right past George by 3 points.
Well, that's what big wins will do. They shake up the matchups. So we'll see what Travis's here does. We've obviously got Jeff and Garrett over. They were 3rd and 4th, respectively. Garrett may have been a little bit further down, again, due to the shakeup from region lock, basically.
Yeah, Jeff Swan had 49 and Garrett had 45.
So yeah, so there's some pretty strong points there that can be swinging. If Jeff were to take a big win, he could jump right up to 2nd.
He could, yep.
Looking down the list, I'll see if I can get us a heads up on at least the tables that we're looking at, what they're looking like in terms of who's going to win currently. See if I can get us a kind of a foreshadow.
So Matt is off trying to get some info for us on some of these matches. We are currently watching Travis Tim and Nick Murray totaling up their results. Travis won this match. And again, the other top matches, Keith Conroy defeated Aaron Chapman with a total score of 20 out of 21, which puts him, for right now, in first place with 70 points total. George O'Connell beat Drew Gaddy on table 2. That gives George 67 points total. We also have the result for table 4, which was Kyle Peach versus Joey Greek. And that was a win for Joey, also with a 20, which gives him 62. Or just 8 points behind Keith. And 5 points behind George. And we are trying to get results for perhaps Jeff Swan versus Garrett Mercer on table 3. And we are waiting for Nick Murray and Travis Tim's table 5 numbers. You can see on the next table over there, that is Jason Britt playing Tyler Schultz. It's a little far away. Looks like they're starting to fill out their results, so we might be able to get some numbers out of them soon as well. And that will tell us what the top of the field is going to look like tomorrow morning. Also, a few minutes after Matt comes back, I'm going to drop off here and pop over to the Dash 28 YouTube channel. Basically just to make a, short 15-ish minute video with the top numbers and any of the big surprising results from the day. And hopefully I'll get a few of the folks who are actually there to jump in and give me some perspectives on what they saw, what they think about how things are going, meta-wise or anything like that. There's Matt checking in on Jason and Tyler. And checking to see what if Travis knows his score, so we can figure out how close to first he is.
I think Travis might have gotten like really high up there, like max points or close to it.
That would be interesting. He's currently got 44 points, so a blackjack would put him at 65. Put him just 2 points behind George. So we're waiting for Matt to come back with some numbers for us.
So some updates from across the room. Looks like it's a little hard to tell with Jeff and Garrett's game because a lot of the tokens are just on the ground. I think Jeff is the only one holding tokens, but only 2 of them are actually across the table. The other 2 he just has. But I don't think Garrett has any, so I think Jeff will probably take that one, but it'll be a really close game, so not a big win. On the flip side, I think Travis has a modifier of 8 because he had 5 of the tokens on the other side of the board to 1. Possibly a 6. I'm not quite sure where the middle token ended up. Hausnick has 4 tokens to 0 in his game. He beat Goblin Filth with Ratkin Filth. We have Lex lost by 1 to Nathan, so that one was much closer, or 2, I think.
Okay.
Closer game there. And then I believe Tyler and, again, his name escapes me, so I'll have to double check.
Jason.
Tyler and Jason's game. I think Tyler has it, because I see ogres with across the board with stuff. But Jason may have it by 1 because I see a single flying character with a token, so I'll have to check here. That one also looks like it came pretty close. So the only landslide so far has been Travis just landslided the undead, and Keith landslided Aaron. Not quite blackjacks in either case, at least at first glance, but still very significant wins to take them into round 5 tomorrow.
All right. Thank you for the update. So we're seeing Nathan Clevenger is playing Lex Simon, I think.
Yes.
And Nathan won that one. Cool. And Steve Hausnick is winning against Jeff O'Neill, huh? All right.
So I stand corrected. Travis, in fact, did blackjack to take the full 21 points.
Wow.
may have been the first blackjack today. I'd have to check the scores from earlier rounds, but that's probably the first one the whole tournament.
All right, so that is going to give him 65 points.
Yep, puts him back in the top runners.
Yep. That is 2 points behind George.
Goblin filth on goblin filth.
Or 5 points behind Keith. So depending on whether
this row.
Depending on how Jeff and Garrett.
So Jason did take his game against Tyler.
Oh wow!
15-6. So some minor attrition as well. Looked a little harder to tell from a first glance, but yeah, looks like he did sneak it in with the Beast of Nature crossing the finish line.
Jason. Okay, so Jason Britt wins 15-6.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow! Okay. That's going to give him 59, I think, total.
How you play push?
44.
15 to Nathan out of his game with Lex, so 15 to 7? You mean 15-6? Alright, 15-6 to Nathan. So another closer game there, only a little bit of attrition being squeezed out.
All right, he had 41 going into the round.
So it puts him in the high 50s.
At 56 then?
Yep. Then let's see. That leaves Hausnick as the last one on the first row, as well as Jeff and Garrett off to my right.
Yep.
So that's really the big finisher is Jeff and Garrett and what those scores are.
Yep. So we're looking at Keith, George, Travis, Joey, Jason, and Nathan so far, as the results we know. As the top 6. Still waiting on Jeff Swan versus Garrett Mercier and Steve Hausnick versus Jeff O'Neill. Somebody at a slightly lower table gets a really big win and sneaks past one of these guys. Which is possible because there are 39s and 40s and 38s. So big wins can jump past those like 15-point wins from Nathan and Jason.
Yeah.
So what were those numbers for our top currently? So we had.
So what I've got from top to bottom: Keith with 70, George with 67, Travis with 65, Joey with 62, Jason with 59, and Nathan with 56.
Joey was 62.
62 is what I got.
After that?
After Joey, Jason with 59. And then Nathan with 56.
Nathan, 56. Jeff / Garrett question mark.
Jeff / Garrett question mark, and Jeff O'Neill, Steve Hausnick also question mark. Although you said it looked like Steve was actually winning that.
Steve has definitely won that game. The question is by how.
Oh, really? Okay, wow.
Yeah. Hausnick had a pretty commanding lead, it looked like. I saw at least here in just a second. Looks like 18 to Hausnick.
18, all right.
18-3.
All right, Steve Hausnick had 41 points.
So 59.
59. Yeah, that ties him with Jason.
Yep, still a lot of tight scores going on into round though Keith does have a pretty big lead over some of the. I mean, it's definitely shortening. It's showing why we do that 6th game, because it's going to come down to if any one of these top 4 players, especially, gets a big win, then that could shake things up to where the players in the middle of the pack just can't catch up. But we'll see how those results look. So I'm going to check one last thing here and maneuver some camera equipment around so that I'm not occupying the center stage. But it looks like Jeff Swan took it 19 against Garrett.
All right. All right, so that will give Jeff. See, Jeff Swan had 49, and 19 on that is going to give him 68, which is going to just squeeze past George O'Connell.
What does that put Jeff at?
68, I believe. He has.
Oh shit!
Let me double check that. So yeah, that's 49. He's got 49. Yeah, 19 to 49, you get 59, and then that bumps it up to 68, right? So that's 1 point ahead of George.
Alrighty. So yeah, our top 8 going into tomorrow is Keith at 70, Jeff Swan at 68, George at 67, Travis at 65, Joey Greek at 62, Jason at 59, Stephen Hausnick at 59 as well. They're both tied, and Nathan at 56. Unless someone from the lower tables also has a huge swing and jumps these numbers, that's what it's looking like so far.
Yep. But that means the likely matches for tomorrow for the top 2 tables are going to be Keith Conroy versus Jeff Swan and hot goblin on goblin action on table 2.
Yep. Inevitably, the goblins will cannibalize each other, and it looks like that's going to be Jordan and Travis tomorrow.
Yep.
And then Joey and Jason and or Steve. Not quite sure which one will shape up which there, because that's basically going to be luck of the draw. Which one gets paired up, which one gets paired down.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Joey plays Steve Hausnick because Jason Britt's in the same region as him, and I hate to see in round 5 2 people from the same region playing each other. And also, it would be really funny if Jason Britt plays Nathan Clevenger because they used to be in the same club before Jason moved from Alabama to Charlotte.
I'm going to shift those onto our screen here so that people can see it. Still try to post those scores. Let's see if I can hold on. Ooh. Oops. It knows exactly what I want.
Yep.
I'm down there with you. There you guys go.
There it is.
Those are our current top 8 players moving into day 2.
Yep, that is what we know so far. Matt, thanks so much for having me on. I'm going to drop off now and pop over to the Dash 28 YouTube channel.
Oh, yeah.
To just do a quick live stream of just these results for people that don't want to watch till the end of the Twitch stream or whatever. And then I'll post that. I don't know if I'm going to be around tomorrow or not because I've got some other stuff to do in the morning, but I'll try to jump on again when I can.
Glad to have you for all that you were able to do, Mike. Thanks for carrying it a lot during the beginning while we were sorting out those audio issues.
Absolutely, no problem, man. Yeah, good job. Good luck with everything tomorrow if I don't make it back.
Yep.
I'll see you guys around. Good luck to all the players, and thanks to everybody for hanging out with us and watching the games today. Yep.